Gaza. An inquest into its martyrdom. Norman G. Finkelstein. To Gaza. The truth. The massacre of innocent people is a serious matter. It is not a thing to be easily forgotten. It is our duty to cherish their memory. Mahatma Gandhi. Contents. Preface. Acknowledgements. Part 1. Operation Cast Lead. 1. Self-defense. 2. Deterring Arabs, deterring peace. 3. Spin control. 4. Human shields. Part 2. The Goldstone Report. 5. A Zionist bears witness. 6. The Star Witness recants. Part 3. The Mavi Marmara. 7. Murder on the High Seas. 8. Whitewash I, the Turkle Report. 9. Whitewash 2, the UN Panel Report. Part 4. Operation Protective Edge. 10. Stall Juggernaut. 11. Israel has the right to defend itself. 12. Betrayal I, Amnesty International. 13. Betrayal 2, UN Human Rights Council. Conclusion. Appendix, is the occupation legal? Notes. Index. Preface. This book is not about Gaza. It is about what has been done to Gaza. It is fashionable nowadays to speak of a victim's agency. But one must be realistic about the constraints imposed on such agency by objective circumstance. Frederick Douglass could reclaim his manhood by striking back at a slave master who viciously abused him. Nelson Mandela could retain his dignity in jail despite conditions calibrated to humiliate and degrade him. Still, these were exceptional individuals and exceptional circumstances, and anyhow, even if he acquits himself with honor, the elemental decisions affecting the daily life of a man held in bondage and the power to effect these decisions remain outside his control. Gaza, as former British Prime Minister David Cameron observed, is an open-air prison when the Israeli warden is in charge. In the popular imagination confected by state propaganda, and dutifully echoed by everyone else in authority, Israel is almost always reacting to or retaliating against terrorism. But neither the inhuman and illegal blockade Israel imposed on Gaza nor the periodic murderous operations Israel has unleashed against it trace back to Hamas rocket fire. These were Israeli political decisions springing from Israeli political calculations, in which Hamas military actions figured as a null factor. In fact, Israel more often than not reacted to Hamas. In action, the Islamic movement refused to provide the terrorist pretext Israel sought in order to launch an operation, the predicate of which was political, not military, self-defense. Of course, if Gaza would just sink into the sea, Nobel Peace Prize laureate Yitzhak Rabin, too, or if it unilaterally surrendered its destiny to Israeli caprice, Israel wouldn't brutalize it. But short of these options, Gaza could only exercise as much, that is, as little, agency as is allocated to any people held in bondage. The notion that enhanced fireworks emanating from an anthill could, in and of themselves, inflect state policy of one of the world's most formidable military powers is laughable, or would be, were it not for that power's formidable disinformation apparatus. The focus of this book is the politics of Gaza's martyrdom. Its economic dimension has already been exhaustively and competently dissected. Point 3. An observer cannot but be struck by the reams of paper that have been expended on analyses of, and prescriptions for, Gaza's economy, even though its economy is more notional than real. The World Bank reported in 2015-16 that Gaza is now dependent for about 90% of its GDP on expenditures by the Palestinian government, the United Nations and other external remittances and donor projects. For no doubt, those who compiled these economic reports were spurred by a desire to do good, although in the end most of them capitulated to Israeli diktat. Point 5. But if Gaza survives, it's because of foreign subventions delivered in synchrony with the occasional loosening to sycophantic international fanfare of an Israeli screw. Indeed, the paradox is that as each new economic report is churned out, the day of Gaza's complete development draws nearer. It is also hard to resist the thought that Gaza would have benefited more if the time, energy, and expense invested in these meticulous reports replete with mind-numbing minutiae had simply been channeled into an open-air swimming pool, inside the open-air prison, for Gaza's bereft children. Still, they constitute an ineffaceable record of and testament to the horror that has been inflicted on Gaza. They are an eternal monument to the martyrs and an eternal accusation against their tormentors. The human rights reportage on Gaza, which forms the primary subject matter of this book, mirrors the content and has suffered the fate of these economic reports. The sheer number of human rights reports could by now fill a medium-sized library. They have generally upheld exacting standards of accuracy, and they record a ghastly tale of suffering and misery, on the one hand, and criminal excess and heartlessness, on the other. But they have been largely ignored outside a narrow coterie of specialists, and in the end the human rights community itself succumbed to the Israeli juggernaut. All the same, the reports constitute the essential resource for those who care about truth and for whom truth is precious, while even if mostly underutilized, they are the most potent weapon in the arsenal of those who hope against hope to mobilize public opinion so as to salvage a modicum of justice. What has befallen Gaza is a human-made human disaster. In its protractedness and in its starkness, in its unfolding not in the fog of war or in the obscurity of remoteness but in broad daylight and in full sight, in the complicity of so many, not just via acts of commission but also, and especially, of omission, it is moreover a distinctively evil crime. Readers will be able to judge for themselves whether this depiction is naive or whether the documentary record bears it out, whether this writer is partisan to Gaza or whether the facts are partisan to it, whether Gaza poses the challenge of competing narratives, or whether it poses the challenge of disengaging its innocence from the skein of lies concealing it. It might be politically prudent to expatiate on the complexity of Gaza. But it would also be a moral cop-out. For Gaza is about a big lie composed of 1,000, often seemingly abstruse and arcane, little lies. The objective of this book is to refute that big lie by exposing each of the little lies. It has not been a labor of love. On the contrary, it has been a painstaking, fastidious undertaking born of a visceral detestation of falsehood, in particular when it is put in the service of power and human life hangs in the balance. If the evil is in the detail, it can only be confronted and disposed of in methodical parsing of logic and evidence. The reader's forbearance must in advance be begged, as perusing this book will require infinite patience. Norman G. Finkelstein. December 31, 2016. New York City. Acknowledgements. I wish to thank for their assistance and cooperation Usama Anter, Rudolph Baldio, Kevin Bekleek, Alex Davis Lawrence, John Dugard, Marilyn Garson, Jason Gordon, Marin Hackman Mahajan, Jens Olbach Hansen, Siam Fadoli Hansen, Abdallah Hassan, Ria Julian, Sana Kasim, Yarden Katz, Philip Luther, Deborah Makobi, Sanjeev Mahajan, Alex Nuns, Muin Rabbani, Sarah Roy, Rana Shubair, Jamie Sternweiner, Desmond Traverse, and Jeff Wyneken. I wish also to acknowledge a UN spokesperson who prefers to remain anonymous. Earlier drafts of parts of this manuscript have appeared in prior publications of mine. This book has richly benefited from the absence of support from any institution or foundation. If he who pays the piper calls the tune, then no one paid this piper, so he was free to call his own tune. Part 1. Operation Cast Lead. Figure 1. White Phosphorus Attack. Copyright UNRWA 2009. 1. Self-defense. On November 29, 1947, the UN General Assembly approved a resolution partitioning British-mandated Palestine into a Jewish state incorporating 56% of Palestine, and an Arab state incorporating the remaining 44%. In the war that ensued after passage of the resolution, the newly born state of Israel expanded its borders to incorporate nearly 80% of Palestine. The only areas of Palestine not conquered comprised the West Bank, which the Kingdom of Jordan subsequently annexed, and the Gaza Strip, which came under Egypt's administrative control. The panhandle of the Sinai Peninsula, Gaza is bordered by Israel on the north and east, Egypt on the south, and the Mediterranean Sea on the west. Approximately 250,000 Palestinians driven out of their homes during the 1948 war fled to Gaza and overwhelmed the indigenous population of some 80,000. Today, more than 70% of Gaza's inhabitants consist of expellees from the 1948 war and their descendants, and more than half of this overwhelmingly refugee population is under 18 years of age. Gaza has the second highest share of people aged 0 to 14 worldwide. Its current 1.8 million inhabitants are squeezed into a sliver of land 25 miles long and 5 miles wide. It is among the most densely populated areas in the world, more crowded than even Tokyo. Between 1967, when the Israeli occupation began, and 2005, when Prime Minister Ariel Sharon redeployed Israeli troops from inside Gaza to its perimeter, Israel imposed on Gaza a uniquely exploitive regime of development. In the words of Harvard political economist Sarah Roy, it deprived the native population of its most important economic resources: land, water, and labor, as well as the internal capacity and potential for developing those resources too. The road to modern Gaza's desperate plight is strewn with multiple atrocities, most long forgotten or unknown outside Palestine. After the cessation of battlefield hostilities in 1949, Egypt kept a tight rein on the activity of Fedayeen, Palestinian guerrillas, in Gaza. But in early 1955, Israeli leaders plotted to lure Egypt into war in order to topple President Gamal Abdel Nasser. They launched a bloody cross-border raid into Gaza, killing 40 Egyptian soldiers. The Gaza raid proved a near-perfect provocation, as armed border clashes escalated. In October 1956, Israel, in collusion with Great Britain and France, invaded the Egyptian Sinai and occupied Gaza, which it had long coveted. The prominent Israeli historian Benny Morris described what happened next. Many Fedayeen and an estimated 4,000 Egyptian and Palestinian regulars were trapped in the Strip, identified, and rounded up by the IDF, Israel Defense Forces, GSS General Security Service, and police. Dozens of these Fedayeen appear to have been summarily executed, without trial. Some were probably killed during two massacres by the IDF troops soon after the occupation of the Strip. On November 3, the day Khan Yunis was conquered, IDF troops shot dead hundreds of Palestinian refugees and local inhabitants in the town. One UN report speaks of some 135 local residents and 140 refugees killed as IDF troops moved through the town and its refugee camp searching for people in possession of arms. In Rafah, which fell to the IDF on 1–2 November, Israeli troops killed between 48 and 100 refugees and several local residents, and wounded another 61 during a massive screening operation on November 12. In which they sought to identify former Egyptian and Palestinian soldiers and Fedayeen hiding among the local population. Another 66 Palestinians, probably Fedayeen, were executed in a number of other incidents during screening operations in the Gaza Strip between 2 and November 20. The United Nations estimated that, all told, Israeli troops killed between 447 and 550 Arab civilians in the first 3 weeks of the occupation of the Strip. 3. In March 1957, Israel was forced to withdraw from Gaza after U.S. President Dwight Eisenhower exerted heavy diplomatic pressure and threatened economic sanctions. By the operation's end, more than 1,000 Gazans had been killed. The human cost of the 4-month Israeli occupation of the Gaza Strip was alarmingly high, a historian recently observed. If the figures for those wounded, imprisoned, and tortured are added to the number who lost their lives, it would seem that 1 inhabitant in 100 had been physically harmed by the violence of the invaders. 4. The etiology of Gaza's current afflictions traces back to the Israeli conquest. In the course of the 1967 war, Israel reoccupied the Gaza Strip, along with the West Bank, and has remained the occupying power ever since. As Morris narrated the story, the overwhelming majority of West Bank and Gaza Arabs from the first hated the occupation. Israel intended to stay, and its rule would not be overthrown or ended through civil disobedience and civil resistance, which were easily crushed. The only real option was armed struggle. Like all occupations, Israel's was founded on brute force, repression and fear, collaboration and treachery, beatings and torture chambers, and daily intimidation, humiliation and manipulation. The occupation was always a brutal and mortifying experience for the occupied five. From the start, Palestinians fought back against the Israeli occupation. Gazans put up particularly stiff unarmed and armed resistance, while Israeli repression proved equally unremitting. In 1969, Ariel Sharon became chief of the IDF Southern Command and not long after embarked on a campaign to crush the resistance in Gaza. A leading American academic specialist on Gaza recalled how Sharon placed refugee camps under 24-hour curfews, during which troops conducted house-to-house searches and mustered all the men in the central square for questioning. Many men were forced to stand waist-deep in the Mediterranean Sea for hours during the searches. In addition, some 12,000 members of families of suspected guerrillas were deported to detention camps in Sinai. Within a few weeks, the Israeli press began to criticize the soldiers and border police for beating people, shooting into crowds, smashing belongings in houses, and imposing extreme restrictions during curfews. In July 1971, Sharon added the tactic of thinning out the refugee camps. The military uprooted more than 13,000 residents by the end of August. The army bulldozed wide roads through the camps and through some citrus groves, thus making it easier for mechanized units to operate and for the infantry to control the camps. The army crackdown broke the back of the resistance. 6. In December 1987, a traffic accident on the Gaza-Israel border that left 4 Palestinians dead triggered a mass rebellion, or intifada, against Israeli rule throughout the occupied territories. It was not an armed rebellion, Morris recalled, but a massive, persistent campaign of civil resistance, with strikes and commercial shutdowns, accompanied by violent, though unarmed, demonstrations against the occupying forces. The stone and, occasionally, the Molotov cocktail and knife were its symbols and weapons, not guns and bombs. It cannot be said, however, that Israel reacted in kind. Morris continued, almost everything was tried: shooting to kill, shooting to injure, beatings, mass arrests, torture, trials, administrative detention, and economic sanctions. A large proportion of the Palestinian dead were not shot in life-threatening situations, and a great many of these were children. Only a small minority of IDF malefactors were brought to book by the army's legal machinery and were almost always let off with ludicrously light sentences. 7. By the early 1990s, Israel had successfully repressed the First Intifada. It subsequently entered into an agreement secretly negotiated in Oslo, Norway, with the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, and ratified in September 1993 on the White House lawn. Israel intended via the Oslo Accord to streamline the occupation by removing its troops from direct contact with Palestinians and supplanting them with Palestinian subcontractors. One of the meanings of Oslo, former Israeli Foreign Minister Shlomo Ben-Ami observed, was that the PLO was Israel's collaborator in the task of stifling the Intifada and cutting short an authentically democratic struggle for Palestinian independence. 8. In particular, Israel contrived to reassign to Palestinian surrogates the sordid tasks of occupation. The idea of Oslo, former Israeli Minister Natan Sharansky acknowledged, was to find a strong dictator to keep the Palestinians under control. 9. The Palestinians will be better at establishing internal security than we were, Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin told skeptics in his ranks, because they will not allow appeals to the Supreme Court and will prevent the Association for Civil Rights in Israel from criticizing the conditions there. They will rule by their own methods, freeing, and this is most important, the Israeli soldiers from having to do what they will do. 10. In July 2000, PLO head Yasser Arafat and Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak joined U.S. President Bill Clinton at Camp David to negotiate a final settlement of the conflict. The summit collapsed in mutual recrimination. But which side bore primary culpability for the aborted talks? If I were a Palestinian, Ben Ami, one of Israel's chief negotiators at Camp David, later commented, I would have rejected Camp David as well, while Israeli strategic analyst Zeev Maz concluded that the substantial concessions Israel demanded of Palestinians at Camp David were not acceptable and could not be acceptable. 11 subsequent negotiations also failed to achieve a breakthrough. In December 2000, President Clinton unfurled his parameters for resolving the conflict. Both sides accepted them with reservations. 12 In January 2001, parleys resumed in Taba, Egypt. Although both parties affirmed that significant progress had been made and they had never been closer to agreement, Prime Minister Barak unilaterally called a halt to these negotiations, and as a result the Israeli-Palestinian peace process had ground to an indefinite halt. 13. In September 2000, amid the diplomatic stalemate and after Israeli provocation, Palestinians in the occupied territories once again entered into open revolt. Like its 1987 precursor, this second intifada was at its inception overwhelmingly nonviolent. However, in Ben Ami's words, Israel's disproportionate response to what had started as a popular uprising, with young, unarmed men confronting Israeli soldiers armed with lethal weapons, fueled the second intifada beyond control and turned it into an all-out war. 14 It is forgotten that the first deadly Hamas suicide bombing of the second intifada did not occur until 5 months into Israel's relentless bloodletting. Israeli forces had fired 1 million rounds of ammunition in just the first few days of the uprising, while the ratio of Palestinians to Israelis killed during the first weeks was 20:1.15. In the course of the spiraling violence triggered by its disproportionate response, Israel struck Gaza with special vengeance. In a cruel reworking of Ecclesiastes, each turn of season presaged yet another Israeli attack on Gaza that left scores dead and fragile infrastructure destroyed. Operation Rainbow, 2004, Operation Days of Penitence, 2004, Operation Summer Rains, 2006, Operation Autumn Clouds, 2006, Operation Hot Winter, 2008. 16 In the warped memory of Israeli President and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Shimon Peres, however, this period was another mistake. We restrained ourselves for 8 years. And allowed Gazans to shoot thousands of rockets at us. Restraint was a mistake. 17. Despite continual Israeli assaults, Gaza continued to roil. Already at the time of the Oslo Accord its intractability caused Israel to sour on the Strip. If only it would just sink into the sea, Rabin despaired. 18 In April 2004, Prime Minister Sharon announced that Israel would disengage from Gaza, and by September 2005 both Israeli troops and Jewish settlers had been pulled out. Dov Weissglass, a key advisor to Sharon, laid out the rationale behind the disengagement: it would relieve international, in particular American, pressure on Israel, in turn freezing the political process. And when you freeze that process you prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state. 19 Israel subsequently purported that it was no longer the occupying power in Gaza. However, human rights organizations and international institutions rejected this contention. The fact was, in myriad ways Israel still preserved near total dominance of the Strip. Whether the Israeli army is inside Gaza or redeployed around its periphery, Human Rights Watch concluded, it remains in control. 20 Israel's own leading authority on international law, Yoram Dinstein, aligned himself with the prevalent opinion that the Israeli occupation of Gaza was not over. 21. The received wisdom is that the process initiated at Oslo must be reckoned a failure because it did not yield a lasting peace. But such a verdict misconstrues its actual objective. If Israel's goal was, as Ben Ami pointed out, to groom a class of Palestinian collaborators, then Oslo was a stunning success for Israelis. Indeed, not just for them. A look at the Oslo II Accord, signed in September 1995 and spelling out in detail the mutual rights and duties of the contracting parties to the 1993 agreement, suggests what loomed largest in the minds of Palestinian negotiators, whereas 4 full pages are devoted to passage of Palestinian VIPs. The section is subdivided into Category 1 VIPs, Category 2 VIPs, Category 3 VIPs, and Secondary VIPs. Less than 1 page, the very last, is devoted to release of Palestinian prisoners and detainees, who numbered in the many thousands. 22. In a telling anomaly, the Oslo Accord stipulated a 5-year interim period for so-called confidence building between the former foes. Contrariwise, when and where Israel genuinely sought peace, the reconciliation process unfolded at a rapid clip. Thus, for decades Egypt was Israel's chief nemesis in the Arab world, and it was Egypt that launched a surprise attack in 1973, in the course of which thousands of Israeli soldiers perished. Nevertheless, only a half-year separated the 1978 Camp David summit convened by U.S. President Jimmy Carter, which produced the Israeli-Egyptian Framework for Peace, and the 1979 Treaty of Peace, which formally terminated hostilities, and only 3 more years elapsed before Israel evacuated, in 1982, the whole of the Egyptian Sinai. 23. A half-decade of confidence building did not insert itself in the Israeli-Egyptian negotiations. The barely disguised purpose of Oslo's protracted interim period was not confidence building to facilitate an Israeli-Palestinian peace but collaboration building to facilitate a burden-free Israeli occupation. The operative premise was that after growing accustomed to the emoluments of power and privilege, the stratum of Palestinian beneficiaries would be averse to parting with them. However reluctantly, they would do the bidding of the power that meted out the largest and afforded them significant perquisites. 24. The transition period also enabled Israel to gauge the dependability of these Palestinian subcontractors, as crises periodically erupted that tested their loyalty. By the end of the Oslo peace process, Israel could count among its many blessings that the number of Israeli troops serving in the occupied Palestinian territories was at the lowest level since the start of the First Intifada. 25. The only holdout in the Palestinian leadership was its chairman. Notwithstanding his legendary opportunism, Arafat carried in him a residue of his nationalist past and would not settle for presiding over a South Africa, like Bantustan. Once he passed from the scene in 2004, however, all the pieces were in place for the Palestinian Authority implanted in the occupied territories to reach a modus vivendi with Israel. Except that it was too late. In 2006, disgusted by years of official corruption and fruitless negotiations, Palestinians voted into office the Islamic movement Hamas, in an election that was widely heralded as completely honest and fair. Jimmy Carter. 26. Privately, Senator Hillary Clinton rued that the United States didn't rig the outcome. We should have made sure that we did something to determine who was going to win. 27. Since its establishment in 1988, Hamas had formally rejected the internationally endorsed terms for resolving the Israel-Palestine conflict. However, its participation in the electoral contest signaled the possibility that the Islamic movement was evolving and could evolve still more. 28. But Israel immediately tightened its siege, and economic activity in Gaza came to a standstill, moving into survival mode. 29. The United States and European Union followed suit, as they inflicted devastating financial sanctions. 30. If the noose was tightened around Hamas alongside the people of Gaza, it was because they did as told. They participated in democratic elections. The unstated subtext, ignorance of which cost Gaza dearly, was that Hamas was obliged to lose. The UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in the occupied Palestinian territories noted other anomalies of this punitive response. In effect, the Palestinian people have been subjected to economic sanctions the first time an occupied people have been so treated. This is difficult to understand. Israel is in violation of major Security Council and General Assembly resolutions dealing with unlawful territorial change and the violation of human rights and has failed to implement the 2004 advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice, yet it escapes the imposition of sanctions. Instead, the Palestinian people have been subjected to possibly the most rigorous form of international sanctions imposed in modern times. 31. The impetus behind this ruthless economic warfare targeting a freely elected government of a people under occupation was to ensure Hamas's failure so as to discredit it as a governing body. 32. The Islamic movement was called upon simultaneously by Washington and Brussels to renounce violence, and recognize Israel as well as prior Israeli-Palestinian agreements. 33. These preconditions for international engagement were unilateral. Israel wasn't compelled to renounce violence, Israel wasn't compelled to recognize the reciprocal Palestinian right to statehood along the 1967 border, and whereas Hamas was compelled to recognize prior agreements, such as the Oslo Accord, which legitimated the occupation and enabled Israel to vastly increase its illegal settlements, Israel was free to eviscerate prior agreements, such as the Bush administration's 2003 roadmap. 34. In effect, Western powers were setting unattainable preconditions for dialogue with the Islamic movement. 35. Hamas's success in the Palestinian elections of January 2006, a 2014 study concludes, could have augured a peaceful political evolution, but only if the active interference of the United States and the passivity of the European Union had not sabotaged this experiment in government. 36. In 2007, Hamas consolidated its control of Gaza after foiling a coup attempt orchestrated by Washington in league with Israel and elements of the Palestinian Old Guard. 37. When Hamas preempts a putsch, a senior Israeli intelligence figure later scoffed, everyone cries foul, claiming it's a military putsch by Hamas. But who did the putsch? 38. Although reviling Hamas as cruel, disgusting and hate-filled, an editor of Israel's largest circulation newspaper echoed this heterodox take on what had transpired. Hamas did not seize control of Gaza. It took the action needed to enforce its authority, disarming and destroying a militia that refused to bow to its authority. 39. The United States and Israel reacted promptly to Hamas's rejection of this democracy promotion bid, i.e., the coup attempt, by further tightening the screws on Gaza. 40. In June 2008, Hamas and Israel entered into a ceasefire brokered by Egypt, but in November of that year Israel violated the ceasefire. It carried out a lethal border raid on Gaza reminiscent of its 1955 cross-border attack. Then and now, the objective was to provoke retaliation and thus provide the pretext for a massive assault. Indeed, the border raid proved to be the preamble to a bloody invasion. On December 27, 2008, Israel launched Operation Cast Lead 41. It began with an aerial blitz that was followed by a combined aerial and ground assault. Piloting the most advanced combat aircraft in the world, the Israeli Air Force flew nearly 3,000 sorties over Gaza and dropped 1,000 tons of explosives, while the Israeli army deployed several brigades equipped with sophisticated intelligence-gathering systems, and weaponry such as robotic and TV-aided remote-controlled guns. On the other side, Hamas 42 launched several hundred rudimentary rockets and mortar shells into Israel. On January 18, 2009, Israel declared a unilateral ceasefire, apparently at the behest of Barack Obama, whose presidential investiture was to take place 2 days later. 43. However, the siege of Gaza persisted. The Bush administration and the U.S. Congress lent Israel unqualified support during the attack. A resolution laying full culpability on Hamas for the ensuing death and destruction passed unanimously in the Senate and 390 to 5 in the House. 44. But overwhelmingly, international public opinion, including wide swaths of Jewish public opinion, recoiled at Israel's assault on a defenseless civilian population. 45. In 2009, a United Nations Human Rights Council fact-finding mission, chaired by the respected South African jurist Richard Goldstone, released a voluminous report documenting Israel's commission of massive war crimes and possible crimes against humanity. The report accused Hamas of committing cognate crimes but on a scale that paled by comparison. It was clear that, in the words of Israeli columnist Gideon Levy, this time we went too far. 46. Israel officially justified Operation Cast Lead on the grounds of self-defense against Hamas rocket attacks. 47. Such a rationale did not, however, withstand even superficial scrutiny. If Israel wanted to avert Hamas rocket attacks, it would not have triggered them by breaching the 2008 ceasefire. 48 It could also have opted for renewing and for a change, honoring the ceasefire. In fact, as a former Israeli intelligence officer told the crisis group, the ceasefire options on the table after the war were in place there before it. 49 If the goal of Cast Lead was to destroy the infrastructure of terrorism, then Israel's alibi of self-defense appeared even less credible after the invasion. Overwhelmingly, Israel targeted not Hamas strongholds but decidedly non-terrorist, non-Hamas sites. 50 The human rights context further undermined Israel's claim of self-defense. The 2008 annual report of B'Tselem, Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, documented that between January 1 and December 26, 2008, Israeli security forces killed 455 Palestinians, of whom at least 175 were civilians, while Palestinians killed 31 Israelis, of whom 21 were civilians. Hence, on the eve of Israel's so-called war of self-defense, the ratio of total Palestinians to Israelis killed stood at almost 15:1, while the ratio of Palestinian civilians to Israeli civilians killed was at least 8:1. In Gaza alone, Israel killed at least 158 non-combatants in 2008, while Hamas rocket attacks killed 7 Israeli civilians, a ratio of more than 22:1. Israel deplored the detention by Hamas of 1 Israeli combatant captured in 2006, yet Israel detained some 8,000 Palestinian political prisoners, including 60 women and 390 children, of whom 548 were held in administrative detention without charge or trial, 42 of them for more than 2 years. 51 Its ever-tightening noose around Gaza compounded Israel's disproportionate breach of Palestinian human rights. The blockade amounted to collective punishment, a serious violation of international humanitarian law. 52 In September 2008, the World Bank described Gaza as starkly transformed from a potential trade route to a walled hub of humanitarian donations. 53 In mid-December, the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, reported that Israel's 18-month-long blockade has created a profound human dignity crisis, leading to a widespread erosion of livelihoods and a significant deterioration in infrastructure and essential services. 54 If Gazans lacked electricity for as many as 16 hours each day, if Gazans received water only once a week for a few hours, and 80% of the water was unfit for human consumption, if 1 of every 2 Gazans was unemployed and food insecure, if 20% of essential drugs in Gaza were at zero level and more than 20% of patients suffering from cancer, heart disease, and other severe conditions were unable to get permits for medical care abroad, if Gazans clung to life by the thinnest of threads, it traced back, ultimately, to the Israeli siege. The people of Gaza, OCHA concluded, felt a growing sense of being trapped, physically, intellectually and emotionally. To judge by the human rights balance sheet at the end of 2008, and setting aside that the ceasefire was broken by Israel, didn't Palestinians have a much stronger case than Israel for resorting to armed self-defense? 2. Deterring Arabs, deterring peace. Operation Cast Lead proved to be a public relations debacle for Israel. However much they might have preferred otherwise, Western media, pundits, and diplomats could not ignore the massive death and destruction in Gaza. If it wasn't self-defense, what then impelled Israel to prosecute a campaign against a civilian population that was bound to elicit stinging rebukes abroad? Early speculation focused on the jockeying for votes in the upcoming 2009 election. Polls during the invasion showed that 80 to 90% of Israeli Jews supported it. In the context of almost unanimous support of the operation by the Israeli public, the Association for Civil Rights in Israel subsequently noted, tolerance of any dissent was minimal. But as veteran Israeli journalist Gideon Levy pointed out, Israel went through a very similar war 2.5 years ago in Lebanon, when there were no elections. In fact, Israeli leaders recoil at jeopardizing critical state interests, such as by launching a war, simply for electoral gain. Even in recent decades, when the Israeli political scene has become more squalid, one would be hard-pressed to name a major military campaign set in motion for partisan political ends. 3 The principal motives behind the Gaza invasion traced back not to the election cycle but to the dual necessity of restoring Israel's deterrence capacity, and scotching the threat posed by a new Palestinian peace offensive. Israel's larger concern in cast lead. New York Times. Middle East correspondent Ethan Bronner reported, quoting Israeli sources, was to re-establish Israeli deterrence, because its enemies are less afraid of it than they once were, or should be, for preserving its deterrence capacity looms large in Israeli strategic doctrine. Indeed, this consideration was a major impetus behind Israel's first strike against Egypt in June 1967, which resulted in Israel's occupation of Gaza and the West Bank. To justify cast lead, Israeli historian Benny Morris recalled that many Israelis feel that the walls are closing in, much as they felt in early June 1967. 5 But although ordinary Israelis were filled with foreboding before the June war, Israel did not face an existential threat at the time, as Morris knows. 6 And Israeli leaders did not doubt they would emerge victorious in the event of war. After Israel threatened, and then laid plans, to attack Syria in May 1967, 7 Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser deployed Egyptian troops in the Sinai and announced that the Straits of Tiran would be closed to Israeli shipping. Egypt had entered into a military pact with Syria a few months earlier. Israeli Foreign Minister Abba Eban emotively declared that because of the blockade, Israel could only breathe with a single lung. But except for the passage of oil, of which it then had ample stocks, Israel made practically no use of the straits. Besides, Nasser did not enforce the blockade, vessels were passing freely through the straits within days of his announcement. What then of the military threat posed by Egypt? Multiple U.S. intelligence agencies had concluded that Egypt did not intend to attack Israel and that in the improbable case that it did, alone or in concert with other Arab countries, Israel would, in President Lyndon Johnson's words, whip the hell out of them. 8 Meanwhile, the head of the Mossad told senior American officials on June 1, 1967 that there were no differences between the U.S. and the Israelis on the military intelligence picture or its interpretation. 9 So, Israel itself must have been aware that Nasser did not intend to attack and that the Egyptian army would be trounced if he did. The real predicament facing Israel was the growing perception in the Arab world, spurred by Nasser's radical nationalism and climaxing in his defiant gestures in May 1967, that it no longer needed to fear the Jewish state. Divisional Commander Ariel Sharon admonished cabinet members hesitating to launch a first strike that Israel was losing its deterrence capability. Our main weapon. The fear of us. 10 In effect. Deterrence capacity. Denoted, not warding off an imminent existential threat, but putting rivals on notice that any future challenge to Israeli power would be met with decisive force. The Israeli Army Command was not too worried about an Egyptian surprise attack, Israeli strategic analyst Zeev Maz concluded. Rather, the key question was how to restore the credibility of Israeli deterrence. 11. The ejection of the Israeli occupying army from Lebanon in 2000 by Hezbollah posed a new challenge to Israel's deterrence capacity. The fact that it suffered a humiliating defeat, and that Hezbollah's victory was celebrated throughout the Arab world, made another war well-nigh inevitable. Israel immediately began planning for the next round. 12 It found a plausible pretext in 2006 when Hezbollah killed several Israeli soldiers and captured 2, and then demanded in exchange the release of Lebanese prisoners held in Israeli jails. Although it unleashed the full fury of its air force and geared up for a ground invasion, Israel suffered a second ignominious defeat in the summer 2006 war. The IAF Israeli Air Force, the arm of the Israeli military that had once destroyed whole air forces in a few days, a respected U.S. military analyst concluded, not only proved unable to stop Hezbollah rocket strikes, but even to do enough damage to prevent Hezbollah's rapid recovery, while Israeli ground forces were badly shaken and bogged down by a well-equipped and capable foe. 13. The juxtaposition of several figures highlights the magnitude of the Israeli setback. Israel deployed 30,000 troops against 2,000 regular Hezbollah fighters and 4,000 irregular Hezbollah and non-Hezbollah fighters. Israel delivered and fired 162,000 weapons, whereas Hezbollah fired 5,000 weapons, 4,000 rockets and projectiles at Israel and 1,000 anti-tank missiles inside Lebanon. 14. What's more, the vast majority of the fighters Israeli troops did battle with were not regular Hezbollah fighters, and in some cases were not even members of Hezbollah, and many of Hezbollah's best and most skilled fighters never saw action, lying in wait along the Litani River with the expectation that the IDF Israel Defense Forces assault would be much deeper and arrive much faster than it did. 15. On the political front, it was indicative of Israel's reversal of fortune that for the first time, it fought not in defiance of a UN ceasefire resolution but, instead, in the hope that such a resolution would rescue it from a quagmire. Frustration with the conduct and outcome of the Second 2006 Lebanon War, an influential Israeli think tank later reported, led Israel to initiate a thorough internal examination. On the order of 63 different commissions of inquiry. 16. After the 2006 war, Israel was itching to re-engage Hezbollah but wasn't yet confident it would emerge triumphant from the battlefield. In mid-2008, Israel sought to conscript the United States for a joint attack on Iran, which perforce would also decapitate Hezbollah, Iran's junior partner, and consequently neuter the principal rivals to its regional hegemony. Israel and its quasi-emissaries, such as Benny Morris, warned that if the United States did not go along, then non-conventional weaponry will have to be used, and many innocent Iranians will die. 17. To Israel's chagrin and mortification, Washington vetoed an attack and Iran went its merry way. The credibility of Israel's capacity to terrorize had slipped another notch. The time had come to find a different target. Tiny Gaza, poorly defended but proudly defiant, fitted the bill. Although feebly armed, Hamas had resisted Israeli diktat. It even crowed that it had forced Israel to withdraw from Gaza in 2005 and had compelled Israel to acquiesce in a ceasefire in 2008. If Gaza was where Israel would restore its deterrence capacity, one theater of the 2006 war hinted at how it might be done. In the course of its attack, Israel flattened the southern suburb of Beirut known as the Dahiya, which was home to Hezbollah's poor Shiite constituents. After the war, Israeli military officers gestured to the Dahiya doctrine as they formulated contingency plans. We will wield disproportionate power against every village from which shots are fired on Israel, and cause immense damage and destruction. This isn't a suggestion. This is a plan that has already been authorized. Head of IDF Northern Command Gadi Eisenkot. The next war will lead to the elimination of the Lebanese military, the destruction of the national infrastructure, and intense suffering among the population. Serious damage to the Republic of Lebanon, the destruction of homes and infrastructure, and the suffering of hundreds of thousands of people are consequences that can influence Hezbollah's behavior more than anything else. Head of Israeli National Security Council Jorah Island. With an outbreak of hostilities, Israel will need to act immediately, decisively, and with force that is disproportionate. Such a response aims at inflicting damage and meting out punishment to an extent that will demand long and expensive reconstruction processes. Reserve Colonel Gabriel Sibonai, 18. The use of disproportionate force and targeting civilian infrastructure constitute war crimes under international law. Although the Dahiya doctrine was formulated with all of Israel's rivals in mind, Gaza was singled out as the prime target. Too bad it did not take hold immediately after the 2005 disengagement from Gaza and the first rocket barrages, a respected Israeli pundit lamented in October 2008. Had we immediately adopted the Dahiya strategy, we would have likely spared ourselves much trouble. If and when Palestinians launched another rocket attack, Israeli Interior Minister Meir Sheitrit exhorted a month before, the IDF should Decide on a neighborhood in Gaza and level it. 19. The operative plan for Cast Lead could be gleaned from authoritative Israeli statements as the assault got underway. What we have to do is act systematically, with the aim of punishing all the organizations that are firing the rockets and mortars, as well as the civilians who are enabling them to fire and hide. Reserve Major General Amiram Levin: after this operation, there will not be one Hamas building left standing in Gaza. Deputy IDF Chief of Staff Dan Harrell: anything affiliated with Hamas is a legitimate target. IDF spokesperson Major Avital Leibowitz: for sheer brazenness and brutality, however, it would be hard to beat Deputy Prime Minister Eli Yishai. It should be possible to destroy Gaza, so that they will understand not to mess with us. It is a great opportunity to demolish thousands of houses of all the terrorists, so they will think twice before they launch rockets. I hope the operation will come to an end with the complete destruction of terrorism and Hamas. THIRD should be razed to the ground, so thousands of houses, tunnels and industries will be demolished. The military correspondent for Israel's Channel 10 News observed that Israel isn't trying to hide the fact that it reacts disproportionately. 20. Israeli media exulted at the shock and awe of the opening air campaign that was designed to engender a sense of dread. 21. No doubt, it was mission accomplished. Whereas Israel killed 55 Lebanese during the first 2 days of the 2006 war, it killed as many as 300 Gazans in just 4 minutes on the first day of Cast Lead. The majority of targets were located in densely populated residential areas, while the bombardments began at around 11:30 a.m. when the streets were full of civilians, including school children leaving classes at the end of the morning shift and those going to school for the second shift. 22. A respected Israeli strategic analyst observed several days into the slaughter, the IDF, which planned to attack buildings and sites populated by hundreds of people, did not warn them in advance to leave, but intended to kill a great many of them, and succeeded. 23. In the meantime, Benny Morris praised Israel's highly efficient air assault on Hamas, and a U.S. military analyst marveled at the masterful precision of the attack. 24. But veteran Israeli columnist B. Michael was less impressed by the dispatch of helicopter gunships and jet planes over a giant prison and firing at its people. 25. On just the first day, Israeli aerial strikes killed or fatally injured at least 16 children, while an Israeli drone-launched precision missile killed 9 college students, 2 of them young women, who were waiting for a UN bus to take them home. Human Rights Watch, HRW, found that no Palestinian fighters were active on the street or in the immediate area just prior to or at the time of the attack on the collegians. 26. As Cast Lead proceeded apace, prominent Israelis dropped all pretense that its purpose was to stop Hamas rocket fire. Remember, Israeli Defense Minister Ehud Barak's real foe is not Hamas, a former Israeli minister told the Crisis Group. It is the memory of 2006. 27. Others gloated that Gaza is to Lebanon as the second sitting for an exam is to the first a second chance to get it right, and that Israel had hurled back Gaza not just 20 years, as in Lebanon, but into the 1940s, that if Israel regained its deterrence capabilities, it was because the war in Gaza has compensated for the shortcomings of the Lebanon war, that there is no doubt that Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah is upset these days. There will no longer be anyone in the Arab world who can claim that Israel is weak. Looking back a year later, an Israeli military correspondent recalled that the Israeli assault was considered to be an effective remedy to the failures of the 2006 Second Lebanon War. 28. Thomas Friedman, New York Times, foreign affairs expert, joined in the chorus of hallelujahs during Cast Lead. Israel actually won the 2006 Lebanon War, according to Friedman, because it had administered an education to Hezbollah by inflicting substantial property damage and collateral casualties on Lebanon. Fearing the Lebanese people's wrath, Hezbollah would think 3 times next time before defying Israel. He also expressed hope that Israel would educate Hamas by inflicting a heavy death toll on Hamas militants and heavy pain on the Gaza population. To justify its targeting of Lebanon's civilian population during the 2006 war, Friedman alleged that Israel had no choice. Hezbollah created a very flat military network, deeply embedded in the local towns and villages, and insofar as Hezbollah nested among civilians, the only long-term source of deterrence was to exact enough pain on the civilians to restrain Hezbollah in the future. 29 If, for argument's sake, Friedman's hollow coinage is set aside, what does flat mean, and if it is also set aside that he not only alleged that killing of civilians was unavoidable but also advocated targeting civilians as a deterrence strategy? Still, the question remains, was Hezbollah embedded in, nested among, and intertwined with the civilian population? An exhaustive investigation by HRW concluded that, overwhelmingly, it was not. We found strong evidence that Hezbollah stored most of its rockets in bunkers and weapons storage facilities located in uninhabited fields and valleys, that in the vast majority of cases Hezbollah fighters left populated civilian areas as soon as the fighting started, and that Hezbollah fired the vast majority of its rockets from pre-prepared positions outside villages, in all but a few of the cases of civilian deaths we investigated. Hezbollah fighters had not mixed with the civilian population or taken other actions to contribute to the targeting of a particular home or vehicle by Israeli forces. Israel's own firing patterns in Lebanon support the conclusion that Hezbollah fired large numbers of its rockets from tobacco fields, banana, olive, and citrus groves, and more remote, unpopulated valleys. 30 A U.S. Army War College study, based largely on interviews with Israeli soldiers who fought in the 2006 Lebanon War, echoed HRW's conclusions. The key battlefields in the land campaign south of the Litani River were mostly devoid of civilians, and IDF participants consistently report little or no meaningful intermingling of Hezbollah fighters and non-combatants. Nor is there any systematic reporting of Hezbollah using civilians in the combat zone as shields. 31 Rather than confronting Israel's army head-on, Friedman went on to assert, Hezbollah targeted Israel's civilian population so as to provoke Israeli retaliatory strikes that would unavoidably kill Lebanese civilians and inflame the Arab-Muslim street. But numerous studies have shown 32 and Israeli officials themselves have conceded 33 that during the guerrilla war it waged against the Israeli occupying army, Hezbollah targeted Israeli civilians only after Israel targeted Lebanese civilians. In the 2006 war, Hezbollah again targeted Israeli civilian concentrations after Israel inflicted heavy casualties on Lebanese civilians, and Hezbollah leader Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah avowed that it would target Israeli civilians only as long as the enemy undertakes its aggression without limits or red lines. 34. If Israel targeted the Lebanese civilian population during the 2006 war, it was not because another option didn't present itself, and not because Hezbollah had provoked it. Rather, it was because terrorizing Lebanese civilians appeared to be a low-cost method of education. Such a strategy was clearly preferable to tangling with a determined foe and enduring heavy combatant casualties. It didn't work out quite as planned, however. Hezbollah's unexpectedly fierce resistance prevented Israel from claiming victory. Still, Israel did successfully educate the Lebanese people. Hezbollah was accordingly chastened not to provide Israel a casus belli. 2 years later during Cast Lead. 35 Israel's pedagogy scored a yet more smashing success in Gaza. It was hard to convince Gazans whose homes were demolished and family and friends killed and injured, the crisis group observed after Cast Lead, that this amounted to victory, as Hamas boasted. 36 In the case of Gaza, Israel could also lay claim to a military victory, but only because, in the words of Gideon Levy, a large, broad army is fighting against a helpless population and a weak, ragged organization that has fled the conflict zones and is barely putting up a fight. 37. The rationale for Cast Lead advanced by Friedman in the pages of the New York Times amounted to apologetics for state terrorism. 38 Indeed, Israel's evolving modus operandi for restoring its deterrence capacity described a curve steadily regressing into barbarism. Israel won its victory in 1967 primarily on the battlefield, albeit in a Turkey Shoot-39, while in subsequent armed hostilities it endeavored both to achieve a battlefield victory and to bombard the civilian population into abjection. But Israel targeted Gaza to restore its deterrence capacity because it eschewed any of the risks of a conventional war. It targeted Gaza because it was largely defenseless. Its resort to unalloyed terror in turn revealed the IDF's relative decline as a fighting force, while the celebration of Israel's military prowess during and after cast lead by the likes of Benny Morris registered the growing detachment of Israeli intellectuals, and a good share of the public as well, from reality. 40 A supplementary benefit of the high-tech, cost-free deterrence strategy targeting civilians was that it restored Israel's domestic morale. A 2009 internal union document found that one significant achievement of cast-led was that it dispelled doubts among Israelis about their ability and the power of the IDF to issue a blow to its enemies. The use of excessive force proves Israel is the landlord. The pictures of destruction were intended more for Israeli eyes than those of Israel's enemies, eyes starved of revenge and national pride. 41. Beyond restoring its deterrence capacity, Israel's principal objective in Operation Cast Lead was to fend off the latest threat posed by Palestinian pragmatism. The Palestinian leadership was aligning itself too closely with global opinion for Israel's comfort. The international community has consistently supported a settlement of the Israel-Palestine conflict that calls for two states based on a full Israeli withdrawal to its pre-June 1967 borders, and a just resolution of the refugee question based on the right of return and compensation. 42 The two notable exceptions to this broad consensus have been Israel and the United States. Consider the annual UN General Assembly, UNGA, vote on the resolution titled Peaceful Settlement of the Question of Palestine. The resolution incorporates these tenets for achieving a two-state solution of Israel and Palestine. 1. Affirming the principle of the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war. 2. Reaffirming the illegality of the Israeli settlements in the Palestinian territory occupied since 1967, including East Jerusalem. 3. Stresses the need for a. The withdrawal of Israel from the Palestinian territory occupied since 1967, including East Jerusalem. b. The realization of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people, primarily the right to self-determination and the right to their independent state, and 4. Also stresses the need for justly resolving the problem of Palestine refugees in conformity with its Resolution 194, 3, of December 11, 1948. 43 Table 1 records the vote on this resolution in the years preceding Cast Lead. At the regional level, a 2002 Arab League summit in Beirut unanimously put forth a peace initiative echoing the UN consensus, while all 57 members of the Organization of the Islamic Conference, OIC, including the Islamic Republic of Iran, adopted the Arab Peace Initiative to resolve the issue of Palestine and the Middle East, and decided to use all possible means in order to explain and clarify the full implications of this initiative and win international support for its implementation. 44 The Arab League initiative commits it not just to recognize Israel but also to establish normal relations once Israel implements the consensus terms for a comprehensive peace. Israel began construction in 2002 of a physical barrier that encroached deeply into the West Bank and took a sinuous path incorporating the large settlement blocks. The UN General Assembly requested that the International Court of Justice, ICJ, clarify the legal consequences arising from the construction of the wall being built by Israel. In 2004, the court rendered its landmark advisory opinion. 45 In the process of ruling that the wall was illegal, the ICJ also reiterated key elements of the juridical framework for resolving the Israel-Palestine conflict. 46 It inventoried these rules and principles of international law which are relevant in assessing the legality of the measures taken by Israel. 1. No territorial acquisition resulting from the threat or use of force shall be recognized as legal, and 2. The policy and Practices of Israel in establishing settlements in the Palestinian and other Arab territories occupied since 1967 have no legal validity. In its subsequent deliberations on whether the construction of the wall has breached these rules and principles, the ICJ found that both the General Assembly and the Security Council have referred, with regard to Palestine, to the customary rule of the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war. It is on this same basis that the Security Council has several times condemned the measures taken by Israel to change the status of Jerusalem. As regards the principle of the right of peoples to self-determination, the existence of a Palestinian people is no longer in issue. Its rights include the right to self-determination. The court concludes that the Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, have been established in breach of international law. Not one of the 15 judges sitting on the ICJ registered dissent from these basic principles and findings. It can scarcely be argued, however, that they evinced prejudice against Israel, or that it was a kangaroo court, as Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz alleged. 47 Several of the judges, although voting with the majority, expressed profound sympathy for Israel's plight in their respective separate opinions. If the judges were nearly of one mind in their final determination, this consensus sprang not from collective prejudice but from the factual situation, the uncontroversial nature of the legal principles at stake and Israel's unambiguous violation of them. Even the one judge who voted against the 14-person majority condemning Israel's construction of the wall, Thomas Bjergenthal, from the U.S., was at pains to stress that there was much in the advisory opinion with which I agree. On the critical question of Israeli settlements, he stated, paragraph 6 of Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention does not admit for exception on grounds of military or security exigencies. It provides that the occupying power shall not deport or transfer parts of its own civilian population in the territory it occupies. I agree that this provision applies to the Israeli settlements in the West Bank and that their existence violates Article 49, paragraph 6. A broad international consensus has also crystallized upholding the Palestinian right of return. The annual UN resolution, supported overwhelmingly by member states, calls for a settlement of the refugee question on the basis of UNGA Resolution 194. This latter resolution resolves that the refugees wishing to return to their homes and live at peace with their neighbors should be permitted to do so at the earliest practicable date, and that compensation should be paid for property of those choosing not to return. In addition, respected human rights organizations urge Israel to recognize the right to return for those Palestinians, and their descendants, who fled from territory that is now within the State of Israel, and who have maintained appropriate links with that territory, HRW, and call for Palestinians who fled or were expelled from Israel, the West Bank or Gaza Strip, along with those of their descendants who have maintained genuine links with the area, to be able to exercise their right to return. Amnesty International, point 48. The upshot is that a broad consensus has long existed on the full spectrum of purportedly vexed final status issues: borders, settlements, East Jerusalem, refugees. While Israel's stance on each of these issues has been overwhelmingly rejected by the most representative political body in the international community, as well as by the most authoritative judicial body and human rights organizations in the world, the Palestinian Authority not only acquiesced in the terms of the global consensus before cast lead, but also made significant concessions going beyond it. Point 49. But what about the Hamas authorities in Gaza? A 2009 study by a U.S. government agency concluded that Hamas had been carefully and consciously adjusting its political program for years and had sent repeated signals that it is ready to begin a process of coexisting with Israel. 50. Just a few months before cast lead, Khalid Mishal, the head of Hamas's Politburo, stated in an interview that most Palestinian forces, including Hamas, accept a state on the 1967 borders. 51. Even right after the devastation wreaked by the invasion, Mishal reiterated that the objective remains the constitution of a Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, the return of the Israelis to the pre-67 borders and the right of return of our refugees. 52. In a complementary formula, Ms. Hull told former U.S. President Jimmy Carter in 2006 that Hamas agreed to accept any peace agreement negotiated between the leaders of the PLO Palestine Liberation Organization and Israel, provided it is subsequently approved by Palestinians in a referendum or by a democratically elected government. 53 But what about Hamas's notoriously anti-Semitic charter? In fact, from the mid-1990s onward, Hamas rarely, if at all, invoked its charter, to the point that it no longer cites or refers to it. 54 Israeli officials knew full well before they launched Cast Lead that a diplomatic settlement could have been reached with Hamas despite the charter. The Hamas leadership has recognized that its ideological goal is not attainable and will not be in the foreseeable future, former Mossad head Ephraim Levy observed in 2008. They are ready and willing to see the establishment of a Palestinian state in the temporary borders of 1967. They know that the moment a Palestinian state is established with their cooperation, THIRD will have to adopt a path that could lead them far from their original ideological goals. 55. The flagrant pragmatism of Palestinian leaders figured as a critical factor in Israel's decision to attack. After rejecting Hamas's ceasefire proposals for months, Israel finally agreed to them in June 2008. 56 It's instructive to recall what happened next. Hamas was careful to maintain the ceasefire, a semi-official Israeli publication conceded, despite the fact that Israel reneged on the crucial quid pro quo to substantially relax the siege of Gaza. The lull was sporadically violated by rocket and mortar shell fire, carried out by rogue terrorist organizations, the Israeli source continued. At the same time, the Hamas movement tried to enforce the terms of the arrangement on the other terrorist organizations and to prevent them from violating it. 57 The Islamic movement had on this occasion honored its word and consequently made itself a credible negotiating partner. Hamas's acceptance of the two-state settlement, on the one hand, and the ceasefire, on the other, put Israel on the diplomatic defensive. It could no longer justify shunning Hamas, and it was only a matter of time before Europeans renewed dialogue and relations with the Islamic movement. The prospect of an incoming U.S. administration negotiating with Iran and Hamas, and inching closer to the international consensus for settling the Israel-Palestine conflict which some centrist U.S. policymakers now advocated. 58 Threatened to cast a yet more piercing light on Israeli intransigence. In its 2008 annual assessment, the Jewish People Policy Planning Institute, headquartered in Jerusalem and chaired by the redoubtable Dennis Ross, cautioned, the advent of the new administration in the U.S. could be accompanied by an overall political reassessment. The Iran issue could come to be viewed as the key to the stabilization of the Middle East, and a strategy seeking a comprehensive regional deal may be devised, which would include a relatively aggressive effort to resolve the Israeli-Arab conflict. 59 In an alternate scenario, speculated on later by Hezbollah's Nasrallah, the incoming U.S. administration planned to convene an international peace conference of Americans, Israelis, Europeans, and so-called Arab moderates to impose a settlement. The one obstacle was Palestinian resistance and the Hamas government in Gaza. Getting rid of this stumbling block is the true goal of Cast Lead. 60 In either case, Israel needed to provoke Hamas into resuming its attacks. If Hamas rose to the bait and armed hostilities ensued, it would be disqualified as a legitimate negotiating partner, as intransigence got the upper hand in internal struggles, or it would be physically wiped out so as to make way for a settlement on Israel's terms. This was not the first time Israel had confronted such a triple threat: Arab League peace initiative, Palestinian acquiescence in a two-state settlement, Palestinian acceptance of a ceasefire, and it was also not the first time Israel had embarked on provocation and war to nip it in the bud. By the late 1970s, a pair of Israeli scholars recalled, the two-state solution had won the support of the Palestinian leadership in the occupied territories as well as that of most Arab states and other members of the international community. 61 In addition, PLO leaders headquartered in Lebanon had strictly adhered to a ceasefire with Israel negotiated in 1981-62 while Saudi Arabia unveiled in 1981, and the Arab League subsequently approved, a peace plan based on the two-state settlement. 63. Mindful of these ominous developments, Israel stepped up preparations in late 1981 to destroy the PLO.64. In his analysis of the build-up to Israel's 1982 invasion of Lebanon, Israeli strategic analyst Avner Yaniv reported that PLO leader Yasser Arafat was contemplating a historic compromise with the Zionist state, whereas all Israeli cabinets since 1967 as well as leading mainstream doves opposed a Palestinian state. Fearing diplomatic pressure, Israel maneuvered to sabotage the two-state settlement by eliminating the PLO as a potential negotiating partner. It conducted punitive military raids deliberately out of proportion that targeted Palestinian and Lebanese civilians, in order to weaken PLO moderates, strengthen the hand of Arafat's radical rivals, and guarantee the PLO's inflexibility. Ultimately, however, Israel had to choose between two stark options: a political move leading to a historic compromise with the PLO, or preemptive military action against it. To fend off Arafat's peace offensive, Yaniv's telling phrase, Israel embarked on military action in June 1982. The Israeli invasion had been preceded by more than a year of effective ceasefire with the PLO. But after murderous Israeli provocations, the last of which left as many as 200 civilians dead, including 60 occupants of a Palestinian children's hospital, the PLO finally retaliated, causing a single Israeli casualty. Although Israel exploited the PLO's resumption of rocket attacks on northern Israel to justify its invasion, Operation Peace in the Galilee, Yaniv concluded that the raison d'être of the entire operation was destroying the PLO as a political force capable of claiming a Palestinian state on the West Bank. 65. Fast forward to the eve of Cast Lead. In early December 2008, Israeli Foreign Minister Tzipi Livni posited that although Israel could benefit from a temporary period of calm with Hamas, an extended truce harms the Israeli strategic goal, empowers Hamas, and gives the impression that Israel recognizes the movement. 66. Translation: a protracted ceasefire that spotlighted Hamas's pragmatism in word and deed, and that consequently increased public pressure on Israel to lift the siege and negotiate a diplomatic settlement, would undercut Israel's strategic goal of entrenching the occupation. In fact, Israel had already resolved to attack Hamas as far back as early 2007 and only acquiesced in the 2008 truce because the Israeli army needed time to prepare. 67. Once the pieces were in place, Israel still required a pretext to abort the pestiferous ceasefire. On November 4, 2008, while Americans were riveted to the historic Election Day returns, Barack Obama was elected president. Israel broke the ceasefire with Hamas. 68. By killing Palestinian militants on the spurious pretext of preempting a Hamas raid. 69. It hoped that the murderous breach would provoke Hamas, and the prayers were answered. A ceasefire agreed in June between Israel and Palestinian armed groups in Gaza held for 4.5 months, Amnesty observed in its annual report, but broke down after Israeli forces killed 6 Palestinian militants in airstrikes and other attacks on 4 November 70. The Israeli attack predictably triggered a resumption of Hamas rocket attacks in retaliation. The quoted phrase is from the semi-official Israeli publication. 71. Still, Hamas was interested in renewing the relative calm with Israel, according to Israeli Internal Security Chief Yuval Diskin, and it was prepared to accept a bargain in which it would halt the fire in exchange for easing of Israeli policies that have kept a chokehold on the economy of the Strip, according to former IDF Gaza commander Shmuel Zakai. 72. But Israel tightened the suffocating blockade another notch while demanding a unilateral and unconditional ceasefire by Hamas. Even before Israel intensified the blockade, former UN High Commissioner for Human Rights Mary Robinson decried its effects. Gaza's whole civilization has been destroyed, I'm not exaggerating. 73. By late 2008, Israel had brought Gaza's infrastructure to the brink of collapse, according to an Israeli human rights organization. 74. Food, medicine, fuel, parts for water and sanitation systems, fertilizer, plastic sheeting, phones, paper, glue, shoes and even teacups are no longer getting through in sufficient quantities or at all, Harvard political economist Sarah Roy reported. The breakdown of an entire society is happening in front of us, but there is little international response beyond UN warnings which are ignored. 75. If Hamas had not reacted after the November 4 killings, Israel would almost certainly have ratcheted up its provocations just as it did in the lead-up to the 1982 Lebanon War until restraint became politically untenable for Hamas. In any event, faced with the prospect of an asphyxiating Israeli blockade even if it ceased firing rockets, forced to choose between starvation and fighting, 76 Hamas opted for resistance, albeit largely symbolic. You cannot just land blows, leave the Palestinians in Gaza in the economic distress they're in, and expect that Hamas will just sit around and do nothing, the former Israeli commander in Gaza observed. 77 are modest, homemade rockets, Hamas leader Khalid Mishal wrote in an open letter during the invasion, are our cry of protest to the world. 78 But Israel could now enter a plea of self-defense to its willfully gullible Western patrons as it embarked on yet another brutal invasion to foil yet another Palestinian peace offensive. Apart from minor adaptations in the script, the bogey was not PLO terrorism but Hamas terrorism. The pretext was not shelling in the north but rocket fire in the south. The 2008 reprise stayed remarkably faithful to the 1982 original, as it derailed a functioning ceasefire and preempted a diplomatic settlement of the conflict. 79. 3. Spin control. Distressed by the images of carnage coming out of Gaza and flooding the international media, Israel and its supporters set out to restore the Jewish state's tarnished reputation. Shortly after Operation Cast Lead ended on January 18, 2009, Anthony Cordesman published a report titled The Gaza War, A Strategic Analysis. One, it warrants close scrutiny both because Cordesman has been an influential military analyst too and because the report neatly synthesized and systematized Israel's makeshift rebuttals as criticism of the invasion mounted. Cordesman's report overwhelmingly exculpated Israel of wrongdoing, and he explicitly concluded that Israel did not violate the laws of war. 3. However, Cordesman also entered the key caveat that he was not passing a legal or moral judgment on Israel's conduct and that analysts without training in the complex laws of war should not render such judgments. His full-blooded exoneration, on the one hand, and cautious caveat, on the other, did not easily hang together. He asserted that neither the laws of war nor historical precedents barred Israel's use of massive amounts of force, while he also and at the same time refrained from venturing a legal or moral judgment on the issue of proportionality. For in essence, he categorically absolved Israel of criminal guilt even as he went on to plead agnosticism. He also alleged that the laws of war were often difficult or impossible to apply. 5. If that's the case, whence his conclusion that Israel did not violate the laws of war? He additionally purported that the laws of war were biased against Israel because they do not bind or restrain non-state actors like Hamas. 6. As a practical matter, it is not immediately apparent that the laws of war have bound or restrained Israel either. That said, the laws of war, according to Harvard law professor Duncan Kennedy, actually favor conventional over unconventional forces in asymmetric warfare. 7. The analysis presented by Cordesman was based entirely on briefings in Israel, made possible by a visit sponsored by Project Interchange, and using day-to-day reporting issued by the Israeli defense spokesman. 8. Shouldn't he have mentioned that Project Interchange is an affiliate of the reflexively apologetic American Jewish Committee? In the course of his junket, Cordesman put full faith in the pronouncements of Israeli officialdom. Contrariwise, respected Israeli commentators have grown skeptical of Israeli government sources. The state authorities, including the defense establishment and its branches, Uzi Ben-Zaman observed in Haaretz, have acquired for themselves a shady reputation when it comes to their credibility. The official communiques published by the IDF Israel Defense Forces have progressively liberated themselves from the constraints of truth, B. Michael wrote in Yediot Aronot. And the heart of the power structure, that is, the police, army, and intelligence, has been infected by a culture of lying. 9. During Cast Lead, Israel was repeatedly caught misrepresenting, among many other things, its deployment of white phosphorus. 10. As the invasion got underway, An IDF spokesman informed CNN, "I can tell you with certainty that white phosphorus is absolutely not being used," while IDF Chief of Staff Gabi Ashkenazi told the Knesset Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, "The IDF acts only in accordance with what is permitted by international law and does not use white phosphorus." 11 Even after numerous human rights organizations conclusively documented Israel's illegal use of white phosphorus, an Israeli military inquiry persisted in these prevarications. 12 A former senior Pentagon analyst and senior military analyst with Human Rights Watch, HRW, recalling Israel's train of lies during both the 2006 Lebanon war and cast lead, rhetorically asked, "How can anyone trust the Israeli military?" 13. A chunk of Kordesman's strategic analysis consisted of reproducing verbatim the daily press releases of the Israeli Air Force and Army spokespersons. He obligingly dubbed them chronologies of the war, alleged that they offer considerable insight into what happened 14 and recycled them multiple times. For example, he repeatedly peppered his text with each of these statements or versions thereof: "The IDF will continue operating against terror operatives and anyone involved, including those sponsoring and hosting terrorists, in addition to those that send innocent women and children to be used as human shields. The IDF will not hesitate to strike those involved both directly and indirectly in attacks against the citizens of the State of Israel. The IDF will continue to operate against Hamas terror infrastructure in the Gaza Strip according to plans in order to reduce the rocket fire on the south of Israel. IDF Infantry Corps, Armored Corps, Engineering Corps, Artillery Corps, and Intelligence Corps forces continued to operate during the night against Hamas terrorist infrastructure throughout the Gaza Strip." 15 Much of Kordesman's report, in other words, simply reiterated ad nauseum the Israeli military's generic PR materials. Meanwhile, on a specific point of contention, he reproduced an Israeli press release claiming that Israel hit a vehicle transporting a stockpile of Grad missiles. 16 But an investigation by B'Tselem, Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, at the time found, and the IDF eventually conceded, that they were almost certainly oxygen canisters. 17 The vehicle was targeted in a precision drone missile attack that left 8 civilians dead, although according to HRW, the drone's advanced imaging equipment should have enabled the drone operator to determine the nature of the objects under surveillance. 18 It would appear that the Israeli drone operator premeditatedly targeted a civilian vehicle carrying non-combatants. Kordesman also alleged that official Israeli data were far more credible than non-Israeli data, such as from UN sources. He based this conclusion on, among other things, the fact that many Israelis feel that such UN sources are strongly biased in favor of the Palestinians. 19 Should the Israeli figure that Hamas fighters comprise 2/3 of the casualties in Gaza be credited? 20 Even as it was belied by every reputable independent source. 21 Kordesman trumpeted, in particular, the exceptional care that Israel took during cast lead to limit civilian casualties and damage to civilian infrastructure. He alleged that every aspect of the Israeli Air Force's targeting plan was based on a detailed target analysis that explicitly evaluated the risk to civilians and the location of sensitive sites like schools, hospitals, mosques, churches, and other holy sites, that Israel used the smallest possible weapon coupled with precision intelligence and guidance systems to deconflict military targeting from damage to civilian facilities, that Israel did plan its air and air-land campaigns in ways that clearly discriminated between military and civilian targets and that were intended to limit civilian casualties and collateral damage. 22 If he confidently attested to these precautions, that's because his Israeli interlocutors and Israeli press releases repeatedly attested to them. Israel had to cope not only with adverse media coverage during cast lead but also with an avalanche of post-war human rights reports condemning its prosecution of the invasion. Because of the sheer number of them, the broad array of reputable organizations issuing them, and the uniformity of their principal conclusions, these reports could not easily be dismissed as anti-Israel propaganda. 23 Although the reports made extensive use of Palestinian eyewitnesses, these testimonies also could not easily be dismissed as Hamas-inspired or tainted by Hamas intimidation. Delegates who visited Gaza during and after Operation Cast Lead, Amnesty International observed, were able to carry out their investigations unhindered, and people often voiced criticisms of Hamas's conduct, including rocket attacks. 24. The widespread censure by human rights professionals compelled Israel in 2009 to issue a factual and legal brief in its defense. The operation in Gaza. 25. It alleged that these critical human rights reports too often amounted to a rush to judgment, inasmuch as they were published within a matter of hours, days, or weeks after cast lead. 26. In fact, most of the reports came out months later. The critical evidence adduced in the Israeli brief consisted largely of testimonies extracted from Palestinian detainees during interrogation. The circumstances surrounding these alleged confessions cast doubt on their evidentiary value. The Goldstone report found that Palestinian detainees rounded up during cast lead were subjected to cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment throughout their ordeal in order to terrorize, intimidate, and humiliate them. The men were made to strip, sometimes naked, at different stages of their detention. All the men were handcuffed in a most painful manner and blindfolded, increasing their sense of fear and helplessness. Men, women, and children were held close to artillery and tank positions, where constant shelling and firing was taking place, thus not only exposing them to danger, but increasing their fear and terror. Palestinian detainees were subjected to beatings and other physical abuse that amounts to torture, were used as human shields, and were subjected to methods of interrogation that amounted not only to torture, but also to physical and moral coercion of civilians to obtain information. 27. It would appear then that the confessions of these Palestinian detainees should be taken with a boulder of salt. Parrying the censorious thrust of these human rights reports, Israel's brief declared that it took extensive measures to comply with its obligations under international law, and that the IDF's mode of operation reflected the extensive training of IDF soldiers to respect the obligations imposed under international law. 28. In particular, it alleged that Israeli forces fired only on legitimate targets and exercised maximum feasible caution. The IDF directed attacks solely against military objectives, and endeavored to ensure that civilians and civilian objects would not be harmed. Where incidental damage to civilians or civilian property could not be avoided, the IDF made extraordinary efforts to ensure that it would not be excessive. The IDF used the least destructive munitions possible to achieve legitimate military objectives, as well as sophisticated precision weapons to minimize the harm to civilians. The IDF carefully checked and cross-checked targets to make sure they were being used for combat or terrorist activities, and not instead solely for civilian use. 29. Based on what journalists and human rights organizations found, and what Israeli soldiers in the field later testified, however, a radically different picture of cast lead comes into relief. "We're going to war," a company commander told his soldiers before the attack. "I want aggressiveness. If there's someone suspicious on the upper floor of a house, we'll shell it. If we have suspicions about a house, we'll take it down. There will be no hesitation." 30. A combatant remembered a meeting with his brigade commander and others where the rules of engagement were essentially conveyed as, "If you see any signs of movement at all, you shoot." 31. Other soldiers recalled, "If the deputy battalion commander thought a house looked suspect, we'd blow it away. If the infantryman didn't like the looks of that house, we'd shoot." Unidentified soldier, "If you face an area that is hidden by a building, you take down the building." Questions such as "who lives in that building?" are not asked. Soldier recalling his brigade commander's order. As for rules of engagement, the Army's working assumption was that the whole area would be devoid of civilians. Anyone there, as far as the Army was concerned, was to be killed. Unidentified soldier, "We were told, any sign of danger, open up with massive fire." Member of a reconnaissance company, "We shot at anything that moved." Golani brigade fighter, "Despite the fact that no one fired on us, the firing and demolitions continued incessantly." Gunner in a tank crew. 32. Essentially, a person only needed to be in a problematic location, a Haaretz reporter found, in circumstances that can broadly be seen as suspicious, for him to be incriminated and in effect sentenced to death. 33. Although the Israeli brief purported that the protection of IDF troops did not override all other factors, 34, both journalistic investigations and the testimonies of Israeli combatants suggested otherwise. Israelis would have trouble accepting heavy Israel Defense Forces losses. Haaretz reported in its reconstruction of the invasion's planning stage, so the army resorted to overwhelming firepower. The lives of our soldiers take precedence, the commanders were told in briefings. The IDF General Staff anticipated before the onslaught that 600, 800 Palestinian civilians would be killed. 35, it was an atmosphere, one IDF soldier remembered, in which the lives of Palestinians, let's say, is something very, very less important than the lives of our soldiers. Another combatant recalled the order of his battalion commander, not a hair will fall off a soldier of mine, and I am not willing to allow a soldier of mine to risk himself by hesitating. If you are not sure, shoot, while a squad commander recollected how the IDF used a huge amount of firepower and killed a huge number of people along the way, so that we wouldn't get hurt and they wouldn't fire on us. 36, when we suspect that a Palestinian fighter is hiding in a house, we shoot it with a missile and then with 2 tank shells, and then a bulldozer hits the wall, a senior IDF officer told Haaretz. It causes damage but it prevents the loss of life among soldiers. 37, an officer who served at a brigade headquarters recalled a year after the invasion that IDF policy amounted to ensuring literally zero risk to the soldiers. 38. Still, didn't Israel try to protect civilians by forewarning them of imminent attacks? Israel distributed hundreds of thousands of leaflets, Kurdistan touted, and used its intelligence on cell phone networks in Gaza to issue warnings to civilians. 39, the Israeli brief pointed up its extraordinary steps to avoid harming civilians in its Gaza operation and significant efforts to minimize harm to civilians, such as dropping leaflets warning occupants to stay away from Hamas strongholds and leave buildings that Hamas was using to launch attacks, and contacting occupants by telephone, to warn of impending attacks on particular buildings. 40, but the leaflets and phone calls failed to give details of the areas to be targeted, according to human rights reports, and conversely which areas were safe. Moreover, because the entirety of Gaza came under attack, on the one hand, and its borders with Israel and Egypt were sealed, on the other, there was nowhere for the civilian population to have gone. The inevitable and foreseeable consequence of these so-called warnings, amid the indiscriminate and sustained bombing and shelling of this tightly sealed territory, was, according to a fact-finding committee led by South African jurist John Dugard, a state of terror, confusion, and panic among the local population. 41, indeed, Israeli Interior Minister Meir Sheitrit alleged that the army called sick 250,000 telephone calls to the people to leave their houses. Nonplussed, Amnesty rejoined, there are barely 250,000 households in Gaza. If indeed the Israeli army called that many families to tell them to leave their homes, this would mean that virtually every family was told to do so. 42, how could pandemonium and mayhem not have ensued? Nonetheless, deeply impressed by the quantity of Israeli warnings, an American legal scholar contended in a novel interpretative twist that these warnings should be credited even as Palestinians could not heed them. The law contains no requirement that the civilian population be able to act on the warnings in order to find them effective. 43, is it effective to post signs warning? In case of fire, use emergency exit. If the building doesn't have an emergency exit. Israel's brief not only foregrounded its prior warnings during Cast Lead but also played up its relief efforts. It alleged that Israel sought to provide and facilitate humanitarian assistance, and implemented a far-reaching effort to ensure that the humanitarian needs of the civilian population in Gaza were met. 44, if this solicitude occasioned skepticism, Kurdistan laid it to rest. He brandished Israeli press releases as well as Israeli Ministry of Defense claims affirming it, and even cited no lesser a personage than Defense Minister Ehud Barak. We are well aware of the humanitarian concerns, We are doing and will continue to do everything possible to provide all humanitarian needs to the residents of Gaza. 45 The facts on the ground looked rather different, however. UN agencies and humanitarian NGOs continued to carry out operations despite extreme insecurity, the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, observed. In the course of the 3 weeks of hostilities, 5 UNRWA United Nations Relief and Works Agency staff and 3 of its contractors were killed while on duty, and another 11 staff and 4 contractors were injured. 4 incidents of aid convoys being shot at have been reported. At least 53 United Nations buildings sustained damage. 46 Foreign Minister Tzipi Livni audaciously declared in the midst of cast lead that no humanitarian crisis existed in Gaza. But UNRWA's director of operations fired back, "We have a catastrophe unfolding in Gaza for the civilian population. They're trapped, they're traumatized, they're terrorized." 47 Although entering some generic caveats acknowledging Israel's delays and mistakes in its relief efforts, and although citing countless Israeli press releases, Kordisman could not find the space to quote this or numerous other critical statements by relief organizations and UN officials. 48 The Goldstone report concluded that Israel violated its obligation to allow free passage of all consignments of medical and hospital objects, food and clothing, that the amounts and types of food, medical and hospital items and clothing allowed in were wholly insufficient to meet the humanitarian needs of the population, and that from its tightening of the blockade in 2007 to the end of the invasion, Israel impeded passage of sufficient goods to meet the needs of the population. 49 Even after the January 2009 ceasefire went into effect, Israel persisted in blocking humanitarian assistance, including shipments of chickpeas, dates, tea, macaroni, sweets, jam, biscuits, tomato paste, children's puzzles, and plastic bags to distribute food. 50 Little of the extensive damage Israel caused to homes, civilian infrastructure, public services, farms and businesses has been repaired, 16 respected humanitarian and human rights organizations reported in a comprehensive study released 1 year after the invasion. This is not an accident, it is a matter of policy. The Israeli government's blockade not only forbids most Gazans from leaving or exporting anything to the outside world, but also only permits the import of a narrowly restricted number of basic humanitarian goods. The study found that as a direct result of the continuing Israeli blockade, all kinds of construction materials, cement, gravel, wood, pipes, glass, steel bars, aluminum, tar, and spare parts are in desperately short supply or completely unavailable. 90% of the people of Gaza continue to suffer power cuts of 4 to 8 hours a day while the rest still have no power at all. Thousands were left to an existence without piped water, and there were long delays in or denial of entry of basic educational supplies such as textbooks and paper, while children, already traumatized by the military offensive, cannot learn and develop in these unsafe and unsanitary conditions. 51. Israel's interference with humanitarian relief efforts during cast lead was of a piece with its broader assault on UN agencies and Gazan medical facilities. After Israel fired white phosphorus shells at an UNRWA installation, setting it ablaze, UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon gave public vent to his anger, "I am just appalled. It is an outrageous and totally unacceptable attack against the United Nations." 52 A uncommissioned board of inquiry that investigated assaults on multiple UN sites during cast lead found Israel culpable inter alia for a direct and intentional strike that killed 3 young men at an UNRWA school sheltering some 400 civilians, firing a series of mortar shells that struck the immediate vicinity of an UNRWA school, killing and injuring scores of civilians, a grossly negligent white phosphorus attack amounting to recklessness on the hub and nerve center for all UNRWA operations in Gaza, and a highly negligent white phosphorus attack amounting to reckless disregard on an UNRWA school sheltering some 2,000 civilians, killing 2 children and injuring 13. It also found that in one incident a UN warehouse was damaged by a Qassam-type rocket that had most likely been fired from inside Gaza by Hamas or another Palestinian faction. The Board of Inquiry concluded that no military activity was carried out from within United Nations premises in any of the incidents, that Israel must have expected that Palestinians would respond to the ongoing attacks by seeking refuge within UNRWA premises, and that Israel continued to make false allegations that Hamas militants had been firing from UN premises even after it ought to have been known that they were untrue. 53 Still, denigrating the UN report as unfair and one-sided. Israeli President Shimon Peres declared, "We will never accept it. It's outrageous." The Defense Ministry alleged that an internal IDF investigation irrefutably belied the board's findings, yet again demonstrating if further vindication were still needed that we have the most moral army in the world. 54. The humanitarian crisis was exacerbated as Israel's assault targeted and took a heavy toll on Gaza's medical facilities. Already before Cast Lead, Israel had deprived ailing Gazans of access to medical care abroad and held them hostage to collaborating with Israeli intelligence in exchange for an exit permit. 55 The Israeli brief crowed that during the invasion it facilitated the transfer abroad of many Gazan patients requiring treatment. 56 But human rights organizations reported that Israel created nearly insuperable obstacles preventing injured Gazans from accessing such treatment. 57 The medical disaster caused by Israel's denial of access abroad was complemented and compounded by Israel's assault on medical facilities inside Gaza. In the course of Cast Lead, direct or indirect Israeli attacks damaged or destroyed 29 ambulances and almost half of Gaza's 122 health facilities, including 15 hospitals. Fully 16 medical personnel were killed and a further 25 injured while on duty. 58 Kurdistan faithfully echoed Israel's claim that it coordinated the movement of ambulances, and the Israeli brief spotlighted a special medical coordination center set up by it to handle the evacuation of the wounded and dead from areas of hostilities. 59 But according to B'Tselem, even where coordination was arranged, soldiers reportedly fired at ambulances. 60 A Physicians for Human Rights, Israel report documented Israeli attacks on medical crews and ambulances, as well as countless Israeli obstacles blocking the path of rescue teams in the field that attempted to evacuate trapped and injured persons. 61 A supplementary report by an independent team of medical experts commissioned by Physicians for Human Rights, Israel and the Palestinian Medical Relief Society found that Israel prohibited wounded Gazans from being evacuated by ambulances, and that it targeted ambulances and their crews. It concluded that the underlying meaning of the attack on the Gaza Strip appears to be one of creating terror without mercy to anyone. 62 The normally discreet International Committee of the Red Cross issued a public rebuke of Israel after a shocking incident in which Israeli soldiers turned back a Red Cross rescue team dispatched to aid injured civilians, leaving them to die. 63 The Al-Mazan Center for Human Rights tallied that Israel's systematic obstruction of medical access during the invasion caused the deaths of at least 258 Gazans. 64 But didn't Hamas commandeer and make nefarious use of ambulances? Kurdistan alleged that Hamas used ambulances to mobilize terrorists, but he adduced no evidence. 65 The Israeli brief contended that Hamas made extensive use of ambulances bearing the protective emblems of the Red Cross and Red Crescent to transport operatives and weaponry and use of ambulances to evacuate terrorists from the battlefield. The only independent proof it could muster, however, didn't exactly overwhelm a fabulating Italian reporter, on the one hand, and a Gazan ambulance driver who recounted how Hamas militants sought, unsuccessfully, to commandeer his vehicle, on the other. 66 The Israeli brief goes so far as to allege that the IDF refrained from attacking medical vehicles, even in cases where Hamas and other terrorist organizations were using them for military purposes. 67 But if the IDF didn't target ambulances commandeered by Hamas for military purposes, and if there is absolutely no doubt that the IDF targeted a large number of ambulances, 68 then the ambulances it targeted must not have been used for military purposes. The argument that Palestinians abused ambulances has been raised numerous times by Israeli officials, B'Tselem recalled, although Israel has almost never presented evidence to prove it. 69 Indeed, Israel had targeted clearly marked Lebanese ambulances with missile fire during the 2006 war, even though, according to HRW, there was no basis for concluding that Hezbollah was making use of the ambulances for a military purpose. 70 But what about Cast Lead? The Goldstone report did not find any evidence to support the allegations that ambulances were used to transport combatants or for other military purposes. If doubts lingered on this score, they were squelched by Magen David Adom, Israel's National Emergency Medical, Disaster, Ambulance, and Blood Bank Service. It unequivocally attested that there was no use of PRCS Palestinian Red Crescent Society ambulances for the transport of weapons or ammunition. 71 Still, didn't Hamas militants fire from and take refuge in hospitals? Vast amounts of information, from both intelligence sources and reports from IDF forces on the ground, Israel contended, show that Hamas did in fact make extensive military use of hospitals and other medical facilities. 72 But according to Amnesty, Israeli officials did not provide evidence for even one such case. Amnesty itself found no evidence during its on-the-ground investigation that such practices, if they did occur, were widespread. Physicians for Human Rights, Israel did not find any evidence supporting Israel's official claim that hospitals were used to conceal political or military personnel. The Goldstone report did not find any evidence to support the allegations that hospital facilities were used by the Gaza authorities or by Palestinian armed groups to shield military activities. 73. The Israeli brief further contended that the IDF refrained from attacking Shifa Hospital in Gaza City, despite Hamas's use of an entire ground floor wing as its headquarters. Out of concern for the inevitable harm to civilians also present in the hospital. Towing the party line, Israeli historian Benny Morris also declared, Hamas leaders sat out the campaign in the basement of Gaza's Shifa Hospital, gambling correctly that Israel would not bomb or storm a hospital. Except for the ubiquitous Italian reporter, who hopped from one journalistic coup to another, the sole source in the Israeli brief was the confession of a Palestinian detainee during his interrogation. 74 If Israel didn't target this hospital, where Hamas's senior leadership was allegedly ensconced, then it is cause for wonder why it did target many other Palestinian hospitals. The two top floors of Al-Quds Hospital, along with its adjacent administrative building and warehouse, were completely destroyed. Al-Wafa Hospital sustained direct hits from 8 tank shells, 2 missiles, and thousands of bullets. The European Hospital of Khan Yunis sustained artillery damage to its walls, water mains, and electricity. The emergency room of Al-Dara Hospital was hit twice. Al-Adha Hospital sustained damage from 2 artillery shells that landed near the emergency room. 75 It might be argued that the IDF was returning enemy fire when these hospitals were hit, except that Israel also proclaimed it did not target terrorists who launched attacks in the vicinity of a hospital. 76. Israel did not just attack Gaza's civilian population and its humanitarian support system. It also systematically targeted Gaza's civilian infrastructure. In the course of Cast Lead, Israel destroyed or damaged 58,000 homes, 6,300 were completely destroyed or sustained severe damage, 280 schools and kindergartens, 18 schools were completely destroyed and 6 university buildings were razed to the ground, 1,500 factories and workshops, including 22 of Gaza's 29 ready-mix concrete factories, several buildings housing Palestinian and foreign media, 2 journalists were killed while working, 4 others were also killed. Electrical, water, and sewage installations, more than 1 million Gazans were left without power during the invasion and 500,000 were cut off from running water, 190 greenhouse complexes, 80% of agricultural crops, and nearly 1/5 of cultivated land. 77 The Israeli brief nonetheless contended that Israel took every precaution not to damage civilian objects. Indeed, who can doubt that the IDF carefully checked and cross-checked targets to make sure they were being used for combat or terrorist activities when, according to the Goldstone report, it launched an intentional and precise attack destroying the only one of Gaza's 3 flour mills still operating? The report concluded that the only purpose of this attack was to put an end to the production of flour in the Gaza Strip and destroy the local capacity to produce flour. 78 Who can doubt that the IDF clearly discriminated between military and civilian targets, Kurdistan, when it systematically and deliberately flattened a large chicken farm that supplied 10% of the Gaza egg market? The Goldstone report concluded that this constituted a deliberate act of wanton destruction not justified by any military necessity. 79 The United Nations Development Programme reported that over 4,000 cattle, sheep, and goats and more than 1 million birds and chickens, broilers and egg layers, were killed during Operation Cast Lead, with evidence of livestock being the direct target of Israeli machine guns. 80 If the death and destruction appeared to be indefensible, Israel alleged after the invasion, it was only because of the limit to the amount of intelligence it can share with commissions of inquiry without compromising operational capabilities and intelligence sources. 81 If the world only knew what was in those chickens. 82 The total direct cost of the damage to Gaza's civilian infrastructure during Cast Lead was estimated at $660 to $900 million, while total losses from the destruction and disruption of economic life were put at $3.5 billion. 83 Some 600,000 tons of rubble were left behind after Israel's mega display of military might, IDF General Staff Officer. 84 Eager for Round 2, a member of Israel's regional council adjoining Gaza exhorted the military that next time they should flatten Gaza into a parking lot, destroy them. 85 A juxtaposition of the destruction inflicted by Israel and on Israel in and of itself tells a story. Hamas rocket attacks on Israel damaged several civilian homes and other structures. One was almost completely destroyed, 86, while total Israeli damages came to just $15 million. 87 In post-invasion testimonies, IDF soldiers recalled the macabre scenes of destruction in Gaza. We didn't see a single house that remained intact. Nothing much was left in our designated area. It looked awful, like in those World War II films where nothing remained. A totally destroyed city. We demolished a lot. There were people who had been in Gaza for 2 days constantly demolishing one house after the other, and we're talking about a whole battalion. One night they saw a terrorist and he disappeared, so they decided he'd gone into a tunnel, so they brought a D9 bulldozer and razed the whole orchard. The amount of destruction there was incredible. You drive around those neighborhoods, and can't identify a thing. Not one stone left standing over another. You see plenty of fields, hothouses, orchards, everything devastated. Totally ruined. It's terrible. It's surreal. There was a point where D9s were razing areas. It was amazing. At first you go in and see lots of houses. A week later, after the razing, you see the horizon further away, almost to the sea. 88 One veteran of the invasion designed a t-shirt depicting a King Kong-like soldier clenching a mosque while glowering over a city under attack, the shirt bearing the slogan, "If you believe it can be fixed, then believe it can be destroyed." I was in Gaza, he told Haaretz. And they kept emphasizing that the object of the operation was to wreak destruction on the infrastructure. 89 The only reported penalty Israel imposed for unlawful property destruction during Cast Lead was an unknown disciplinary measure taken against one soldier. 90 The Israeli brief alleged that its overall use of force against Hamas during the Gaza operation was proportional to the threat posed by Hamas. 91 The post-invasion testimonies of Israeli soldiers vividly depicted what such proportional use of force felt like. This was firepower such as I had never known. There were blasts all the time. The earth was constantly shaking. On the ground you hear these thunderous blasts all day long. I mean, not just tank shelling, which was a tune we'd long gotten used to, but blasts that actually rocked the outpost, to the extent that some of us were ordered out of the house we were quartered in for fear it would collapse. 92 Indeed, one soldier after another testified that Israel deployed insane amounts of firepower during the invasion. We are hitting innocents and our artillery fire there was insane, firepower was insane. He said we were going to exercise insane firepower with artillery and the Air Force. This was the general attitude in the army. go in with insane firepower because this is our only advantage over them. 93. The Israeli brief also alleged that IDF orders and directions stressed that all demolition operations should be carried out in a manner that would minimize to the greatest extent possible the damage caused to any property not used by Hamas and other terrorist organizations in the fighting. 94. But human rights organizations painted an altogether different picture. Amnesty found that much of the destruction of civilian buildings and infrastructure was wanton and resulted from deliberate and unnecessary demolition of property, direct attacks on civilian objects and indiscriminate attacks that failed to distinguish between legitimate military targets and civilian objects. 95. The timing, location, and pace of the devastation buttressed Amnesty's finding and undercut official Israeli claims. As much as 90% of the destruction of civilian buildings and infrastructure including juice, ice cream, biscuit, and Pepsi-Cola factories took place in the last days of Cast Lead, according to the THIRD report, in areas fully pacified by the IDF, and much of this destruction was wreaked by Israeli troops as they withdrew. 96. An HRW study found that virtually every home, factory, and orchard had been destroyed within certain areas, apparently indicating that a plan of systematic destruction was carried out in these locations. Using satellite imagery taken at intervals during the conflict, HRW documented numerous cases in which Israeli forces caused extensive destruction of homes, factories, farms, and greenhouses in areas under IDF control without any evident military purpose. These cases occurred when there was no fighting in these areas. In many cases, the destruction was carried out during the final days of the campaign when an Israeli withdrawal was imminent. In the Izbtei B'di Rabo neighborhood, for example, the vast majority of the wholesale destruction of entire blocks of buildings took place after the IDF exercised control. 97. An expanse in eastern Gaza embracing farms, factories, and homes was virtually flattened, according to the crisis group, while Israel's deliberate and systematic destruction of that sector through a combination of bulldozers and anti-tank mines, according to a military expert, took at least 2 days of hard labor. 98. It might be contended that if Israel targeted so many homes, it was because Hamas is booby-trapping every home that is abandoned by its residents, IDF spokesman. Quoted by Kordisman. 99. But this prima facie implausible argument was fatally undermined after the invasion when the IDF itself conceded that the scale of destruction was legally indefensible. 100. Still, an Israeli security official beamed with pride that by flattening buildings believed to be booby-trapped, Israel had broken the DNA of urban guerrilla fighting, while Deputy Prime Minister Eli Yishai declared after the ceasefire had come into effect, even if the Hamas rockets fall in an open air, sick, or to the sea, we should hit their infrastructure, and destroy 100 homes for every rocket fired. 101. It appears that the ratio of 6,300 Gazan homes destroyed to one Israeli home almost completely destroyed did not yet quench his thirst for destruction. Israel targeted not only civilian buildings and infrastructure but also Gaza's cultural inheritance. Fully 30 mosques were destroyed and 15 more damaged during the Israeli assault. If Kordisman concluded that IDF forces almost certainly were correct in reporting that Hamas used mosques and other sensitive sites in combat, that's because his chronologies based on IDF press releases purported this. 102. Initially, Israel alleged that secondary explosions ensued after mosques had been struck, thus confirming that weapons had been stored in them. But it subsequently dropped this defense altogether, even as it continued to target mosques. 103. The Goldstone report documented an intentional Israeli missile attack on a mosque that killed at least 15 people attending prayers. It found no evidence that this mosque was used for the storage of weapons or any military activity by Palestinian armed groups. 104. Israel did not even attempt to refute this particular finding of the Goldstone report. 105. Until it came under withering criticism. It then belatedly discovered that who could have guessed, the missile was directed at 2 terrorist operatives standing near the entrance to the mosque. 106. In general, the case Israel mounted to justify its targeting of mosques did not persuade. It alleged that Hamas used mosques to stash weapons. But as the Goldstone report's military expert observed, With abundant hideaways in the labyrinthine alleyways of Gaza, Hamas would have been foolhardy to store anything in an open building like a mosque, which had been pre-targeted and pre-registered by Israeli Intelligence 107. Israel also alleged that Hamas stored weapons in mosques, as Hamas assumed on the basis of past experience that the IDF would not attack them. But to the contrary, Israel had damaged or destroyed fully 55 mosques in Gaza between 2001 and 2008. 108 Going one step further, Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz alleged that Hamas leaders boast of having stored weapons in mosques. 109 But per usual, he adduced no evidence, and apparently none exists. Israel's various explanations also could not account for its systematic targeting of minarets, which, being too narrow for snipers to ascend, possessed no apparent military value. The Dugard report concluded that mosques, and more particularly the minarets, had been deliberately targeted on the grounds that they symbolized Islam. 110 Post-invasion IDF testimony confirmed the indiscriminate targeting of mosques. 111 Israel justified its targeting of educational institutions by claiming that Hamas did in fact make use of them. 112 However, when challenged in a specific instance to provide proof of its allegations, Israel conceded that its photographic evidence was from 2007. 113 To extenuate its attack on the Islamic University in Gaza, Israel alleged that it was the nerve center of Hamas's weapons research and development and military terrorist activities. One searched in vain, however, for evidence to corroborate this claim. 114 If Israel targeted the Islamic University because it was a terrorist hub, it might nonetheless be wondered why virtually all universities sustained damages. 115 The Goldstone report did not find any information confirming the use of educational institutions as a military facility or their contribution to a military effort. 116 The Israeli brief alleged that after his arrest, a Palestinian detainee admitted under interrogation that Hamas operatives frequently carried out rocket fire from schools, precisely because they knew that Israeli jets would not fire on schools. 117 But why would he make such a confession if, over and over again, that's precisely what Israel did? The havoc wrought by Cast Lead might have been wanton, but a method incontestably informed this madness. If Israel possessed fine grid maps of Gaza and an intelligence-gathering capacity that remained extremely effective, and if it made extensive use of state-of-the-art precision weaponry, and if 99% of the firing that was carried out by the Air Force hit targets accurately, and if it only once targeted a building erroneously, indeed, if Israel itself provided most of the data just cited, then, as the Goldstone report logically concluded, the massive destruction Israel inflicted on Gaza's civilian infrastructure must have been premeditated. It resulted from deliberate planning and policy decisions throughout the chain of command, down to the standard operating procedures and instructions given to the troops on the ground. 118 In other words, if Israel was able to pinpoint its targets and if, by its own acknowledgement, it could and did hit these designated targets with pinpoint accuracy, then it cannot be contended that the criminal wreckage resulted from mishap or a break in the chain of command. What happened in Gaza was intended to happen, by everyone from the soldiers who executed the orders to the officers who issued them to the politicians who approved them. The wholesale destruction was to a large extent deliberate, Amnesty concluded, and an integral part of a strategy at different levels of the command chain, from high-ranking officials to soldiers in the field. 119. To justify the magnitude of the devastation it wreaked, Israel endeavored to depict the Gaza invasion as a genuine military contest. Cordesman delineated in ominous detail, enhanced by tables, graphs, and figures, the vast arsenal of rockets, mortars, and other weapons that Hamas allegedly manufactured and smuggled in through tunnels, including Iranian-made rockets that could strike at much of southern Israel and hit key infrastructure, as well as the spider web of prepared strongpoints, underground and hidden shelters, and ambush points Hamas allegedly constructed. 120 He reported that according to Israeli senior officials, Hamas mustered 6,000 to 10,000 core fighters. 121 He juxtaposed the Gaza war with the 1967 war, the 1973 war, and the 2006 war, as if they belonged on the same plane. 122 He expatiated on Israel's complex war plans and preparations, and he purported that Israel's victory was partly owing to its high levels of secrecy. As if the outcome would have been different had Israel not benefited from the element of surprise. 123 The Israeli brief alleged that Hamas had amassed an extensive armed force of more than 20,000 armed operatives in Gaza, obtained military supplies through a vast network of tunnels and clandestine arms shipments from Iran and Syria, and acquired advanced weaponry, developed weapons of their own, and increased the range and lethality of their rockets. 124 Nonetheless, even Kurdistan was forced to acknowledge, if obliquely, that what Israel fought was scarcely a war. He conceded that Hamas was a weak non-state actor, whereas Israel possessed a massive armory of state-of-the-art weaponry, that the Israeli Air Force faced limited threats from Hamas's primitive land-based air defense, that sustained ground fighting was limited, that the Israeli army avoided engagements where it would be likely to suffer significant casualties, and that the IDF used night warfare for most combat operations because Hamas did not have the technology or training to fight at night. 125 However, overwhelmingly, Kurdistan persisted in his dubious depiction of caste lead. Israel had demonstrated that it could fight an air campaign successfully in crowded urban areas, according to him, as well as an extended land battle against a non-state actor. 126 In fact, its air campaign was not a fight any more than shooting fish in a barrel is a fight. As if, however unwittingly, to bring home this analogy, Kurdistan quoted a senior Israeli Air Force officer who boasted, the IAF had flown some 3,000 successful sorties over a small dense area during 3 weeks of fighting without a single accident or loss. But how could it be otherwise if the planes operated in an environment free of air defenses, enjoying complete aerial superiority? 127 Depicting caste lead as a protracted land war was no less detached from reality. Hamas was barely equipped, barely present in the conflict zones, and barely engaged by Israeli forces except when it could not fight back. Not all Israelis celebrated their country's triumph in this non-war. It is very dangerous for the Israel Defense Forces to believe it won the war when there was no war, a respected Israeli strategic analyst warned. In reality, not a single battle was fought during the 22 days of fighting. 128 The crisis group reported that Hamas for the most part avoided direct confrontations with Israeli troops, and consequently, only a limited number of fighters were killed. A former Israeli Foreign Ministry official scoffed, there was no war. Hamas sat in its bunkers and came out when it was all over, while an Israeli officer derisively noted, not even light firearms were directed at us. One doesn't see Hamas that much, they mostly hide. 129 The post-invasion testimonies of IDF soldiers repeatedly confirmed the near absence of an enemy in the field, there was nothing there. Ghost towns. Except for some livestock, nothing moved, most of the time it was boring. There were not really too many events, some explosives are found in a house, weapons, significant stuff like that, but no real resistance. I did not see one single Arab the whole time we were there. That whole week, everyone was disappointed about not engaging anyone, usually we did not see a living soul. Except for our soldiers, of course. Not a soul. Go ahead and ask soldiers how often they encountered combatants in Gaza. Nothing. There was supposed to be a tiny resistance force upon entry, but there just wasn't. Nearly no one ran into the enemy. I know of 2 encounters during the whole operation. The soldiers, too, were disappointed for not having had any encounters with terrorists. 130 The Goldstone report noted that it had received relatively few reports of actual crossfire between the Israeli armed forces and Palestinian armed groups. 131 Hamas did not even manage to fully disable a single Israeli tank. 132 In his defense of IDF conduct and the ensuing civilian deaths, a Hebrew University philosopher pointed up the challenge facing an Israeli soldier. He had to decide whether the individual standing before him in jeans and sneakers is a combatant or not, and he found himself fighting on an extremely densely populated terrain. 133 Still, judging by all the available evidence, the truly daunting challenge in Gaza was not differentiating between civilians and militants but, on the contrary, encountering any militant. No battles occurred in densely populated or, for that matter, sparsely populated areas. Simply put, there was no heat of battle, no fog of war. The death and destruction wreaked by Cast Lead clearly went beyond Israel's declared mission of eliminating terrorists and terrorist infrastructure or even collective punishment of Palestinian civilians. The systematic destruction of homes and schools, factories and farms, hospitals and mosques, the purpose of which seemed to be to make Gaza literally unlivable, ineluctably posed the question: what was Israel really trying to accomplish? In fact, the murder and mayhem were both critical and integral to the success of the operation. Its purpose, according to Cordesman, and here the evidence, for a change, supported him, was to restore Israeli deterrence, and show the Hezbollah, Iran, and Syria that it was too dangerous to challenge Israel. 134 But if Israel sought to restore its deterrence capacity, it couldn't attain this end by inflicting a military defeat, because Hamas was manifestly not a military power. It is not clear, Cordesman observed, that any opponent of Israel felt Hamas was really strong enough to be a serious test of Israeli ground forces. 135 Consequently, Israel could reinstate the region's fear of it only by demonstrating the amount of sheer devastation it was prepared to inflict. It had to make its enemies feel it was crazy, Israeli official, and was ready to cause wreckage on a scale that is unpredictable and heedless of world opinion. Cordesman, point 136. In other words, and contradicting Israel's official pretense that the use of force in Gaza was proportional and discriminate, the IDF deliberately escalated the level of destruction to a degree that was disproportional and indiscriminate, even insane. In less guarded moments, Israeli officials acknowledged the real objective of Cast Lead. As the invasion wound down, Foreign Minister Livni declared that it had restored Israel's deterrence. Hamas now understands that when you fire on Israel's citizens it responds by going wild, and this is a good thing. The day after the ceasefire went into effect, she bragged that Israel demonstrated real hooliganism during the course of the recent operation, which I demanded. 137 Later, Livni declared that she was proud of her decisions during the Gaza invasion and would repeat every one of them because they were meant to restore Israel's deterrence and did restore Israel's deterrence. 138 A former Israeli defense official told the crisis group that Israel decided to play the role of a mad dog for the sake of future deterrence, while a former senior Israeli security official gloated to the crisis group that Israel had regained its deterrence because it has shown Hamas, Iran, and the region that it can be as lunatic as any of them. 139 The Goldstone report, which claimed that Israel goes crazy when it is being attacked, caused us some damage, a prominent Israeli pundit observed. Yet it was a blessing in our region. If Israel goes crazy and destroys everything in its way when it's being attacked, one should be careful. No need to mess with crazy people. 140. After the invasion, Israeli and American Jewish philosophers engaged the subtle moral quandaries of Israel's conduct. Hawkish philosopher A posited that Israel should favor the lives of its own soldiers over the lives of the neighbors of a terrorist, while dovish philosophers B and C rejoined that it did not suffice that Israel was not intending to kill civilians in the war against terrorism, the IDF must intend not to kill civilians. 141 It appears that both sides in this learned disputation on the morally correct balance between preserving the life of a soldier, on the one hand, and the life of an enemy civilian, on the other, somehow missed the crux of what happened during Cast Lead. Upon entering Gaza, the IDF blasted everyone and everything in sight. Basing itself not on the gaseous lucubrations of a philosophy seminar but on the actual facts, the Goldstone report found that a nuanced analysis of whether or not Israel properly calibrated the principle of proportionality was beside the point. Deeds by the Israeli armed forces and words of military and political leaders prior to and during the operations indicate that, as a whole, they were premised on a deliberate policy of disproportionate force aimed not at the enemy but at the civilian population. It also concluded that subtle parsing of whether or not Israel properly applied the principle of distinction, between combatants and civilians, was beside the point. The effective rules of engagement, standard operating procedures and instructions to the troops on the ground appear to have been framed in order to create an environment in which due regard for civilian lives and basic human dignity was replaced with disregard for basic international humanitarian law and human rights norms. 142. While the erudite philosophers debated the correct interpretation of the laws of war and both sides tacitly imputed to Israel the elevated motive of wanting to obey them, the actual premise of caste lead and the essential precondition for its success was the wholesale breach of these laws. 4. Human shields. Some 1,400 Palestinians were killed during Operation Caste Lead, of whom up to 4/5 were civilians and 350 children. 1 On the other side, total Israeli casualties amounted to 10 combatants, 4 killed by friendly fire, and 3 civilians. 2 The ratio of total Palestinians to Israelis killed was more than 100:1, and of Palestinian to Israeli civilians killed as high as 400:1.3 when a BBC reporter confronted Interior Minister Meir Sheetrit with the fact that Israel imposed 100 times more casualties on Gaza in 3 weeks than they did on you, he shot back, "That's the idea of the operation, what do you think?" For a poll taken shortly after the invasion ended found that 2/3 of Israeli Jews believed that caste lead should have gone on until Hamas surrendered. 5 If Israelis rued that the invasion didn't achieve its objectives, the subtext, according to Haaretz journalist Gideon Levy, was that we didn't kill enough. 6. To deflect its culpability for the loss of life, Israel alleged that if many Gazan civilians were killed, it was because Hamas used them as human shields. Hamas chose to base its operations in civilian areas not in spite of, but because of the likelihood of substantial harm to civilians, an Israeli factual and legal brief purported, and Hamas operatives took pride in endangering the lives of civilians. But these charges were not borne out by human rights investigations. In one of the most extensive post-invasion human rights reports, Amnesty International did find that Hamas breached certain laws of war. It launched rockets and located military equipment and positions near civilian homes, endangering the lives of the inhabitants by exposing them to the risk of Israeli attacks. They also used empty homes and properties as combat positions during armed confrontations with Israeli forces, exposing the inhabitants of nearby houses to the danger of attacks or of being caught in the crossfire. The Amnesty report proceeded, however, to enter critical caveats. There was no evidence that rockets were launched from residential houses or buildings while civilians were in these buildings. Palestinian militants often used empty houses but did not forcibly take over inhabited houses. Hamas mixed with the civilian population, although this would be difficult to avoid in the small and overcrowded Gaza Strip. Palestinian fighters, like Israeli soldiers, engaged in armed confrontations around residential homes where civilians were present, endangering them. The locations of these confrontations were mostly determined by Israeli forces, who entered Gaza with tanks and armored personnel carriers and took positions deep inside residential neighborhoods. On the most explosive charge, Amnesty categorically exonerated Hamas. Contrary to repeated allegations by Israeli officials of the use of human shields, Amnesty International found no evidence that Hamas or other Palestinian fighters directed the movement of civilians to shield military objectives from attacks. It found no evidence that Hamas or other armed groups forced residents to stay in or around buildings used by fighters, nor that fighters prevented residents from leaving buildings or areas which had been commandeered by militants. Amnesty International delegates interviewed many Palestinians who complained about Hamas's conduct, and especially about Hamas's repression and attacks against their opponents, including killings, torture and arbitrary detentions, but did not receive any accounts of Hamas fighters having used them as human shields. In the cases investigated by Amnesty International of civilians killed in Israeli attacks, the deaths could not be explained as resulting from the presence of fighters shielding among civilians, as the Israeli army generally contends. In all of the cases investigated by Amnesty International of families killed when their homes were bombed from the air by Israeli forces, for example, none of the houses struck was being used by armed groups for military activities. Similarly, in the cases of precision missiles or tank shells which killed civilians in their homes, no fighters were present in the houses that were struck, and Amnesty International delegates found no indication that there had been any armed confrontations or other military activity in the immediate vicinity at the time of the attack. If it found no evidence that Hamas used human shields, Amnesty did, however, find ample evidence that Israel used them. The Israeli brief avowed that the rules of engagement of the Israel Defense Forces, IDF, strictly forbade the use of civilians as human shields, and that the IDF took a variety of measures to teach and instill awareness of these rules of engagement in commanders and soldiers. But in fact, Israeli soldiers used civilians, including children, as human shields, endangering their lives by forcing them to remain in or near houses which they took over and used as military positions. Some were forced to carry out dangerous tasks such as inspecting properties or objects suspected of being booby-trapped. Soldiers also took position and launched attacks from and around inhabited houses, exposing local residents to the danger of attacks or of being caught in the crossfire. Other human rights investigations, in particular, the graphic accounts in the Goldstone Report, and the post-invasion testimony of Israeli soldiers corroborated the IDF's use of human shields. 7. Still, it was axiomatic for philosophers Avishai Margalit and Michael Walzer that whereas Israel's enemies intentionally put civilians at risk by using them as cover, Israel condemns those practices. 8. In a book that explores the myths and illusions about the Middle East, senior U.S. diplomat Dennis Ross inveighed against Hamas because it used the civilian population as human shields and made extensive use of human shields. 9. British Colonel Richard Kemp, who was commander of British forces in Afghanistan, variously alleged that Hamas deliberately positioned itself behind the human shield of the civilian population, ordered, forced when necessary, men, women and children from their own population to stay put in places they knew were about to be attacked by the IDF, deliberately lured Israel into killing their own innocent civilians, and of course deployed women and children as suicide bombers. The nexus of these allegations with terrestrial reality was as tenuous as his peroration, ubiquitously quoted by Israel's apologists, that during Operation Cast Lead the IDF did more to safeguard the rights of civilians in a combat zone than any other army in the history of warfare. 10. Implausible as this assertion is, it does evoke pity for the civilian population caught in Kemp's theater of operations. The circumstances surrounding the deaths of many Palestinians underscored the frailty of Israel's human shields alibi. The attacks that caused the greatest number of fatalities and injuries, Amnesty found, were carried out with long-range high-precision munitions fired from combat aircraft, helicopters, and drones, or from tanks stationed up to several kilometers away, often against pre-selected targets, a process that would normally require approval from up the chain of command. The victims of these attacks were not caught in the crossfire of battles between Palestinian militants and Israeli forces, nor were they shielding militants or other legitimate targets. Many were killed when their homes were bombed while they slept. Others were going about their daily activities in their homes, sitting in their yard, hanging the laundry on the roof when they were targeted in air strikes or tank shelling. Children were studying or playing in their bedrooms or on the roof, or outside their homes, when they were struck by missiles or tank shells. 11. Palestinian civilians, including women and children, were shot at short range when posing no threat to the lives of the Israeli soldiers, Amnesty further found, and there was no fighting going on in their vicinity when they were shot. 12. A Human Rights Watch, HRW, study documented Israel's killing of Palestinian civilians who were trying to convey their non-combatant status by waving a white flag. Israeli forces had control of the areas in question, no fighting was taking place there at the time, and Palestinian fighters were not hiding among the civilians who were shot. In a typical incident, 2 women and 3 children from the Abd Rabbo family were standing for a few minutes outside their home, at least 3 of them holding pieces of white cloth, when an Israeli soldier opened fire, killing 2 girls, aged 2 and 7, and wounding the grandmother and third girl. 13. The Goldstone report concluded that the Israeli armed forces repeatedly opened fire on civilians who were not taking part in the hostilities and who posed no threat to them, and that Israeli armed forces had carried out direct intentional strikes against civilians, absent any grounds which could have reasonably induced the Israeli armed forces to assume that the civilians attacked were in fact taking a direct part in the hostilities. 14. Post-invasion IDF testimonies corroborated the wanton killing of Palestinian civilians. You see people more or less running their life routine, taking a walk, stuff like that. Definitely not terrorists. I hear from other crews that they fired at people there. Tried to kill them. People didn't seem to be too upset about taking human lives. Everyone there is considered a terrorist. We were allowed to do anything we wanted. Who's to tell us not to? I understood that conduct there had been somewhat savage. If you sight it, shoot it, you are allowed to do anything you want. For no reason other than it's cool, even firing white phosphorus because it's fun. Cool. 15. The absurdly lopsided Palestinian-Israeli casualty ratio attested that Cast Lead was, in reality, not a war but a massacre. It was typical of a particular kind of police action. Harvard law professor Duncan Kennedy observed that Western colonial powers have historically undertaken to convince resisting native populations that unless they stop resisting they will suffer unbearable death and deprivation. 16. Indeed, the specter of a massacre kept creeping into post-invasion IDF testimonies. One soldier recollected how Cast Lead was largely conducted by remote control. It feels like hunting season has begun, he mused. Sometimes it reminds me of a PlayStation video game. You feel like a child playing around with a magnifying glass, another soldier remembered. Burning up ants. 17. Most casualties were inflicted on Palestinians by airstrikes, artillery fire, and snipers from afar, a pair of soldiers recalled a year after the invasion. Combat victory? Shooting fish in a barrel is more like it? 18. To invoke the phrase pulverization of Gazans. New Republic. Literary editor Leon Wieseltier nonetheless protested, was calculatedly indifferent to the wrenching moral and strategic perplexities that are contained in the awful reality of asymmetrical war. 19. Indeed, shouldn't we pity the poor Israelis as they wrestled with the perplexities of incinerating ants and shooting fish in a barrel? In the meantime, Israeli philosopher Asa Kasher declared, I am deeply impressed with the courage displayed by each and every one of the soldiers who participated in Operation Cast Lead and their commanders. 28 Israeli soldiers received medals for heroism. 21. The modus operandi of Cast Lead pointed up the appositeness of the soldiers' imagery. An HRW study of Israel's unlawful use of white phosphorus fleshed out the burning ants metaphor. Causing horrific burns, sometimes to the bone, white phosphorus reaches a temperature of 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit, 816 degrees Celsius. 22 HRW reported that Israel repeatedly exploded white phosphorus munitions in the air over populated areas, killing and injuring civilians, and damaging civilian structures, including a school, a market, a humanitarian aid warehouse and a hospital. The IDF fired white phosphorus at the UNRWA headquarters in Gaza City despite repeated warnings from UN personnel about the danger to civilians, at the UN school in Beit Lahia even as the UN had provided the IDF with the GPS coordinates of the school prior to military operations. And at Al-Quds hospital, although it was clearly marked and there does not appear to have been fighting in that immediate area. HRW also noted that all of the white phosphorus shells recovered by it in Gaza were manufactured in the United States. 23 The PlayStation-like nature of Cast Lead was underscored in another HRW study that documented Israel's high-tech assaults on Gaza's population. Israel's drone-launched missiles are incredibly precise, it reported. In addition to the high-resolution cameras and other sensors on the drones themselves, the missile fired from a drone has its own cameras that allow the operator to observe the target from the moment of firing. If a last-second doubt arises about a target, the drone operator can use the missile's remote guidance system to divert the fired missile, steering the missile away from the target with a joystick. THRW investigated 6 drone attacks that killed 29 civilians, 8 of them children. It found that no Palestinian fighters were present in the immediate area of the attack at the time, and that 5 of the 6 attacks took place during the day, when civilians were shopping, returning from school, or engaged in other ordinary activities, which they most likely would not have done had Palestinian fighters been in the area at the time. 24. Unabashed and undeterred, the Israeli brief still sang paeans to the IDF's unique respect for the paramount values of human life and purity of arms, as it did not use weapons and force to harm human beings who were not combatants or prisoners of war. 25. Kasher lauded the impeccable values of the IDF, among them, protecting the human dignity of every human being, even the most vile terrorist, and the uniquely Israeli value of the sanctity of human life. 26. Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz averred that Israel went to great lengths to protect civilians, while Human Rights Watch founder Robert Bernstein proposed that the press might consider praising Israel for its successful attempts to minimize civilian casualties. 27. In a New Yorker cover story on what really happened, journalist Lawrence Wright reported that the Israeli military adopted painstaking efforts to spare civilian lives in Gaza. 28. Which should trouble more, that they did or didn't believe these fantasies. Israel's Human Shield's alibi was symptomatic of its endeavors to obfuscate what actually happened during the invasion. In fact, Israel began its Hasbara propaganda preparations 6 months before Cast Lead was launched, and a centralized body in the Prime Minister's office, the National Information Directorate, was specifically tasked with coordinating the PR campaign. 29. Still, after world public opinion turned against Israel, Anthony Cordesman blamed its isolation on a failure to invest in the war of perceptions. Israel did little to explain the steps it was taking to minimize civilian casualties and collateral damage on the world stage. It certainly could and should have done far more to show its level of military restraint and make it credible. 30. In the opinion of Haaretz.com senior editor Bradley Burston, the problem was that Israelis are execrable at public relations, while according to Israeli political scientist Shlomo Avinri, if the world took a dim view of Cast Lead, it was because of the name given to the operation, which greatly affects the way in which it will be perceived. 31. But if the micromanaged Hasbara blitz ultimately did not convince, the explanation lay neither in Israel's failure to convey its humanitarian ethos nor in the world's misapprehension of what happened. Rather, the scope of the massacre was so appalling that ultimately no amount of propaganda could disguise it. It did take time, however, before the true picture emerged. Israel had imposed the most draconian press controls in the history of modern warfare. 32. The Foreign Press Association denounced the media clampdown as putting the state of Israel in the company of a handful of regimes around the world which regularly keep journalists from doing their jobs, while Reporters Without Borders protested that it was outrageous and should be condemned by the international community. 33. But the challenge of filtering images coming out of Gaza proved more intractable after the ceasefire went into effect. Israel could no longer bar foreign journalists on the specious pretexts it had concocted during the assault. Still, more than a half-year after Cast Lead ended, Israel obstructed the passage into Gaza of human rights organizations such as Amnesty, THRW, and B'Tselem, Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories. If Israel has nothing to hide, THRW asked rhetorically, why is it refusing to allow us in? 34. Israel's Hasbara campaign suffered a major setback when several Israeli media outlets circulated the post-invasion testimonies of combat pilots and infantry soldiers who either committed war crimes or witnessed them in Gaza. The Israeli organization Breaking the Silence then published a large compilation of damning IDF testimonies. The Israeli brief reassured readers that Israel is an open and democratic society which fully respects the freedom of speech. Information on possible misconduct of soldiers reaches the IDF authorities in various ways. 35 But after publication of the damning IDF testimonies, the Israeli Foreign Ministry pressed European governments that funded breaking the silence to cease their subsidies. 36 The official refutations of these damning IDF testimonies carried little credibility. After all, what possible motive could have induced the combatants to lie? 37 The other responses oscillated between feigned disbelief and rotten apple minimization. 38 Like the film character Captain Louis Renault, who was shocked, to discover that people were gambling in Casablanca, some officials expressed grief-stricken incredulity that Israeli soldiers could have engaged in criminal conduct. But such behavior was the natural continuation of the last 9 years, when soldiers killed nearly 5,000 Palestinians, at least half of them innocent civilians, nearly 1,000 of them children and teenagers, Gideon Levy retorted, mocking the sham consternation. Everything the soldiers described from Gaza, everything, occurred during these blood-soaked years as if they were routine events. 39 Israeli officials also sought to downplay these confessions by alleging that it was much ado about a few rotten apples. Or as Alan Dershowitz spun it, rogue soldiers are a fact of war. 40 But the criminal behavior of individual soldiers was the ineluctable outcome of caste lead's overarching criminal objective, to restore Israel's deterrence capacity by inflicting massive lethal violence on a civilian population. These are not instances of errant fire, Levy continued, but of deliberate fire resulting from an order. 41 The stories of this publication prove that we are not dealing with the failures of individual soldiers, and attest instead to failures primarily on a systemic level. Breaking the silence editorialized. 42 Hundreds of civilians were not killed by mistake or by a handful of rotten apples, the Public Committee Against Torture in Israel found after an extensive investigation. 43 Declarations made by officials together with accumulating data, the Association for Civil Rights in Israel noted in its annual report, reveal that the strikes on civilians and civilian structures were generally not the result of a spontaneous, low-level decision, but rather of decisions and directives made by senior echelons in the government and the IDF. 44 Basing itself in part on the IDF testimonies, the Goldstone report concluded that the repeated failure to distinguish between combatants and civilians appears to have been the result of deliberate guidance issued to soldiers, and not the result of occasional lapses. 45 No doubt, some IDF soldiers exploited the occasion of the unfolding massacre to sate their sadistic impulses, while others were brutalized by the mayhem that was unleashed. IDF testimonies recalled the hatred and the joy, and fun and delight of killing gazans, the wreaking of destruction for kicks and to make oneself happy. Other testimonies captured degenerate soldier banter, such as "I killed a terrorist, whoa. We blew his head off. Fortunately the hospitals are full to capacity already, so people are dying more quickly, he just couldn't finish this operation without killing someone." 46 Still, it was the barbaric essence of caste lead that enabled these excesses. Homing in on IDF sadism, or for that matter rowdy and uncouth behavior, eclipsed the fundamental truth that the most egregious crimes during caste-led were executed in a disciplined, routine fashion. One interlocutor of the confessing Israeli soldiers expressed disgust that they did not restore order and cleanliness in the Gazan homes they had occupied, "That's simply behaving like animals. You are describing an army with very low value norms, that's the truth." 47 But he evinced much less unease over the 6,300 homes methodically razed to the ground by the IDF. In a bid to direct culpability for caste lead away from the heartland of Israeli society and toward its Jewish fundamentalist excrescence, the Hasbara campaign harped on the bigoted expressions and incendiary exhortations of IDF rabbis and recruits from religious schools. The criminality was the handiwork of religious nationalists, the New York Times' Ethan Bronner suggested. They have moved into more and more positions of military responsibility and displaced the secular, Western, and educated kibbutzniks who in Israel's glory days commanded and staffed the IDF. 48 But such an explanation conveniently overlooked, on the one hand, That caste lead was the brainchild of an eminently secular triumvirate: Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, Defense Minister Ehud Barak, and Foreign Minister Tzipi Livni, and, on the other hand, that the IDF had committed many brutal excesses long before religious zealots infiltrated its ranks. 49. After the first round of soldier testimonies, the IDF promised an investigation, but it abruptly closed its probe some 10 days later when it concluded that these accounts of wanton killing and destruction were just rumors. 50. A subsequent IDF internal investigation found that no civilians were purposefully harmed by IDF troops during Operation Caste Lead. Barak lauded the probe, as it once again proves that the IDF is one of the most moral armies in the world. The Israeli brief purported that Israel's legal and judicial apparatus is fully equipped and motivated to address alleged violations of national or international law by its commanders and soldiers. But the results of the IDF's internal investigation caused human rights groups to conclude otherwise. The Israeli military will not objectively monitor itself, HRW. The army's claims appear to be more an attempt to shirk its responsibilities than a genuine process to establish the truth. Amnesty. There are serious doubts about the willingness of Israel to carry out genuine investigations in an impartial, independent, prompt, and effective way. Goldstone Report. Point 51. The docket on Caste Lead appeared to vindicate this skepticism. Only 4 Israelis were convicted of wrongdoing, only 3 of them were expected to serve jail time. The severest sentence meted out was 7.5 months, for the theft of a Gazan's credit card. 2 soldiers convicted of using a 9-year-old child as a human shield received 3-month suspended sentences. Point 52. In a touching gesture of atonement, Israeli Information Minister Yuli Edelstein declared, "I am ashamed of the soldier who stole some credit cards." 53. The proliferation of human rights reports condemning Caste Lead suggested that Israel had not managed to spin public perceptions. Indeed, its Hasbara campaign had backfired. The brutality of the Israeli attack, on the one hand, and the brazenness of its denials, on the other, jolted the human rights community into action. Consider the Amnesty Report. Fueling conflict, foreign arms supplies to Israel/Gaza. 54. Which recommended a comprehensive arms embargo. Amnesty International is calling on the UN, notably the Security Council, to impose an immediate, comprehensive arms embargo on all parties to the conflict, and on all states to take action individually to impose national embargoes on any arms or weapons transfers to the parties to the conflict until there is no longer a substantial risk that such arms or weapons could be used to commit serious violations of international law. It went on to inventory foreign-made weapons deployed by Israel during Caste Lead, such as US-manufactured white phosphorus shells, tank ammunition, and guided missiles. Putting Israel's chief enabler on the spot, Amnesty reported that the USA has been by far the major supplier of conventional arms to Israel, that the USA has provided large funding each year for Israel to procure arms despite US legislation that restricts such aid to consistently gross human rights violators, and that Israel's military intervention in the Gaza Strip has been equipped to a large extent by US-supplied weapons, munitions, and military equipment paid for with US taxpayers' money. The report also briefly inventoried the supply of foreign-made weapons to Palestinian armed groups, on a very small scale compared to Israel. Amnesty's call for a comprehensive arms embargo on Israel and Palestinian armed groups marked a milestone in the conflict. Human rights organizations had in the past pressed Washington to restrict both military assistance to Israel and Israel's use of specific weapons so long as it systematically violated the law. 55. But no prominent human rights group had ever published such a precise tabulation of foreign weapons suppliers to Israel, or called so aggressively for a comprehensive arms embargo by these suppliers. Predictably, the U.S. administration rejected Amnesty's call. 56. And Amnesty itself came under withering attack from the likes of the Anti-Defamation League for its pernicious and biased report that is doing nothing short of denying Israel the right to self-defense. 57. The biggest blow to Israeli Hasbara was not delivered, however, by established human rights organizations. It came from a direction that caught Israel off guard and ill-prepared. The UN Human Rights Council had mandated an investigation of human rights violations during Cast Lead, to be led by Richard Goldstone. When the Goldstone mission published its devastating findings, Israel erupted in shock and rage, not least because on top of being a distinguished jurist, Goldstone was also a committed Zionist. What would Gandhi say? Palestinians are often taken to task for not embracing a Gandhian strategy that repudiates violent resistance. If the Palestinians would adopt the ways of Gandhi, U.S. Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz told a Georgetown University audience in 2003, I think they could in fact make enormous change very, very quickly. He might well be right, but still, the ways of Gandhi do not oblige Palestinians to set down their makeshift weapons. Gandhi classified forceful resistance in the face of impossible odds: a woman fending off a rapist with slaps and scratches, an unarmed man physically resisting torture by a gang, or Polish armed self-defense to the Nazi aggression as almost non-violence. It was in essence symbolic, less violence than a fillip to the spirit to overcome fear and allow for a dignified death. It registered a refusal to bend before overwhelming might in the full knowledge that it means certain death. In the face of Israel's infernal, high-tech slaughter in Gaza, didn't the desultory Hamas projectiles fall into the category of token violence that Gandhi was loath to condemn? Even if the projectile attacks did constitute full-fledged violence, it's still not certain that Gandhi would have disapproved. Fight violence with non-violence if you can, he exhorted, and if you can't do that, fight violence by any means, even if it means your utter extinction. But in no case should you leave your hearths and homes to be looted and burnt. Isn't this what Hamas did as it resolved to fight violence by any means, even if it meant utter extinction, after Israel broke the ceasefire and refused to lift the illegal siege that was destroying Gaza's whole civilization, Mary Robinson, and causing the breakdown of an entire society, Sarah Roy. Hungry like the Wolfowitz. Georgetown Voice. November 6, 2003. What Women Should Do in a Difficult Situation, September 4, 1932, in The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. Ahmedabad, Volume 51, pages 18 to 19, discussion with Mahadev Desai, September 4, 1932, in Ibid, Volume 51, pages 24 to 25, discussion with B.G. Kerr and others, August 15, 1940, in Ibid, Volume 72, p. 388, discussion with Bharatanand, September 2, 1940, in Ibid, Volume 72, p. 434, Message to Statespeople, October 1, 1941, in Ibid, Volume 74, p. 368, Speech at Prayer Meeting, November 5, 1947, in Ibid, Volume 89, p. 481. Speech at Golandu, November 6, 1946, in Ibid, Volume 86, p. 86. See Chapter 2. Part 2. The Goldstone Report. Figure 2. Richard Goldstone. Copyright UN Photo/Jean-Marc Fair. 5. A Zionist Bears Witness. In April 2009, the President of the UN Human Rights Council appointed a fact-finding mission to investigate all violations of international human rights law and international humanitarian law during Operation Cast Lead. 1 Richard Goldstone, ex-judge of the Constitutional Court of South Africa and ex-prosecutor of the International Criminal Tribunals for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda, was named head of the mission. Its original mandate was to scrutinize only Israeli violations of human rights during Cast Lead, but Goldstone conditioned his acceptance of the job on broadening the mandate to include violations on all sides. The council president invited Goldstone to write the mandate himself, which he proceeded to do, and which the president then accepted. It was very difficult to refuse. A mandate that I'd written for myself, Goldstone later observed. Still, Israel refused to cooperate with the mission on the grounds that it was biased. 2 In September 2009, The long-awaited report of the Goldstone mission was released. It proved to be a searing indictment not just of Cast Lead but also of the ongoing Israeli occupation. The Goldstone report found that much of the devastation Israel inflicted during Cast Lead was premeditated. It also found that the operation was anchored in a military doctrine that views disproportionate destruction and creating maximum disruption in the lives of many people as a legitimate means to achieve military and political goals, and that it was designed to have inevitably dire consequences for the non-combatants in Gaza. For the disproportionate destruction and violence against civilians sprang from a deliberate policy, as did the humiliation and dehumanization of the Palestinian population. 5. Although Israel justified the attack on grounds of self-defense against Hamas' 6 rocket attacks, the report pointed to a different motive. The primary purpose of the Israeli blockade was to bring about a situation in which the civilian population would find life so intolerable that they would leave, if that were possible, or turn Hamas out of office, as well as to collectively punish the civilian population, while Cast Lead itself was aimed at punishing the Gaza population for its resilience and for its apparent support for Hamas, and possibly with the intent of forcing a change in such support. 7. The report concluded that the Israeli assault constituted a deliberately disproportionate attack designed to punish, humiliate, and terrorize a civilian population, radically diminish its local economic capacity both to work and to provide for itself, and to force upon it an ever-increasing sense of dependency and vulnerability. 8. It also paid tribute to the resilience and dignity of the Gazan people in the face of dire circumstances. 9. In its legal determinations, the Goldstone report found that Israel had committed numerous violations of customary and conventional international law. It also ticked off a considerable list of war crimes committed by Israel, including willful killing, torture or inhuman treatment, willfully causing great suffering or serious injury to body or health, extensive destruction of property, not justified by military necessity and carried out unlawfully and wantonly, and use of human shields. 10. It further determined that Israeli actions that deprive Palestinians in the Gaza Strip of their means of sustenance, employment, housing, and water, that deny their freedom of movement and their right to leave and enter their own country, that limit their access to courts of law and effective remedies, might justify a competent court finding that crimes against humanity have been committed. 11. The report pinned primary culpability for these criminal offenses on Israel's political and military elites. The systematic and deliberate nature of the activities leaves the mission in no doubt that responsibility lies in the first place with those who designed, planned, ordered, and oversaw the operations. 12. The report also determined that the fatalities, property damage, and psychological trauma resulting from Hamas's indiscriminate and deliberate rocket attacks on Israel's civilian population constituted war crimes and may amount to crimes against humanity. 13. A charge of bias was leveled against the report because only a small fraction of it was devoted to Hamas rocket attacks. The accusation of bias was valid, but the bias ran in the reverse direction. If the ratio of Palestinian to Israeli deaths stood at more than 100:1, and of homes destroyed at more than 6,000:1, then the proportion of the report devoted to Hamas's crimes was much greater than the objective data warranted. 14. When it was subsequently put to Goldstone that the report disproportionately focused on Israeli breaches of international law, he replied, "It's difficult to deal equally with a state party, with a sophisticated army, with an air force, and a navy, and the most sophisticated weapons that are not only in the arsenal of Israel, but manufactured and exported by Israel, on the one hand, with Hamas using really improvised, imprecise armaments." 15. The Goldstone report did not limit itself strictly to Cast Lead. It broadened out into a comprehensive, full-blown indictment of Israel's treatment of Palestinians during the long years of occupation. The report condemned Israel's fragmentation of the Palestinian people. 16. And its restrictions on Palestinian freedom of movement. 17. Its institutionalized discrimination against Palestinians both in the occupied Palestinian territories and in Israel. 18. Its violent repression of Palestinian, as well as Israeli, demonstrators opposing the occupation, and the violent attacks on Palestinian civilians in the West Bank by Israeli soldiers and Jewish settlers enjoying legal impunity. 19. Its wholesale detention, torture, and ill-treatment of Palestinians, including hundreds of children, and the lack of due process. 20. Its silent transfer of Palestinians in East Jerusalem in order to ethnically cleanse it. 21. Its de facto annexation of 10% of the West Bank on the Israeli side of the wall, which amounts to the acquisition of territory by force, contrary to the Charter of the United Nations. 22. And its settlement expansion, land expropriation, and demolition of Palestinian homes and villages. 23. The report determined that certain of these policies constituted war crimes. 24. And also violated the Palestinians' fundamental Jews' Coggins right to self-determination. 25. Although it didn't draw a bright line distinction between the perpetrators and victims of a brutal occupation, the report did eschew equating the position of Israel as the occupying power with that of the occupied Palestinian population or entities representing it. The differences with regard to the power and capacity to inflict harm or to protect, including by securing justice when violations occur, are obvious. 26. The Goldstone report proposed several remedies to hold Israel and Hamas accountable for their respective breaches of international law. Individual states in the international community were exhorted to start criminal investigations in national courts, using universal jurisdiction, where there is sufficient evidence of the commission of grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions of 1949. Where so warranted, following investigation, alleged perpetrators should be arrested and prosecuted in accordance with internationally recognized standards of justice. 27. It also called on the UN Security Council to monitor the readiness of Israel and Hamas to launch appropriate investigations that are independent and in conformity with international standards into the serious violations of international humanitarian and international human rights law. Should either party fail to undertake good faith investigations, the report urged that the Security Council refer the situation in Gaza to the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. 28. It also recommended that Israel pay compensation for damages through a UN General Assembly escrow fund. 29. More broadly, the report recommended that the high contracting parties to the Fourth Geneva Convention enforce the convention and ensure its respect in the occupied Palestinian territories. It also called on Israel to immediately terminate its blockade of Gaza and strangulation of Gaza's economy, its violence against Palestinian civilians, its destruction and affronts on human dignity, its impingement on Palestinian political life and repression of political dissent, and its restrictions on freedom of movement. The report reciprocally called on Hamas to renounce attacks on Israeli civilians and civilian objects, release the Israeli soldier, Gilad Shalit, held in captivity, release political detainees, and respect human rights. 30. The Israeli reaction to the Goldstone report came fast and furious. Apart from a few honorable, if predictable, exceptions, it was subjected for months to a torrent of abuse across the Israeli political spectrum and at all levels of society. 31. Indeed, it was almost impossible to locate the actual report on the web amid the avalanche of vicious attacks. After dismissing the report as a mockery of history and Goldstone himself as a small man, devoid of any sense of justice, a technocrat with no real understanding of jurisprudence, Israeli President Shimon Peres proceeded to set the record straight. IDF Israel Defense Forces operations enabled economic prosperity in the West Bank, relieved southern Lebanese citizens from the terror of Hezbollah, and have enabled Gazans to have normal lives again. 32. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu purported that the report was a kangaroo court against Israel. 33. While Defense Minister Ehud Barak conveyed that it was a lie, distorted, biased and supports terror. 34. Netanyahu subsequently proposed an initiative to amend the rules of war in order to facilitate the battle against terrorists in the future. What is it that Israel wants? Israeli historian Zeev Sternhell shot back. Permission to fearlessly attack defenseless population centers with planes, tanks, and artillery. 35. Knesset Speaker Reuven Rivlin warned that the report's new and crooked morality will usher in a new era in Western civilization, similar to the one that we remember from the 1938 Munich Agreement. 36. Before the hate fest was over, almost every prominent political figure in and out of office had chimed in. Former Foreign Minister Tzipi Livni declared that the Goldstone report was born in sin. 37 Foreign Minister Avigdor Lieberman declared that it had no legal, factual, or moral value, and Deputy Foreign Minister Danny Ayalon warned that it provides legitimacy to terrorism and risks turning international law into a circus. 38 Dan Gil-Erman, former Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, ripped the report for blatant, one-sided, anti-Israel lies, and Dori Gold, former Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, derided it as one of the most potent weapons in the arsenal of international terrorist organizations, while Gabriela Shalev, Israeli ambassador to the United Nations, castigated it as biased, one-sided and political. 39 Michael Oren, Israeli ambassador to the United States, won the Triple Crown for venomous spewings. He alleged in an address to the American Jewish Committee that Hezbollah was one of the report's principal beneficiaries, intoned in the Boston Globe, that the report must be rebuffed by all those who care about peace, and reckoned in the New Republic, that the report was even worse than Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad and the Holocaust deniers. 40 IDF Chief of Staff Gabi Ashkenazi ridiculed the report as biased and unbalanced, while IDF Senior Legal Advisor Avikai Mendelblit mocked it as biased, astonishingly extreme, lacking any basis in reality. 41 Non-governmental institutions and public figures also weighed in. The Jerusalem Post editorialized that the report was a feat of cynical superficiality, and was born in bias and matured into a full-fledged miscarriage of justice. Former Haaretz editor-in-chief David Landau lamented that the report's fundamental premise, that the Israelis went after civilians, eliminated any possibility of honest debate. 42, far from its premise, that was the report's conclusion after scrutinizing mountains of evidence. Israel Harel, a leader of the settler movement, scoffed at the report as destructive, toxic, even worse than the protocols of the elders of Zion, and misdirected against precisely that country which protects human and military ethics more than the world has ever seen. Residents of an Israeli town abutting Gaza picketed UN offices in Jerusalem with placards declaring, "Goldstone apologize and we're sick of anti-Semites." 43 A Tel Aviv University Center for the Study of Antisemitism and Racism purported that the report was responsible for a global surge in hate crimes against Jews and the equation of the war in Gaza with the Holocaust. 44 Alleging that Goldstone's accusations against Israel echoed those leveled against Alfred Dreyfus, Professor Gerald Steinberg of Bar Ilan University declared that Israel had the moral right to flatten all of Gaza. 45, Steinberg founded the university's program on conflict resolution and management. Fully 94% of those Israeli Jews familiar with the report held it to be biased against Israel, and 79% rejected its accusation that the IDF committed war crimes. 46 Even after cast lead and the ensuing lies and cover ups by the military, fully 90% of Israeli Jews ranked the IDF as the state institution they most trusted. 47 Inasmuch as the report's findings were beyond the pale, the only issue deemed worthy of public deliberation in Israel was whether or not Israel should have cooperated with the Goldstone mission. 48 But as veteran peace activist Yuri Avneri pointed out, the real answer why Israel chose not to cooperate is quite simple. They knew full well that the mission, any mission, would have to reach the conclusions it did reach. 49 In a telling departure from past histrionics, Israelis dispensed after cast lead with those emotive outpourings of angst shooting and crying that cheerleaders abroad used to tout as proof of the uniquely sensitive Jewish soul. Brutalized and calloused, Israelis no longer even bothered to feign remorse. Although calling for a ceasefire after the initial air assault, the icons of Israel's peace camp Amos Oz, A.B. Yehoshua, and David Grossman still alleged that Hamas was responsible for the unfolding horror, and that the Israeli ground and air attack was necessary because Hamas leaders refused every Israeli and Egyptian attempt to reach a compromise to prevent this latest flare-up. 50. In a secondary blast of hot air, the usual suspects in the United States rose, or sunk, to the occasion by lambasting the message and slandering the messenger. Max Boot dismissed the Goldstone report on Commentary's website as a risible series of findings, while John Bolton, former U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, opined in the Wall Street Journal that the logical response to this debacle is to withdraw from and defund the Human Rights Council. 51 Elie Wiesel condemned the report not only as a crime against the Jewish people, but also as being unnecessary. I can't believe that Israeli soldiers murdered people or shot children. It just can't be. 52 Heading up the domestic witch hunt, Harvard Law School's Alan Dershowitz alleged that the report is so filled with lies, distortions, and blood libels that it could have been drafted by Hamas extremists, that it echoed the protocols of the Elders of Zion, and was biased and bigoted, that every serious student of human rights should be appalled at this anti-human rights and highly politicized report, that it made findings of fact, nearly all wrong, stated conclusions of law, nearly all questionable, and made specific recommendations, nearly all one-sided, that Goldstone himself was a traitor to the Jewish people, an evil man, and he proclaimed on Israeli television on a par with Auschwitz angel of death Joseph Mengele. 53. The essence and central conclusion of the report, according to Dershowitz, was that Israel had a carefully planned and executed policy of deliberately targeting innocent civilians for mass murder. Israel's real purpose was to target innocent Palestinian civilians, children, women, and the elderly for death. He repeated this characterization of the report on nearly every page, often multiple times on a single page of his lengthy study in evidentiary bias, and then proceeded to handily refute the accusation. 54 But Dershowitz conjured a straw man. The report never stated or suggested that the principal objective of Cast Lead was to murder Palestinians. Otherwise, it would have had to charge Israel with genocide. It is a commonplace that the more frequently a lie is repeated, the more credible it becomes. The novelty of Dershowitz's study was that it kept repeating a falsehood the more easily to discredit its alleged purveyor. Goldstone bashers in the United States also claimed that Hamas had coached and intimidated Palestinian witnesses, disguised its militants as witnesses, and fed Goldstone uncorroborated information. 55 However, none of these detractors adduced a shred of evidence, while Goldstone himself rejoined by offering every assurance that it didn't happen. 56 Communal Jewish organizations predictably joined in the gang-up. The American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, called the Goldstone mission rigged and the report deeply flawed. 57 The American Jewish Committee deplored it as a deeply distorted document. 58 Abraham Foxman of the Anti-Defamation League was shocked and distressed that the United States would not unilaterally dismiss it. 59 The Obama administration quickly fell into lockstep with the Israel lobby. However, it probably did not need much prodding. One of Israel's talking points in Washington was that the Goldstone report's recommendation to prosecute soldiers for war crimes should worry every country fighting terror. 60 State Department spokesman Ian Kelly alleged that whereas the report makes overly sweeping conclusions of fact and law with respect to Israel, its conclusions regarding Hamas's deplorable conduct are more general. Assistant U.S. Secretary of State for Democracy Michael Posner condemned it as deeply flawed, and Deputy U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations Alejandro Wolf faulted its unbalanced focus on Israel. 61 In its 47-page entry for Israel and the occupied territories, the U.S. State Department's 2009 Human Rights Report devoted all of 3 sentences to Cast Lead, then touched on the report's findings and disparagingly concluded, the Goldstone report was widely criticized for methodological failings, legal and factual errors, falsehoods, and for devoting insufficient attention to the asymmetrical nature of the conflict and the fact that Hamas and other Palestinian militants were deliberately operating in heavily populated urban areas of Gaza. 62 Congressman Gary Ackerman, chair of the House Subcommittee on the Middle East and South Asia, mocked Goldstone as inhabiting a self-righteous fantasy land and the report as a pompous, tendentious, one-sided political diatribe. 63 The probability that any of these critics actually read the report approaches zero. After mutely absorbing this relentless barrage of attacks, Goldstone finally dared the Obama administration to substantively justify its criticisms. 64 Meanwhile, Human Rights Watch, HRW, took to task the U.S. government for calling the report unbalanced and deeply flawed, but providing no real facts to support those assertions. 65 The U.S. House of Representatives passed by a vote of 344 to 36 a non-binding resolution that condemned the report as irredeemably biased and unworthy of further consideration or legitimacy. 66 Before the vote was taken, Goldstone submitted a point-by-point rebuttal demonstrating that the House resolution was vitiated by serious factual inaccuracies and instances where information and statements are taken grossly out of context. 67 The Obama administration worked behind the scenes in concert with Israel to foreclose consideration of the report in international forums, and privately gloated at the successes it had scored. 68 Hillary Clinton later bragged that while Secretary of State in the Obama administration, she had defended Israel from isolation and attacks at the United Nations and other international settings, including opposing the biased Goldstone report. 69 Pressure was also exerted on the Palestinian Authority, PA, to drop its support of the report's recommendations. The PA has reached the point where it has to decide, a senior Israeli defense official declared, whether it is working with us or against us. 70 The answer was not long in coming. Acting at the behest of President Mahmoud Abbas, the PA representative on the UN Human Rights Council effectively acquiesced in killing consideration of the report. His decision provoked such outrage among Palestinians, however, that the PA had to reverse itself, and the Council convened to deliberate on the report. 71 It approved a resolution condemning all targeting of civilians and stressing the urgent need to ensure accountability for all violations of international law, endorsed the report's recommendations, and urged the United Nations to act on them. 72 In November 2009, the UN General Assembly passed by a vote of 114 to 18, 44 abstentions, a resolution condemning all targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure, and calling on both Israel and Hamas to undertake investigations that are independent, credible, and in conformity with international standards into the serious violations of international law reported by the fact-finding mission. 73 Denouncing the resolution as completely detached from realities and a mockery of reality, Israel proclaimed that the vote proves that Israel is succeeding in getting across the message that the report is one-sided and not serious, and that the Democratic Premier League states voted in line with Israel's position, among them, the Marshall Islands, Micronesia, and Palau. 74 In February 2010, UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon reported back to the General Assembly that still no determination can be made on the implementation of its November 2009 resolution calling for credible investigations. 75 Later that month, the General Assembly passed another resolution by a vote of 98 to 7, 31 abstentions, reiterating its call on Israel and Hamas to conduct investigations that are independent, credible, and in conformity with international standards, and requesting that the Secretary-General report back within 5 months on the implementation of the resolution. 76 Despite intensive lobbying by European Jewish groups, in March 2010 the European Parliament passed, 335 to 287, a resolution demanding implementation of the report's recommendations and accountability for all violations of international law, including alleged war crimes. The spokesman for the Israeli mission to the European Union deplored the resolution as flawed and counterproductive. 77 In January and July 2010, Israel released updates on its own investigations. 78 Although the pair of updates indicated that scores of investigations had been conducted, the results overwhelmingly exonerated Israelis of wrongdoing. A handful of soldiers suffered disciplinary sanctions, such as an officer who was severely reprimanded. The harshest sentence meted out was a 7.5-month prison term to a soldier who had stolen a credit card. 79 Still, even these token punishments caused the IDF to inveigh against the shackles allegedly being placed on it. 80 The Israeli investigations could not, however, be faulted for lack of creativity. One soldier who killed a woman carrying a white flag was exonerated on the grounds that the bullet was actually a warning shot that ricocheted off a cloud, 81 Despite its vindication by these investigations, Israel magnanimously adopted important new written procedures and doctrine designed to enhance the protection of civilians and to limit unnecessary damage to civilian property and infrastructure in future conflicts. 82 The tacit conceit was that if Israel bore a small measure of responsibility for the death and destruction in Gaza, it had resulted from operational deficits, and not, as the Goldstone report concluded, from an assault designed to punish, humiliate, and terrorize a civilian population. After the first update, Haaretz editorialized that the Israeli investigations were not persuasive, that enough has been done to reach the truth. But in a subsequent editorial, it validated the second round of investigations and implied that it was time to close the book on the report. 83 Both Amnesty and HRW wholly dismissed the first round of Israeli investigations, while HRW stated after the second update that although some results had been achieved, the Israeli investigations still fall far short of addressing the widespread and serious allegations of unlawful conduct during the fighting. 84 The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights announced in June 2010 the formation of an independent committee to ensure accountability for all violations of international humanitarian and international human rights laws during the Gaza conflict. 85 The committee's report, issued in September 2010, 86 found that whereas certain positive steps have resulted from Israel's investigations, the bottom line was that the military investigations thus far appear to have produced very little. 87 Indeed, while the committee cannot conclude that credible and genuine investigations have been carried out by the de facto authorities in the Gaza Strip, 88 At the time of the report's issuance, Hamas had apparently convicted and sentenced to prison time more individuals than Israel. 89 After release of the committee's report, Amnesty urged the UN Human Rights Council to recognize the failure of the investigations conducted by Israel and the Hamas de facto administration, and to call on the ICC International Criminal Court prosecutor urgently to seek a determination whether the ICC has jurisdiction over the Gaza conflict. 90. In March 2010, the semi-official Israeli Intelligence and Terrorism Information Center, ITIC, released a voluminous response to the Goldstone report. 91 It was based largely on interrogations of terrorist operatives, reports from IDF forces, Israeli intelligence information, and unverifiable and indecipherable photographic evidence. Ignoring copious evidence amassed by human rights organizations, the ITIC publication denied that Gaza was facing a humanitarian crisis before cast lead. It blamed Hamas for the shortages that did arise. 92 It denied that Israel's November 4, 2008 raid on Gaza caused the breakdown of the ceasefire with Hamas. 93 And it denied that Israel used Gazans as human shields. 94 In addition, it falsely alleged that the Goldstone report made almost no mention of the brutal means of repression used by Hamas against its opponents. 95 It falsely alleged that the report devoted just 3 paragraphs to Hamas's rocket and mortar fire during Operation Cast Lead, and downplayed Israeli civilian deaths. 96 It falsely alleged that the report absolved Hamas of all responsibility for war crimes. 97 It falsely alleged that the report gave superficial treatment to the terrorist organization's use of civilians as human shields. 98 And it falsely alleged that the report depended on the unreliable casualty statistics provided by Hamas. 99 On more than one occasion the ITIC publication tested the limits of chutzpah and credulity. It rebuked not Israel but Hamas for unwillingness to cooperate with the Goldstone mission. 100 And it purported that Hamas operatives would position innocent civilians near IDF tanks to prevent IDF soldiers from shooting at them. 101 In other words, Hamas dragged Palestinian civilians to Israeli tank positions, ordered them to stay put, and then beat a swift retreat. It is not revealed whether the civilians did stay put. It might be cause for perplexity why the Goldstone report provoked so much vituperation in Israel and set in motion a diplomatic blitz to contain the fallout. 102 It was, after all, just one of hundreds of human rights reports condemning Cast Lead. Its findings did not measurably differ from the others, and Israel had never paid heed to UN bodies. 103 The answer, however, was not hard to find. Goldstone was not only Jewish but also a self-declared Zionist, who worked for Israel all of my adult life, fully supports Israel's right to exist, and was a firm believer in the absolute right of the Jewish people to have their home there. He headed up a Jewish organization that managed vocational schools in Israel, and he sat on the board of governors of the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, from which he had received an honorary doctorate. His mother was an activist in the women's branch of the Zionist movement, while his daughter had emigrated to Israel and was an ardent Zionist. 104 Goldstone had also singled out the Nazi Holocaust as the seminal inspiration for the international law and human rights agenda of which he was a leading exponent. 105 In light of his Jewish/Zionist bona fides, Israel could not credibly play its usual cards: anti-Semite, self-hating Jew, Holocaust denier against Goldstone. In effect, his persona neutralized the ideological weapons Israel had honed over many decades to ward off criticism. This time, in Gideon Levy's telling phrase, "The messenger is propaganda-proof." 106 To be sure, some desperados did try to discredit Goldstone as an anti-Semite, Israeli Finance Minister Yuval Steinitz, and the report as partially motivated by anti-Semitic views of Israel, philosophy professor Asa Kasher, and the type of anti-Semitism that led to the Holocaust, Israeli Information Minister Yuli Edelstein. 107 A Google search for the words Goldstone anti-Semite Gaza. 1 week after the report's publication brought up over 75,000 websites. Still, the slanders collapsed under the weight of their manifest absurdity. Goldstone's detractors then speculated that the report was a product of Goldstone's overweening ambition. He was said to be angling for a Nobel Peace Prize or to head the United Nations. But Goldstone's impeccable reputation easily withstood these imputations of opportunism. 108 However, in interviews and statements after the report was published, and as a harbinger of things to come, Goldstone did appear to backpedal from its more damning conclusions and to downplay the extent of Israeli crimes. 109 It was then alleged that Goldstone had been suckered into lending his good name to a half-baked report. 110 But the chief prosecutor in multiple international war crimes tribunals was plainly nobody's dupe. If Goldstone was not an anti-Semite, a self-hating Jew, or a Holocaust denier, if he had never evinced animus toward Israel but, on the contrary, had manifested an abiding affection for it, if he was reputed to be a man of integrity, who put truth and justice above self-aggrandizement and partisanship, if he was neither an incompetent nor a fool, if Goldstone could credibly claim all this and more, then the only plausible explanation for the devastating content of the document he chiefly authored was that it faithfully recorded the damning facts as they unfolded during Cast Lead. The only thing they can be afraid of, Goldstone later observed of his detractors, is the truth. And I think this is why they're attacking the messenger and not the message. 111 Compelled to face the facts and their consequences, disarmed and exposed, Israel went into panic mode. Israeli pundits expressed alarm that the report might impede Israel's ability to launch military attacks in the future. 112 While Prime Minister Netanyahu ranked the Goldstone threat one of the major strategic challenges confronting Israel. 113 In the meantime, Israeli officials fretted that prosecutors might hound Israelis traveling abroad. 114 Indeed, shortly after the report was published, the ICC announced that it was contemplating an investigation of an Israeli officer implicated in war crimes during Cast Lead. 115 Then, in December 2009, Tzipi Livni was forced to cancel a trip to London after a British court issued an arrest warrant for her role in the commission of war crimes while serving as foreign minister during Cast Lead, and in June 2010, two Belgian lawyers representing a group of Palestinians charged 14 Israeli politicians, including Livni and Ehud Barak, with committing crimes against humanity and war crimes during the attack. 116 Unable to exorcise his ghost, Goldstone's assailants escalated the meanness of their ad hominem attacks. South African communal Jewish leaders plotted to bar Goldstone from attending his grandson's bar mitzvah, but after a wave of embarrassing publicity abroad they reversed themselves. 117 Goldstone's judicial tenure under apartheid rule in South Africa was then dredged up by Israel and dutifully disseminated in the American media by hack journalists, such as Jeffrey Goldberg, in Atlantic Magazine, and Jonathan Chait, in the New Republic. 118 Goldstone was tagged a hanging judge for his blemished record of service with an entirely illegitimate and barbaric regime, Dershowitz. 119 But as Sasha Palakowsuransky, a senior editor at Foreign Affairs magazine and the author of The Unspoken Alliance, Israel's Secret Relationship with Apartheid South Africa, pointed out, by serving as South Africa's primary and most reliable arms supplier during a period of violent internal repression and external aggression, Israel's government did far more to aid the apartheid regime than Goldstone ever did. 120 Indeed, just as South African repression of the black majority peaked, Defense Minister Shimon Peres confided to its leadership that Israeli cooperation with the apartheid regime was based not only on common interests, but also on the unshakable foundations of our common hatred of injustice, and Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin toasted the ideals shared by Israel and South Africa, the hopes for justice and peaceful coexistence. While sanctimoniously denouncing apartheid in public, Peres had forged and then nurtured at critical junctures the Israeli alliance with South Africa, and both he and Rabin supported this collaboration right through the last years of the apartheid regime. 121 In last desperate gambits to crucify Goldstone, the Hebrew University's Board of Governors ousted him. 122 And former AIPAC Executive Director Neil Scher urged American officials to bar former Judge Richard Goldstone from entering the country over his rulings during South Africa's apartheid regime. The moral case Scher mounted was somewhat tainted, however, by the fact that he himself had been disbarred after squandering Holocaust compensation monies on his vacation sprees. 123 The symbolism, indeed pathos, of Goldstone's charge sheet against Israel was hard to miss. A lover of Zion was now calling for Zion to be hauled before the ICC for an array of war crimes and possible crimes against humanity. In effect, Goldstone's entry on the stage of the Israel-Palestine conflict signaled the implosion of that unstable alloy, some would say oxymoron, called liberal Zionism. On the one hand, he was the quintessential liberal Jew, a revered defender of the rule of law and human rights. On the other hand, he had nurtured a profound bond with Israel. Goldstone was now compelled by the circumstance of his appointment to make a choice. Even if disposed by family and faith to do so, he still could not defend caste lead. His judicial temperament, public reputation, and personal pride stood in his way. He was constrained by the parameters of the law, which if consulted in good conscience could not be stretched beyond certain limits. He functioned within a human rights milieu that had already rendered a devastating verdict on caste lead. He could not ignore it and still preserve his credibility in that community. The fact was, he had a choice in theory only. If Goldstone had elected to defend Israel against the indefensible, he would have committed professional suicide and irrevocably soiled his personal reputation. That far in his defense of Israel Goldstone was not prepared to go. In the meanwhile, as Israel struggled to retain the allegiance of the Jewish diaspora, the report's publication threw a new spanner in the works. It had become increasingly difficult for self-described liberal Jews in the diaspora to defend Israel's ever more brazen crimes. 124 Caste lead marked the nadir of Israel's incremental descent into barbarism, or as the report euphemistically put it, the operation signaled a qualitative shift by Israel from relatively focused operations to massive and deliberate destruction. 125 If even a Jew, Zionist, and liberal with Goldstone's immaculate credentials confirmed this shift, how could it be ignored? Jews broadly of Goldstone's temper, which was to say, the overwhelming majority of American Jews, who identify their long-term interests with liberal policies. 126 Would hereafter find it well nigh impossible to brush aside even the harshest criticism of Israel, while Israel's defenders would have a harder time deflecting such criticism. Those groups who unquestioningly attack the report's veracity, a British friend and supporter of Israel wrote in The Guardian, find themselves further alienated from significant swaths of Jewish opinion, especially among the younger generation. 127 The reaction in the bastions of American Jewish liberalism to the report was as notable for what was not said as for what was said. If newspaper editorials and liberal commentary did not come out in Goldstone's defense, they also did not defend Israel against him. 128 The report appeared to herald the end of one era and the emergence of another, the end of an apologetic Jewish liberalism that denied or extenuated Israel's crimes, and the emergence of a Jewish liberalism that returned to its inspirational heyday, when if only as an ideal imperfectly realized all malefactors, non-Jews as well as Jews, would be held accountable. As they strayed from the path of justice, the vicious personal attacks on Judge Goldstone are profoundly disturbing, Rabbi Brandt Rosen observed. What is perhaps more interesting, however, is the fact that so many in the American Jewish community are refusing to join the chorus. American Jews are working to hold Israel to a set of Jewish values that are more important than any political ideology. 129 Even if tempted, diaspora Jews could not bury the Goldstone report because it had resonated most in the milieus where they worked and socialized. Western governments may ignore this damning report, an Israeli commentator prophesied, but it will now serve as a basis of criticism against Israel in public opinion, the media, on campuses, and in think tanks, places where UN documents are still taken seriously. 130 An Israeli reserve officer who did double duty as an emissary for Israel on U.S. college campuses lamented that protesting students quote the Goldstone report. It's become their Bible. 131 Among Jews professing to be enlightened, it could hardly be a close call choosing between the credibility of Israel's cheerleaders and the likes of Goldstone. Does it then come down to a matter of whose reputation you trust? Anthony Lehrman rhetorically asked. If so, would it be critics of human rights agencies like Alan Dershowitz, the prominent American lawyer who thinks torture could be legalized, or Melanie Phillips, a columnist who calls Jewish critics of Israel Jews for genocide? Or Richard Goldstone, former chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Tribunals for the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda, who is putting his considerable reputation on the line in taking the UNRWA UN Human Rights Council assignment? Frankly, I don't think there is a contest. 132. The Goldstone report also heralded the dawn of a new era in which the human rights dimension of the Israel-Palestine conflict moved center stage alongside and even temporarily displacing the fatuous peace process. During the first decades of Israel's occupation, advocates of Palestinian human rights perforce leaned on the research and testimony of a handful of courageous but politically marginal Israelis. 133 Take the case of torture. In recent times, respected human rights organizations and Israeli historians have acknowledged that Israel routinely tortured Palestinian detainees from the onset of the occupation. 134 However, until the 1990s and despite a wealth of corroborative evidence, progressive opinion treated reports of Israeli torture gingerly and prudently steered clear of the locution torture. When referencing these reports. 135 A sea change set in during the First Intifada, 1987–93, when Palestinians engaged in mass nonviolent civil resistance. On the one hand, torture of Palestinian detainees reached epidemic proportions, and on the other, the newly minted Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem, Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, irrefutably documented Israel's pervasive use of torture. No longer able to turn a blind eye, but also morally and politically shielded by the escutcheon of reputable Israeli groups, the human rights community in the West began to systematically document Israel's egregious practice of torture and its many other human rights abuses. 136 However, most of these publications just collected dust, as the establishment media scrupulously ignored them and instead feigned despair at ferreting out the truth between Palestinian accusation and Israeli denial. The novelty of the Goldstone report was that in one stroke it catapulted Israel's human rights record squarely into the court of public opinion, closed the gap between Jewish and Palestinian narratives on Israel's human rights record, and charged with political consequence the damning findings of human rights organizations. The potential political costs having escalated, hysteria over the Goldstone report unsurprisingly coincided with a vicious campaign in Israel and the United States to discredit human rights organizations. We are going to dedicate time and manpower to combating these groups, the Director of Policy Planning in the Israeli Prime Minister's office declared. 137 For the first time, the Director of HRW's Middle East Division RUD, the Israeli government is taking an active role in the smearing of human rights groups. 138 These groups and one of their benefactors, New Israel Fund, came under virulent attack in Israel for allegedly providing the data used by the report to blacken Israel's name. A Knesset subcommittee was established to examine the sources of funding of Israel-based human rights groups. 139 And a succession of Knesset bills proposed, respectively, to outlaw NGOs that provided legally incriminating information to foreign bodies, and to compel members of Israeli NGOs to declare their foreign funders at all public functions. 140 An Israel Democracy Institute poll found that half the general public agree with the statement that human and civil rights organizations, like the Association for Civil Rights in Israel and B'Tselem, cause harm to the state, while a Tel Aviv University poll found that nearly 60% of respondents agreed that human rights organizations exposing immoral conduct by Israel should not be allowed to operate freely. 141 Faced with these unsettling headwinds, Israeli human rights groups noticeably trimmed their sails. In its annual report, B'Tselem devoted more lines to Palestinian than Israeli breaches of international law during Cast Lead, devoted twice as much space to Hamas's grave breach, or war crime, of taking Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit hostage as to all Israeli breaches, none of which it denoted as grave or a war crime, during Cast Lead, and disputed key findings of the Goldstone report but adduced no counter-evidence. 142 In a parallel line of attack, the US-based Israel lobby mobilized against what it dubbed lawfare. 143 The term denoted isolating Israel through the language of human rights. 144 In other words, lawfare signaled the outrageous notion that Israel should be held legally accountable for its crimes. Under the auspices of major law schools and professional organizations, pseudo-academic symposia convened on topics such as the Goldstone Report, lawfare and the threat to Israeli and American national security in the age of terrorism, Fordham University School of Law. 145 And lawfare, the use of the law as a weapon of war, New York County Lawyers Association. 146 Incensed by the scandal of the Goldstone Report, one learned opponent of lawfare thusly corrected for its bias, no armies in the history of warfare have devoted greater attention or energy than those of Israel and the United States to distinguishing and protecting civilians in warfare and ensuring that the force they use in armed conflict is proportional to the threat faced. 147 Of course this rather large claim was presented evidence-free, as in religion, you were either a believer or you weren't. Simultaneously, perennial apologists for the Holy State, such as Alan Dershowitz and Elie Wiesel, orchestrated a witch hunt against HRW. 148 I really hesitate to use words like conspiracy, but there is a feeling that there is an organized campaign, HRW's program director observed. We have been under enormous pressure and tremendous attacks, some of them very personal. 149 HRW founder Robert Bernstein, who had for years muzzled HRW's criticism of Israel from inside the organization, jumped ship and leapt into the fray. After release of the report and in a highly public defection, Bernstein published an op-ed in the New York Times, denouncing HRW's allegedly biased reporting on Israel. Alas, the only testimony he could summon forth in Israel's defense was the ubiquitous Colonel Richard Kemp, who lauded Israel for its unparalleled devotion to humanitarian law during Cast Lead. 150 Bernstein's broadside was followed a half-year later by a gossipy New Republic exposé of discontent within HRW over the group's supposedly anti-Israel tilt. 151 The piece failed to explore the only substantive question prompted by its content: why did pro-Israel wealthy Jewish donors with no expertise in either human rights or the Middle East, a legendary Hollywood mogul, a 48-year-old who formerly worked on Wall Street, a former stockbroker, exercise power and influence over HRW's Middle East division? Regrettably, HRW proved unable to weather the storm of vilification fully intact. Its 2010 World Report stated, for instance, that reports by news media and a non-governmental organization indicate that in some cases, Palestinian armed groups intentionally hid behind civilians to unlawfully use them as shields to deter Israeli counterattacks. 152 It neglected to mention that neither the fact-finding missions nor human rights organizations, not even HRW itself, found evidence that Palestinian armed groups engaged in human shielding during Cast Lead. Then, in a transparently desperate gesture to placate the Israel lobby, and while Israel persisted in its inhuman and illegal siege of Gaza's 1.5 million residents, HRW reduced itself to publicly condemning a Jordanian restaurant owner who refused to serve two Israelis a meal. 153. The backpedaling by HRW was symptomatic of the fact that Israel's coordinated and relentless attack on the Goldstone report had taken its toll. A year after its publication, the report was not yet dead in the water, but some of the wind had been taken out of its sails. After denying any wrongdoing and lashing out at the report, and after the targets of its vilification had been softened, Israel deftly changed tack. It administered a handful of token punishments and, promising to mend its ways, professed that in future wars it would heed the report's lessons. 154 Anxious to rejoin the Israeli consensus, Goldstone's original supporters, such as Haaretz, then claimed vindication and praised Israel's capacity, albeit belated, for self-criticism. 155 Defense Minister Barak confidently predicted that he was in the process of dispatching the remnants of the Goldstone report. 156 Taking his cues from Washington, UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon praised Israel's significant progress investigating allegations of misconduct by the IDF, even though these so-called investigations had yielded derisory results. 157 Indeed, its significant progress and substantive reply to the Goldstone report were showcased in late 2010, when the commander of Cast Lead was promoted to IDF Chief of Staff. 158 The UN Human Rights Council continued to defer action on Goldstone's findings as the PA and the Arab League, preferring that the report quietly expire, let it languish in the UN bureaucracy. A September 2010 Human Rights Council resolution, which passed by a vote of 27 in favor, 1 against, United States, and 19 abstentions, called on its committee of independent experts to submit yet another progress report for the Council's 16th session, in March 2011. 159 The PA and Arab states jointly sponsored this contemptible stalling tactic, while the United States voted against it on the grounds that because Israel had the ability to conduct credible investigations and serious self-scrutiny, further follow-up of the Goldstone report by United Nations bodies was unnecessary and unwarranted. 160 Palestinian human rights groups denounced the PA for extending impunity to Israeli military and political leaders. An Amnesty statement criticized the Council's seriously flawed resolution that fails to establish a clear process for justice and amounts to a betrayal of the victims, and called on the Council to refer the matter to the International Criminal Court for consideration. A representative of Human Rights Watch deemed the resolution a step backward and the start of a slow death of the report. 161. In order to discredit or at least undercut the Goldstone report, Israel had plunged into the utter depths of its state and society, harnessing and concentrating their full forces, and had simultaneously mobilized the Jewish state's faithful apparatchiks abroad. But although it had managed to take some sting out of the report, Israel was still left dangerously exposed. The devastating accumulation of evidence endured as a standing indictment of its criminal behavior. The report's international resonance still hampered Israel's ability to launch another full-scale attack. The human rights community still needed to be put on notice not to pull another such stunt. Even months after it was published, an Israeli columnist wrote, the Goldstone report still holds the top spot in the bestseller list of Israel's headaches. 162. 6. The Star Witness recants. On April 1, 2011, Israel's biggest headache went away, dropping a bombshell on the op-ed page of the Washington Post. One Richard Goldstone effectively disowned the devastating UN report of Israeli crimes carrying his name. 2 Israel waxed euphoric. Everything that we said proved to be true, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gloated. We always said that the IDF Israel Defense Forces is a moral army that acted according to international law, Defense Minister Ehud Barak declared. We had no doubt that the truth would come out eventually, Foreign Minister Avigdor Lieberman proclaimed. 3 The Obama administration used the occasion of Goldstone's recantation to reiterate that Israel had not engaged in any war crimes during Operation Cast Lead, while the U.S. Senate unanimously called on the United Nations to rescind the Goldstone report. 4 In short, Goldstone's recantation was a black day for human rights and a red-letter day for their transgressors. Might had yet again brought right to its knees. Those in search of a silver lining in the cloud parsed Goldstone's words to prove that he did not actually recant. 5 While it might technically be true, such a rhetorical strategy did not wash. Goldstone was a distinguished jurist. He knew how to craft precise language. If he did not want to repudiate the report, this wordsmith could simply have written, "I am not recanting my original report by which I still stand." He did not say this, or anything like it. He was surely aware exactly how his intervention would be spun, and it was this predictable fallout, not his parsed words, that would be his legacy. The inescapable fact was that he killed the report, and simultaneously lowered the curtain on his own career. In one fell swoop, Goldstone inflicted irreparable damage on the cause of truth and justice and the rule of law. Despite the passage of time, his dashing of hope still rankles as these lines are written. He poisoned Jewish-Palestinian relations, undermined the courageous work of Israeli dissenters, and most unforgivably increased the risk of another merciless IDF assault. 6 It did not take long before Israel gave proof to this prediction. There was much speculation on why Goldstone recanted. Was he blackmailed? Did he finally succumb to the relentless hate campaign targeting him? Did he decide to put his tribe ahead of truth? These questions remain open to this day. What can, however, be asserted with certainty is that his stated rationales cannot account for his decision to reverse himself. The gist of Goldstone's recantation was that Israel did not commit war crimes during Cast Lead, and that it was fully capable on its own of investigating violations of international law that did occur. The critical passage read: Our report found evidence of potential war crimes and possibly crimes against humanity by both Israel and Hamas. The allegations of intentionality by Israel were based on the deaths of and injuries to civilians in situations where our fact-finding mission had no evidence on which to draw any other reasonable conclusion. THE investigations published by the Israeli military indicate that civilians were not intentionally targeted as a matter of policy. It was unclear how to interpret this mea culpa. If he was saying that Israel didn't systematically target Gaza's civilian population for murder, his recantation was gratuitous. The report never entertained, let alone leveled, such a charge, which would have been tantamount to accusing Israel of genocide. Basing itself on voluminous evidence, the report did accuse Israel of deliberately deploying disproportionate and indiscriminate force in order to punish, humiliate, and terrorize a civilian population. 7 In his recantation, Goldstone did not take exception to the report's evidence substantiating this charge. Indeed, how could he? Senior Israeli officials, informed analysts, and combatants didn't themselves shy away from acknowledging, in fact, more often than not they bragged that the IDF unleashed insane amounts of firepower, went wild, demonstrated real hooliganism, carried on like a mad dog, acted lunatic and crazy, and destroyed everything in its way during Cast Lead. 8 The bottom line was, Goldstone either disavowed what he didn't avow in the first place, or disavowed a pivotal conclusion of the report but did not, and could not, dispute the mass of evidence on the basis of which that conclusion was reached. Still, if, as Goldstone alleged, Israel's deliberate resort to disproportionate and indiscriminate firepower did not intentionally target civilians, did it, as he further suggested, qualitatively differ from a deliberate attack on civilians and not rise to a war crime? It is a tenet of law that the doer of an act must be taken to have intended its natural and foreseeable consequences. 9 If an indiscriminate, disproportionate attack inevitably and predictably results in the injury and death of civilians, then it is legally indistinguishable from a deliberate attack on them. There is no genuine difference between a premeditated attack against civilians and a reckless disregard of the principle of distinction. 10 According to Yoram Dinstein, Israel's leading authority on international law, they are equally forbidden. 11 If Goldstone was contending that Israel's insane firepower during Cast Lead did not constitute a war crime because it did not intentionally target civilians, and that it was not criminal behavior for an invading army to go wild, demonstrate real hooliganism, carry on like a mad dog, act lunatic and crazy, and destroy everything in its way, if he truly believed this, then he needed to brush up on the law. In fact, he had no business practicing law. An indiscriminate, disproportionate attack on civilian areas is in and of itself a war crime, and no less criminal than a deliberately targeted attack. To absolve Israel of criminal culpability, Goldstone revisited the single most notorious incident during Cast Lead, in which at least 21 members of the al-Samauni family perished. The Goldstone report found that Israel had launched a deliberate attack on civilians. 12 In his recantation, however, Goldstone credited media stories of an Israeli investigation that attributed the deaths to a misread drone image. It happened that Goldstone had also commented on this Israeli investigation just a couple of months earlier at Stanford University. 13 In addition, Amnesty International 14 and a UN committee that Goldstone himself cited approvingly 15 also presented updated findings on the incident. Table 2 juxtaposes these various testimonies. Goldstone's critical omissions in his recantation are bold-faced. In his recantation, Goldstone excised all the evidence casting doubt on the new Israeli alibi. Whereas at Stanford he judiciously laid out the arguments on both sides and suspended judgment, just 2 months later he pinned all his faith on second-hand reports of an Israeli investigation that hadn't even been completed. What is more, both Amnesty and the UN committee contested the plausibility of the new Israeli alibi. Goldstone's tendentious depiction of the facts in his recantation might have been appropriate if he were Israel's defense attorney, but it hardly befitted the head of a mission that was mandated to ferret out the truth. Goldstone justified his volte-face on the grounds that we know a lot more today. It was indeed true that new information on Cast Lead entered the public record after the release of his report. But the vast preponderance of it sustained and even extended the report's findings. Consider these examples. A new clutch of Israeli soldiers refuting official propaganda stepped forward. An officer who served at a brigade headquarters recalled that IDF policy amounted to ensuring literally zero risk to the soldiers, while a combatant remembered a meeting with his brigade commander where it was conveyed, "If you see any signs of movement at all, you shoot." This is essentially the rules of engagement. 16 Although Goldstone could have cited these new testimonies to buttress his report, he opted instead to ignore them. In 2010, Human Rights Watch published a study based on satellite imagery documenting numerous cases in which Israeli forces caused extensive destruction of homes, factories, farms, and greenhouses in areas under IDF control without any evident military purpose. These cases occurred when there was no fighting in these areas. In many cases, the destruction was carried out during the final days of the campaign when an Israeli withdrawal was imminent. 17 Although Goldstone could have cited this new study to buttress his report, he elected instead to ignore it. If he scrupulously ignored all new evidence confirming the report's findings, it was hard to avoid the conclusion that Goldstone's recitation of a lot more information was tainted by partisanship. It was also telling that as new evidence came to light confirming the Goldstone report's findings, Israel's renewed attempts to refute these findings repeatedly fell flat. After publication of the report, Israel responded with a barrage of denials. The most voluminous of these was a 350-page compilation. Hamas and the terrorist threat from the Gaza Strip. By the Israeli Intelligence and Terrorism Information Center. But on inspection, it turned out to be a melange of dubious interpretations, flagrant misrepresentations, and outright falsehoods. 18 If Israel's most ambitious refutation of the report itself wholly lacked in substance, How did Goldstone manage to unearth a lot more new information that fatally undercut the report? How did he manage to invalidate a document critical of Israel that, try as it may, Israel itself could not invalidate? In fact, the additional information that Goldstone touted did not exactly overwhelm. He gestured to the findings of Israeli military investigations. But what did we know today about these in-camera hearings shrouded in secrecy except what Israel revealed about them? Israel supplied almost no information on which to independently assess the evidence presented or the proceedings' fairness. It was not known how many were complete and how many still ongoing. 19 Even when they resulted in criminal indictments, the investigations were often inaccessible to the public, apart from the indicted soldiers' supporters, and full transcripts were not subsequently made available. 20 The centerpiece of Goldstone's revelatory new information was the drone image in the al-Samauni case. The misreading of it, Israel alleged, and Goldstone tentatively concurred, caused an officer to erroneously target an extended family of civilians. If, as humanitarian and human rights organizations declared right after the attack, it was among the gravest and most shocking incidents during Cast Lead 21, and if, as Goldstone himself stated, the attack was the single most serious incident documented in his report, then why didn't Israel hasten to restore its bruised reputation but instead let elapse 22 months before coming forth with so simple an explanation? In order to defend itself against Goldstone's findings, Israel disseminated numerous aerial photographs taken during Cast Lead. Why didn't Israel make publicly available this drone image that allegedly exonerated it of criminal culpability in the most egregious incident haunting it? It was also cause for perplexity why Goldstone credited this Israeli evidence sight unseen yet ignored other pertinent and highly credible new evidence. After his report's publication, journalist Amira Hass revealed in the pages of Haaretz that a Givati force set up outposts and bases in at least 6 houses in the Samauni compound before the attack. 22 Didn't the Givati commander who ordered the aerial assault check with his soldiers on the ground before unleashing the deadly fire, to ascertain that they were out of harm's way? Didn't he ask them to confirm the blurry drone image of men seemingly carrying rocket launchers, and didn't they set him straight? Israel might have been able to provide plausible answers. But Goldstone did not even bother to pose these obvious questions because we know today that it was just a simple mistake. After release of the Goldstone report, Israeli authorities had already made, if evidence-free, explanation for many of the other documented war crimes as well. They alleged that the Al-Badr flour mill was destroyed in order to neutralize immediate threats to IDF forces, 23 that the Sawafiri chicken farm had been destroyed for reasons of military necessity, 24 and that the Al-Makadma mosque was targeted because 2 terrorist operatives were standing near the entrance. 25 was the staggering evidence of criminality assembled in the report, supplemented by thousands of pages of other human rights reports, all false if Israel said so. When Israel was accused of firing white phosphorus into civilian areas during Cast Lead, did we also know it didn't happen because Israel emphatically denied it? The only other scrap of novel evidence Goldstone adduced in his recantation was a casualty figure belatedly reckoned by a Hamas official. On the basis of this revised death toll, Goldstone observed, the number of Hamas combatants killed during Cast Lead turned out to be similar to the official Israeli figure. The upshot was that Hamas's number appeared to confirm Israel's contention that combatants, not civilians, comprised the majority of Gazans killed. But then Goldstone parenthetically noted that Hamas may have reason to inflate its figure. Indeed, firm grounds did exist for doubting the new figure's authenticity. To prove that it defeated Israel on the battlefield, Hamas originally alleged that only 48 of its fighters had been killed. But as the full breadth of Israel's destruction came into relief after its withdrawal, Hamas's boasts of a battlefield victory rang hollow. In the face of accusations that the people of Gaza had shouldered the cost of its reckless decisions, 26 Hamas abruptly upped the figure by several hundred in order to demonstrate that it, too, had suffered major losses. 27 As Goldstone himself put it at Stanford just 2 months before his recantation, The new Hamas figure was intended to bolster the reputation of Hamas with the people of Gaza. 28 Whereas Goldstone deferred in his recantation to this politically inflated Hamas figure, his report had relied on numbers provided by respected Israeli and Palestinian human rights organizations, each of which independently and meticulously investigated the aggregate and civilian/combatant breakdown of Gazan deaths. Belying the Israeli claim that only 300 civilians were killed, these human rights organizations put the figure at some 800, 1,200,29 and also convincingly demonstrated that official Israeli figures couldn't be trusted. Even the largely apologetic 2009 Human Rights Report by the U.S. State Department put the number of dead at close to 1,400 Palestinians, including more than 1,000 civilians. 30 But because a politically manipulated Israeli figure chimed with a politically manipulated Hamas figure, Goldstone discarded the much larger figure for Palestinian civilian deaths documented by human rights organizations and validated by the U.S. State Department. His hope that Hamas would investigate itself after cast lead, Goldstone wrote in his recantation, had been unrealistic. Israel, in contrast, he went on to assert, had already carried out investigations transparently and in good faith. To a significant degree, and he was confident these inquiries would eventually bring all lawbreakers to justice. One wonders on what basis he could have formed this optimistic prognosis. 31 None of the available evidence, old or new, vindicated it. Consider, first, Israel's judicial track record prior to cast lead. Some 1,300 Palestinians were killed in the decade following the outbreak of the First Intifada, 1987-97, yet only 19 Israeli soldiers were convicted of homicide, and not one served prison time. Some 2,300 Palestinian civilians were killed during the Second Intifada, 2000 to 2003, yet only 5 Israeli soldiers were held criminally liable for these civilian deaths and not one was convicted on a murder or manslaughter charge. Between 2006 and 2009, a soldier who killed a Palestinian not taking part in hostilities was, according to B'Tselem, Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, almost never brought to justice for his act. Jewish settlers who committed acts of violence against Palestinians enjoyed comparable impunity. Throughout these decades, human rights organizations repeatedly condemned Israel's use of disproportionate, indiscriminate, and targeted firepower against Palestinian civilians, as well as Israel's failure to prosecute the perpetrators of these crimes. 32 If Goldstone's expectation that Hamas would investigate itself after cast lead was unrealistic, how much more realistic was the hope that Israel would carry out bona fide investigations after cast lead? In fact, Israel's ensuing performance was exactly what one might have predicted. In the course of cast lead, Israel had damaged or destroyed everything in its way, and not in its way, including 58,000 homes, 1,500 factories and workshops, 280 schools and kindergartens, electrical, water, and sewage installations, 190 greenhouse complexes, 80% of agricultural crops, and nearly 1/5 of cultivated land. Whole neighborhoods were laid waste. It also damaged or destroyed 29 ambulances, almost half of Gaza's 122 health facilities, including 15 hospitals, and 45 mosques. By the time it withdrew, the IDF had left behind fully 600,000 tons of rubble and 1,400 corpses, 350 of them children. Fact-finding missions as well as respected international, Israeli, and Palestinian human rights organizations all concluded that much of this destruction and death resulted from Israel's commission of war crimes. But the only penalty Israel imposed for unlawful property destruction during cast lead was a disciplinary measure punishing one soldier. At the time of Goldstone's recantation, the only Israeli soldier who had done jail time served 7.5 months for credit card theft. After his recantation, one other soldier was ordered to serve a 45-day sentence after killing 2 women waving a white flag. He was convicted of illegal use of weapons, 33 The pitiful results of these judicial proceedings perfectly aligned with Israel's track record. Nonetheless, according to Goldstone, Israel had carried out investigations transparently and in good faith. To a significant degree, and had demonstrated resolve to achieve justice in the few outstanding cases. The fact was, Goldstone was speaking in tongues, or with a forked tongue. Whereas he could barely contain his praise for Israel, Goldstone could barely contain his contempt for Hamas. Its criminal intent goes without saying. Its rockets were purposefully and indiscriminately aimed at civilian targets. The Goldstone report had based this finding on a couple of public statements by Hamas leaders, on the one hand, and on Hamas's targeting of civilian areas with its projectiles, on the other. But Israeli officials issued comparably incriminating public statements, while its incomparably more lethal firepower was also purposefully and indiscriminately aimed at civilian targets. Why then did Goldstone indict Hamas for criminal intent in his recantation but absolve Israel of it? In fact, judging by his report's relevant findings, none of which Goldstone repudiated, the case against Israel was far more compelling. Its bluster notwithstanding, Hamas couldn't more than wishfully target civilian areas with its arsenal of rudimentary projectiles. Only a single Israeli home was partially damaged during cast lead. But if Israel possessed fine grid maps of Gaza and an extremely effective intelligence gathering capacity, if it made extensive use of state-of-the-art precision weaponry, and if 99% of the Israeli Air Force's combat missions hit targets accurately, and if it only once targeted a building erroneously, indeed, if Israel itself attested to these facts, then, as the Goldstone report logically concluded, the massive death and destruction Israel inflicted on Gaza must have resulted from deliberate planning and policy decisions throughout the chain of command. 34 Hamas had done nothing, Goldstone recalled in disgust, to investigate the criminal conduct of Gazans during cast lead. How could he not be outraged? Hamas killed 3 Israeli civilians and rendered 1 Israeli home unlivable, whereas Israel killed as many as 1,200 Gazan civilians and rendered more than 6,000 Gazan homes unlivable. But Hamas had done nothing to prosecute wrongdoers, whereas Israel locked up a soldier for stealing a credit card. Wasn't it blazingly obvious how much more evil Hamas was? He had agreed to chair the fact-finding mission, Goldstone professed, in order to inaugurate a new era of even-handedness in forums adjudicating the Israel-Palestine conflict. However noble this objective, its realization was prejudiced by the shameless and shameful double standards riddling his recantation. He also claimed credit for numerous lessons learned by Israel and concomitant policy changes, including the adoption of new Israel Defense Forces procedures for protecting civilians in cases of urban warfare. 35 Israel delivered a full court press of these lessons learned and procedural changes just a few years later during Operation Protective Edge, 2014. Instead of killing 350 children, it killed 550 children. Instead of destroying 6,300 homes, it destroyed 18,000 homes. 36 The one lesson Israel truly learned from the Goldstone report was that it was never too late to rupture the spine of human rights advocates and resume its killing spree. Indeed, the singular distinction of Goldstone's recantation was that it renewed Israel's license to kill. Richard Goldstone plainly did not recant because we know a lot more today. What he presented as new information consisted entirely of unverifiable assertions by parties with vested interests. The fact that he couldn't cite any genuinely new evidence to justify his volte-face was the most telling proof that none existed. What, then, happened? Ever since publication of his report, Goldstone had been the object of a relentless smear campaign. 37 He was not, however, the only one who came under attack. The UN Human Rights Council appointed eminent international jurist Christian Muscat as chair of a follow-up committee mandated to determine whether Israel and Hamas were conscientiously investigating the report's allegations. Deciding that Muscat was insufficiently pliant, Israel's lobby hounded and defamed him until he had no choice but to step down. 38 He was replaced by New York State Judge Mary McGowan Davis, who would later head the UN Human Rights Council fact-finding mission on Operation Protective Edge. 39, in order to neutralize the report's impact, Israel was clearly prepared to pull out all the stops. Many facets of Goldstone's recantation perplexed. Goldstone was reputed to be highly ambitious. 40 Since Israel had already ostracized itself in public opinion by the time Goldstone agreed to head the fact-finding mission, he no doubt felt secure in the knowledge that the assignment would not mar his career, and might even prove to be a boon, as he upheld the rule of law despite the personal cost. Although Goldstone nonetheless came under savage waves of attack right after publication of his report, the tide did eventually begin to turn in his favor. Haaretz editorialized that it was time to thank the critics for forcing the IDF to examine itself and amend its procedures. Even if not all of Richard Goldstone's 32 charges were solid and valid, some of them certainly were. 41 The American Jewish magazine Tikkun honored Goldstone at a gala 25th anniversary celebration. In South Africa, distinguished personalities, such as Judge Dennis Davis, formerly of the Jewish Board of Deputies, publicly denounced a visit by Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz because, among other things, he had grossly misrepresented the judicial record of Judge Richard Goldstone. 42 It was puzzling, then, why an ambitious jurist at the peak of a long and distinguished career would court professional suicide by an erratic public recantation, alienating his colleagues in the human rights community and throwing doubt on his judicial temperament, just as his star was, after a brief waning, on the rise again. Throughout his professional career, Goldstone functioned in bureaucracies and perforce internalized their norms. But in a shocking break with bureaucratic protocol, he dropped his bombshell without first notifying his 3 colleagues on the fact-finding mission or anyone at the United Nations. If Goldstone did not confide in them beforehand, wasn't it because he couldn't credibly defend, but didn't want to be shaken from, his resolve to recant? If he was apprehensive that his colleagues wouldn't back him, his intuition proved sound. Shortly after publication of his recantation, the 3 other members of the Goldstone mission, Christine Chinkin, Hina Jalani, and Desmond Traverse, issued a joint statement unequivocally affirming the report's original findings. We concur in our view that there is no justification for any demand or expectation for reconsideration of the report, as nothing of substance has appeared that would in any way change the context, findings, or conclusions of that report. 43. Goldstone alleged that it was new evidence apropos Israel's deadly assault on the al-Samauni family, and the revised Hamas casualty figure, that induced him to reverse himself. But just 2 months earlier at Stanford University, he had matter-of-factly addressed these very same points without drawing dramatic new conclusions. No other evidence surfaced in the interim. Goldstone also referenced a UN document so that he could issue Israel a clean bill of health on its internal investigations. But this document was much more critical of Israeli investigations than he let on. 44 It was as if Goldstone was desperately clutching at any shred of evidence, however problematic, to justify his predetermined decision to recant. Indeed, he rushed to acquit Israel of criminal culpability in the al-Samauni deaths even before the Israeli military had completed its investigation. A few days before submitting his recantation to the Washington Post, Goldstone had submitted another version of it to the New York Times. 45 The Times rejected the submission, apparently because it did not repudiate the report. It was as if Goldstone was being pressed against his will to publicly recant. To avoid tarnishing his reputation and because his heart was not in it, Goldstone initially submitted a wishy-washy recantation to the Times. After the Times rejected it as not newsworthy, and in a race against the clock, he hurriedly slipped in wording that could be construed as a full-blown repudiation, to ensure that the Post would run what was now a bombshell. The exertion of outside pressure on Goldstone would explain the slapdash composition, opaque formulations, and overarching murkiness, in which he seemed to be simultaneously recanting and not recanting the report. It would also explain his embarrassing inclusion of irrelevances such as his call on the Human Rights Council to condemn the slaughter of an Israeli settler family 2 years after cast lead in an incident unrelated to the Gaza Strip by unknown perpetrators. The eminent South African jurist John Dugard was a colleague of Goldstone's. He had headed a cognate fact-finding mission that investigated cast lead. The findings of his report, which contained a finer legal analysis, while the Goldstone report was broader in scope, largely overlapped with Goldstone's. It concluded that the purpose of Israel's action was to punish the people of Gaza, and that Israel was responsible for the commission of internationally wrongful acts by reason of the commission of war crimes and crimes against humanity. 46 In a devastating dissection of Goldstone's recantation, Dugard adjudged, there are no new facts that exonerate Israel and that could possibly have led Goldstone to change his mind. What made him change his mind therefore remains a closely guarded secret. 47 Although Goldstone's secret will perhaps never be revealed and his recantation has caused irreparable damage, it is still possible by patient reconstruction of the factual record to know the truth about what happened in Gaza. Out of respect for the memory of those who perished during Operation Cast Lead, this truth must be preserved and protected from its assassins. Part 3. The Mavi Marmara. Figure 3. Mavi Marmara, on right. Copyright Menahem Kahana/AFP/Getty Images. 7. Murder on the High Seas. The devastation inflicted on Gaza during Operation Cast Lead, 2008-9, was designed to exacerbate the effects of the ongoing illegal blockade. I fully expected to see serious damage, but I have to say I was really shocked when I saw the extent and precision of the destruction, the World Food Programme director for the Strip observed after the assault. It was precisely the strategic economic areas that Gaza depends on to relieve its dependency on aid that were wiped out. 1. The Israel Defense Forces, IDF, destroyed critical civilian infrastructure, such as the only operative flour mill and nearly all of the cement factories, in the hope and expectation that after a ceasefire went into effect, Gazans would be reduced to abject dependency and couldn't rebuild their lives unless and until they bowed to Israeli diktat. 2. A year and a half after Cast Lead, major humanitarian and human rights organizations uniformly attested that Gaza continued to suffer a humanitarian crisis on account of the siege. Contrary to what the Israeli government states, the humanitarian aid allowed into Gaza is only a fraction of what is needed to answer the enormous needs of an exhausted people. Oxfam, the blockade has severely damaged the economy, leaving 70 to 80% of Gazans in poverty. Human Rights Watch, Israel is blocking vital medical supplies from entering the Gaza Strip. World Health Organization, the closure is having a devastating impact on the 1.5 million people living in Gaza. International Committee of the Red Cross. Point 3 Still, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu proclaimed that there was no humanitarian crisis and no lack of medicines or other essential items in Gaza. Point 4. We mustn't tire of reminding others, Parisian media philosopher Bernard Henry Levy chimed in, that the blockade concerns only arms and the material needed to manufacture them. 5. Mocking the reports of a humanitarian crisis, Deputy Foreign Minister Danny Ayalon gestured to Gaza's sparkling new shopping mall. New Olympic-sized swimming pool. 5-star hotels and restaurants. 6. To assuage public opinion, Israel disseminated photographs of these lavish scenes on the internet. 7. Tiny pockets of Gaza did in fact prosper. Harvard political economist Sarah Roy noted the emergence of a thin economic stratum that had grown extremely wealthy from the black market economy, and the almost perverse consumerism in restaurants and shops that are the domain of the wealthy. 8. However appalling, such a juxtaposition should scarcely come as a shock, at any rate to students of Jewish history. The sword of the Nazi extermination policy hung over all Jews equally, a survivor of the Warsaw Ghetto recalled. But a social differentiation arose in the ghetto, setting apart substantial groups who had the means even under those infernal conditions to lead a comparatively full, well-fed life and enjoy some kinds of pleasures. On the same streets where daily you could see scenes of horror, amid the swarms of tubercular children dying like flies, you would come upon stores full of fine foods, restaurants, and cafes, which served the most expensive dishes and drinks. The clientele of these places consisted principally of Jewish Gestapo agents, Jewish police officials, rich merchants who did business with the Germans, smugglers, dealers in foreign exchange and similar kinds of people. He went on to note, the Nazis made moving pictures of such festive orgies to show the world how well the Jews lived in the ghetto. 9. The consensus among human rights and humanitarian organizations was that the Israeli blockade of Gaza constituted a form of collective punishment in flagrant violation of international law. 10. A misplaced controversy unfolded between Israel's critics and supporters, as to whether the blockade had put Gazans on a starvation, critics, or starvation plus, supporters, regimen. The terms of this debate diverted attention from and obscured the fundamental point: what right did Israel have to put the people of Gaza on any diet? Even critics of the siege seconded Israel's right to prevent weapons from entering Gaza. But if Palestinians acquiesced in the legally mandated terms for resolving the conflict, 11. Did international law in fact debar them from using armed force or acquiring weapons to end the occupation? The salient points of law were these. First, in a 2004 advisory opinion, the International Court of Justice stated that as regards the principle of the right of peoples to self-determination, the court observes that the existence of a Palestinian people is no longer an issue, that the Palestinian people's rights include the right to self-determination, and that Israel is bound to comply with its obligation to respect the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. 12. Second, the territorial unit within which this Palestinian right of self-determination was to be exercised clearly includes the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. 13. Third, international law prohibited use of military force by an administering power to suppress widespread popular insurrection in a self-determination unit, while the use of force by a non-state entity in exercise of a right of self-determination is legally neutral, that is, not regulated by international law at all, and assistance by states to local insurgents in a self-determination unit may be permissible. 14. Fourth, it might be contended that the legal situation in the occupied Palestinian territories was regulated not by the right of self-determination but, instead, by the law of belligerent occupation. 15. That belligerent occupation is not designed to win the hearts and minds of the local inhabitants, it has military or security objectives and its foundation is the power of the bayonet. 16. That, consequently, the civilian population in an occupied territory did not have the right to forcibly resist an occupying power. However, even if Israel did legally qualify as a belligerent occupier, the Israel-Palestine conflict would nonetheless be one of those situations in which belligerent occupation and wars of national liberation overlap. 17. And the right of national liberation/self-determination is a peremptory norm of international law from which no derogation is permissible. 18. This peremptory right would thus limit the ambit of the law of belligerent occupation, in particular, its strictures on use of force in hybrid or overlapping situations. The upshot was that the Palestinian right to self-determination trumped whatever rights Israel might have accrued as a belligerent occupier. Fifth, in fact, however, by refusing to negotiate in good faith an end to the conflict, Israel had forfeited any rights it might have invoked under the law of belligerent occupation. It could then legally lay claim to one and only one right to withdraw, while no law debarred Palestinians from using force or acquiring weapons from friendly states to effect that withdrawal. 19. It was a measure of how degraded international law had become that rights and obligations were inverted. The tacit premise of public discourse was that Israel had a right to use armed force, while Palestinians had an obligation to disarm. Even if, for argument's sake, international law did prohibit the Palestinian people from resort to armed resistance, the fact still remained that, as Amnesty International urged, if on different grounds, an arms embargo should have been imposed on both Hamas and Israel. 20. It would be a curious conception of justice that denied the victims the wherewithal to resist even as they supported the legally mandated norms for achieving peace, but enabled the perpetrators to replenish their arsenal of repression even as they rejected these norms and rode roughshod over them. On May 31, 2010, a humanitarian flotilla en route to Gaza and carrying 700 passengers came under attack in international waters by Israeli commandos. The flotilla's 6 vessels were delivering 10,000 tons of badly needed supplies to Gaza's beleaguered population. By the end of the Israeli assault in the middle of the night, 9 passengers aboard the flagship Mavi Marmara had been shot to death. 21 If cast lead was a turning point in the attitude of the world towards us. Haaretz. Columnist Gideon Levy-Rude, this operation is the second horror film of the apparently ongoing series 22. Still, ever the public relations maestro, Israel managed to spin the commandos as the victims of the attack. 23 In a solipsistic paroxysm of indignation, and with nary a peep of dissent, Israeli officials and media across the political spectrum proclaimed that the commandos were initially armed only with paintball rifles and resorted to aggressive tactics as a last resort in self-defense. They had been provoked, ambushed, duped, lynched, and lured into a trap set by a phalanx of radical anti-Western, machete-wielding, bloodthirsty jihadists and mercenaries, linked with Al-Qaeda and other terrorist organizations. Israeli vilification zeroed in on Mavi Marmara. Passengers belonging to Insani Yardım Vakfi, IHH, the Turkish group that sponsored the vessel. IHH was branded a terrorist, or terrorist-affiliated, organization. 24 But in an Israeli information packet distributed just before the commando raid, IHH had been benignly depicted as a Turkish pro-Palestinian human rights organization with a strong Muslim orientation, which provides humanitarian relief into areas of war and conflict. 25 The soldiers were beaten, Nobel Peace Prize laureate and Israeli President Shimon Peres solemnly intoned, just because they did not want to kill anyone. You fought morally, and showed valor in your acts, he then told the commandos. I salute you and admire your courage and restraint even in the face of danger to your own lives. 26 Israel's ambassador to Spain likened the Mavi Marmara passengers to Islamic terrorists who had killed scores of commuters on Madrid trains in 2004, while bracketing the 9 civilians killed aboard the vessel with the 23 Spaniards who died on the roads this weekend. 27 Some 90% of Israeli Jews supported the decision to stop the flotilla and believed that Israel used the right amount or not enough force, while only 16% supported lifting the siege of Gaza. 28 One of the commandos responsible for killing multiple passengers was reportedly in line for a Medal of Valor, while Deputy Prime Minister Eli Yishai exhorted Defense Minister Ehud Barak to award medals to all the commandos, the warriors. Sick. Courage is exemplary, and they deserve a citation. 29. The exact sequence of events on that fateful night will probably never be known for certain. 30 But even if it were, it wouldn't materially affect the assignation of blame. If Israel sought to justify its attack on the Mavi Marmara on the grounds of self-defense, it came up against the tenet of law that no legal benefit or right could be derived from an illegal act. Ex injuria non oritur jus. In the instant case, Israel couldn't claim a right of self-defense if its resort to violent force was triggered by its enforcement of the illegal blockade. The passengers aboard a convoy in international waters carrying humanitarian relief to a desperate population did, however, have every right to use force in self-defense against a pirate-like raid. 31 What's more, when Israel attacked the flotilla, it did not harbor a fear that illegal contraband was on board. The flotilla leadership offered to let a neutral body, such as the International Red Cross, verify beforehand the humanitarian nature of the cargo. It appears that the contents had already been rigorously inspected at departure, while Israeli officials neither evinced interest in searching the flotilla's cargo nor even pretended that the ships were transporting weapons to Gaza. 32 A provocation took place off the coast of Gaza, but the provocateurs were not the peace activists, veteran Israeli dissident Yuri Avneri declared. The provocation was carried out by Navy ships and commandos, blocking the way of the aid boats and using deadly force. If Israeli officials proclaimed after cast lead that they had acted lunatic in order to deter their enemies, then it was cause for concern after the commando raid whether they had in fact become Lunatic. Only a crazy government that has lost all restraint and all connection to reality, Avnery went on to say, could do something like that. Consider ships carrying humanitarian aid and peace activists from around the world as an enemy and send massive military force to international waters to attack them, shoot and kill. 33. Even as some points of contention remained murky, insofar as the facts could be ascertained, the vast preponderance of Israeli allegations did not hold up to scrutiny. 34 The attacking force did not initially use only paintball guns, on the contrary, Israeli combatants in Zodiac's abutting the Mavi Marmara opened fire with tear gas, smoke, and stun grenades, and maybe plastic bullets, and then helicopters hovering above the vessel opened fire with live ammunition before any commando had rappelled on deck. 35 The passengers did not belong to terrorist organizations. 36 Nor did they lay a lethal trap, on the contrary, they did not even prepare for injuries. 37 Did not possess firearms or discharge captured ones. 38 And did not carry on them monies paid to murder Israelis. 39 The Israeli commandos held by passengers did not endure a lynching, on the contrary, they were provided medical care and then escorted for release. 40 The Israeli commandos did not fire with restraint and only in self-defense, on the contrary, they killed the 9 passengers by shooting all but one of them multiple times. 5 were shot in the head, and at least 6 of the 9 were killed in a manner consistent with an extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary execution. 41 The conduct of the Israeli military and other personnel towards the flotilla passengers was not only disproportionate to the occasion, a prestigious UN fact-finding mission concluded, but demonstrated levels of totally unnecessary and incredible violence. It betrayed an unacceptable level of brutality. 42 Shortly after release of the UN report, however, Prime Minister Netanyahu praised the crucial, essential, important, and legal assault and saluted the Israeli commandos, who acted courageously, morally, and with restraint against those who came to kill you, and tried to kill you. There is no one better than you. 43 To be sure, Israeli officials did acknowledge room for operational improvement, when the next flotilla is boarded by the Navy. Attack dogs will be the first to board the decks, to prevent harm to soldiers. They are strong and merciless. 44 It was unclear whether contingency plans had been put in place should passengers dupe and lynch the canines. Meanwhile, the semi-official Israeli Intelligence and Terrorism Information Center noted in apparent extenuation of the killings that as many as 7 of the 9 dead passengers might have sought martyrdom. The last diary entry of one of them, for example, expressed a willingness to die for a noble cause. 45 Before being hung by the British in 1775, American revolutionary Nathan Hale famously regretted having but one life to lose for my country. Gandhi exhorted his followers to actively court martyrdom. It would exhilarate me to hear that a co-worker was shot dead or that another co-worker had had his skull broken. 46 Does a man's preparedness to make the ultimate sacrifice for a greater good justify killing him? If so many Westerners initially swallowed the topsy-turvy Israeli storyline, it was because the Hasbara propaganda campaign had been so carefully rehearsed and adeptly executed. 47 While the Western media lapped up the Israeli spin in an operation reminiscent of the first week or so of Operation Cast Lead, Anthony Lehrman observed in the British Guardian, the Israeli PR machine succeeded in getting the major news outlets to focus on its version of events and to use the Israeli authorities' discourse for a crucial 48 hours. 48 The only witnesses able to contest the official Israeli account had been imprisoned and their photographic evidence confiscated. But the Israeli propaganda offensive eventually began to unravel, and international opinion, including wide swaths of Jewish opinion, swung sharply in the reverse direction. 49 Israel then contended that if some people saw things differently, it traced back to the eternal war against the Jewish people. 50 And the fact that Israeli officialdom had dropped the ball on the PR front. 51 The international community turned hostile, according to the influential Root Institute, because of successful efforts to brand Israel as an occupying and aggressive entity that ignores and undermines human rights and international law, whereas the flotillas were branded in the context of resistance to occupation and oppression. the promotion of peace and human rights, a moral response to Gaza's humanitarian crisis, and in the spirit of International Law 52. In other words, if Israel's image had suffered yet another blow, its cause was not the sordid underlying reality but, instead, the distorted branding of it. Despite the groundswell of public outrage, the United States lent Israel blind support throughout its latest diplomatic imbroglio. President Barack Obama merely expressed deep regret at the loss of Life 53 while his administration shielded Israel from accountability at international forums. Vice President Joseph Biden defended the commando raid on the grounds that, if the flotilla had just unloaded the cargo at an Israeli port, Israel would have been ready, willing, and able to transfer it to Gaza. In a bizarre sequence of non-sequiturs, Biden alternately asserted that Israel was blocking passage of supplies such as building materials, and that the flotilla could have easily brought them in. 54 Meanwhile, the U.S. representative at an emergency session of the UN Security Council shamelessly denied that Israel had prevented vital goods from reaching Gaza. Mechanisms exist for the transfer of humanitarian assistance to Gaza by member states and groups that want to do so. 5587 of the U.S. Senate's 100 members signed a letter to Obama declaring that they fully support Israel's right of self-defense after the Israeli commandos arrived on the Mavi Marmara and were brutally attacked. The U.S. House of Representatives followed suit, as 338 of its 435 members signed a letter expressing strong support for Israel's right to defend itself after passengers on the ship attacked Israeli soldiers with clubs, metal rods, and iron bars. 56 congressional leaders, acting at the behest of Jewish groups, moved to officially designate not the perpetrators but the victims of the attack as terrorists, and the sponsors of the humanitarian mission as a terrorist organization. They also sought to bar survivors of the bloodbath entry into the United States on the grounds that they should not be allowed to come and spill their propaganda and hatred and terrorist rhetoric. 57 Since the Palestinians in Gaza elected Hamas, New York Senator Chuck Schumer told a meeting of Orthodox Jews after the attack, it made sense to strangle them economically until they see that's not the way to go. 58 On the other hand, U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and other Western officials, alongside the UN Security Council as a whole, experienced an epiphany. On the morning after the flotilla horror, they proclaimed that Israel's siege of Gaza was unsustainable and had to be lifted. 59 Still, as the crisis group pointedly observed, international condemnation and calls for an inquiry will come easily. But many who will issue them must acknowledge their own role in the deplorable treatment of Gaza that formed the backdrop to the Israeli raid. 60 Fully 3/4 of the damage and destruction Israel wreaked during Cast Lead had not yet been repaired or rebuilt when the flotilla embarked on its humanitarian mission. 61 Although Israel promised after the flotilla carnage and attendant international outcry to ease restrictions on some goods bound for Gaza, it still banned items necessary to restore Gaza's manufacturing sector, and put onerous conditions on the entry of critical building materials. 62 The burdens on the entrance of construction materials, an Israeli human rights organization warned, could turn the promise of allowing reconstruction into a dead letter. 63 UN officials estimated that under Israeli restrictions still in place, it would take 75 years to rebuild Gaza. 64 In late 2010, nearly a half-year after Israel's publicized commitment to relax the siege, a consortium of more than 20 respected human rights and humanitarian organizations operating in Gaza grimly reported that there are few signs of real improvement on the ground as the ease has left foundations of the illegal blockade policy intact. Gaza requires 670,000 truckloads of construction material, while only an average of 715 of these truckloads have been received per month. The private sector is excluded from the possibility to import construction materials including concrete, steel and gravel, hampering efforts of people in Gaza to rebuild their homes, businesses, and other property. Exports remain banned, and except for the humanitarian activity of exporting a small amount of strawberries, not a single truck has left Gaza since the easing. Many humanitarian items, including vital water equipment, that are not on the Israeli restricted list continue to receive no permits, ordinary Gaza residents are still denied access to their friends and family, and to educational opportunities in the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and abroad. Access to around 35% of Gaza's farmland and 85% of maritime areas for fishing remains restricted by the Israeli buffer zone, with devastating impact on the economy and people's rights and livelihoods. 39% of Gaza residents remain unemployed, while 80% of the population remain dependent upon international aid. There cannot be a just and durable resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the authoritative report concluded, without an end to the isolation and punishment of people in Gaza. 65 Israel curtly dismissed the report as biased and distorted. 66. Even if, for argument's sake, Israel's right to block the passage of the flotilla were credited, it still wouldn't explain why, on a supposedly peaceful interception, its commandos chose to board the ship by rappelling from a military helicopter, in the dark, in international waters. 67 Indeed, Israel elected a modus operandi practically guaranteed to induce panic and mayhem. It could easily have chosen, as Israeli officials conceded, from an array of relatively benign options, such as disabling the propeller, rudder, or engine of the vessel and towing it to the Israeli port at Ashdod, or physically blocking the vessel's passage. 68, passengers aboard the flotilla anticipated that if we fail to stop, they will probably knock out our propellers or rudders, then tow us somewhere for repair. 69, to go by Israel's own official alibi, a commando raid was a bizarre choice. It purported after the bloodletting that it hadn't foreseen violent resistance, it was expecting mild violence and mostly curses, shoves, and spitting in the face, a sit-down, a linking of arms, passive resistance, perhaps verbal resistance, or to engage with the passengers in conversation. 70 But if Israel didn't expect a violent reception, why didn't it intercept the Mavi Marmara in broad daylight, with a full complement of journalists in tow, to show the world its peaceful intentions? Why did it disable the vessel's communications beforehand, preventing transmissions to the outside world? Why did it initiate contact by using tear gas, smoke, and stun grenades, and possibly plastic bullets? If it anticipated chit-chatting with passengers, why did it deploy a commando unit trained to kill and not a police unit accustomed to handling civil resistors? To judge by its pre-planning, the reasonable inference is that Israel sought a bloody confrontation, although probably not on the scale that ensued. It couldn't foresee that the commandos would panic at the passengers' determined resistance and then exact several more vengeful murders. What did the commandos expect pro-Palestinian activists to do once they boarded the ships? The British Guardian editorialized, invite them aboard for a cup of tea with the captain on the bridge. 71. Still, the mystery remains, why did Israel launch a violent assault? In fact, multiple factors converged to make a commando raid the optimal operational plan. Prior to the flotilla attack, Israel had conducted a succession of bungled operations. It suffered a major military setback in 2006 when it invaded Lebanon and tangled with Hezbollah. It undertook to restore its deterrence capacity in 2008-9 when it invaded Gaza, yet the attack evoked not awe at Israel's martial prowess but outrage at its lethal cowardice. 72 It dispatched in 2010 a commando team to assassinate a Hamas leader in Dubai, but even as it accomplished its mission, the unit ended up seeding a diplomatic storm on account of its amateurish execution. Israel was desperate to restore the IDF's daring-do image of bygone years. What better way than an Entebbe-like commando raid? 73 The decision to launch the assault on the Mavi Marmara was taken jointly by Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Barak. Both had belonged to a commando unit in their youth. Barak was Netanyahu's commander and mentor in the unit. 74 A commando raid in 1973 made Barak's reputation. 75 While Netanyahu basked in the reflected glory of his brother Jonathan, who was the only Israeli casualty on the Entebbe raid. Their intersecting personal histories primed Barak and Netanyahu to opt for a violent commando assault, in order to burnish the IDF's and, not incidentally, their own reputation. The both of them were dyed-in-the-wool creatures of military operations, A. Haaretz. Columnist noted after the flotilla raid, steeped in the instant heroism mentality and the commando spirit, in which a military force shows up at the height of a crisis like a deus ex machina, and in a single stroke slices through the Gordian knot. And couldn't a commando operation redeem the ever-elusive promise of political salvation? Although decades have passed since the moral high of such operations was injected into our veins, our leaders have never stopped trying to recreate it to atone for their ineffectiveness as statesmen. The greater the number of successive failed missions, the greater the longing for the next redemptive mission that will heal the trauma and the bad trip of its predecessor. They are the responses of addicts who are repeatedly denied their fix, the perfect IDF operation, or the decisive war, which will untangle all complexities and will put to rest all doubts, and any need for statesmanship. 76. Unsurprisingly, of the 6 ships in the flotilla, Israel targeted the Mavi Marmara for special treatment. Some 2/3 of its 600 passengers were Turkish citizens. The vessel's core group was alleged to be a front for a radical Islamist organization, probably with links to the ruling party in Turkey, which made it a yet more tempting target. 77 In recent times, Turkish Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan had become increasingly determined to carve out an independent foreign policy and had been outspoken in his criticism of Israel. A diplomatic tit-for-tat ensued. Erdogan publicly dressed down President Paris at the World Economic Forum right after cast lead, "When it comes to killing, you know well how to kill." 78 Deputy Foreign Minister Öcalan publicly humiliated the Turkish ambassador in early 2010 by refusing to shake his hand in front of Israeli television cameras, and seating him in a sofa over which the Israeli minister towered. 79 Erdogan then seized the initiative, in concert with Brazil, to resolve diplomatically the impasse with Iran over its nuclear program. 80 Israel bridled at the Turkish démarche, as it was hell-bent on a military solution. Just days before the flotilla attack, Netanyahu would later recall, Turkey had strengthened its identification and cooperation with Iran. When Ankara ignored Tel Aviv's counsel to preempt the Mavi Marmara, it was the last straw. The Turkish government did, however, actively discourage IHH from undertaking the mission. 81 It was long past time to cut the Turkish upstart down to size, and a sleek, if sanguinary, commando raid was just the reminder Erdogan needed of who was in charge in that corner of the world. If Israel eschewed less violent options to halt the flotilla, an Israeli strategic analyst elucidated, it was because it needed to tell the Islamizing Turkey no more. The forces of the Ottoman Empire, who aspire to again rule the Middle East as they did almost 500 years ago, will be stopped at Gaza's shores. 82 The rift that opened up with Israel's historic ally appeared to belie such speculation. Why would it risk such a steep diplomatic price? But Israel had grown accustomed to Arab Muslim leaders meekly absorbing its humiliating blows. If Israeli commandos had killed 9 Egyptians on a humanitarian convoy, Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak would almost certainly have turned a blind eye. Even Syrian President Bashar al-Assad stayed mute after an Israeli air assault in 2007 destroyed an alleged Syrian nuclear reactor. I am certain the Turkish reaction took the Zionist leaders by surprise, Hezbollah Secretary General Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah shrewdly observed. 83. The commando raid was additionally designed to stem the rising tide of humanitarian vessels destined for Gaza. Israel initially allowed ships carrying supplies to quietly pass through the blockade, hoping that the spirits of the organizers would peter out as public interest flagged. When the organizers persisted, the Israeli Navy rammed and intercepted vessels en route to Gaza. 84 But more ships kept coming. After Israel blocked a humanitarian vessel from reaching Gaza in 2009, a British-led delegation worried out loud to U.S. embassy officials in Beirut that the Israeli government would not be as lenient in the future should similar incidents occur. 85 If the assault on the flotilla couldn't have shocked those inside the diplomatic loop, it didn't shock seasoned observers of the Israeli scene either. The violent interception of civilian vessels carrying humanitarian aid, Israeli novelist Amos Oz reflected, was the rank product of the Israeli mantra that what can't be done by force can be done with even greater force. 86 To fortify its claim that the commandos' violence was spontaneous, Israel gestured to the fact that it had merely expected resistance like we encounter in BIL in 87, but Israel had often resorted to deliberate lethal force in order to suppress such civil resistance. What happened aboard the Mavi Marmara? A. Haaretz columnist observed, was very similar to what Israel has been doing every week for the past 4 years in BIL, in injuring and killing unarmed civilian protesters who are demanding their basic rights. 88. The assault on the Mavi Marmara turned into yet another bungled operation, as the once vaunted IDF seemed increasingly to resemble the gang that cannot shoot straight. 89. The mishandling of this latest military operation could not be swept under the rug. Although Israeli Hasbara desperately spun the raid as an operational success, 90, and the commandos as untarnished heroes, few were taken in. The pundit class deplored this disgraceful fiasco and national humiliation in which deterrence took a bad blow. 91. The magic evaporated long ago. The most moral army in the world, that was once the best army in the world, failed again, Gideon Levy ironically observed. More and more there is the impression that nearly everything it touches causes harm to Israel. 92. Indeed, the naval commandos constituted Israel's best fighting unit, 93, and had rehearsed the attack for weeks, even constructing a model of the Mavi Marmara. 94. Nonetheless, when 30 of these commandos faced off against an equal number of civilian passengers, 95, with only makeshift weapons in hand, 3 of them allowed themselves to be captured, and photographs of them being nursed circulated throughout cyberspace. Israeli soldiers, let alone elite commandos, were not supposed to be taken alive. The last thing Israel needed was a Gilad Shalit redux. 96. The claim made by the IDF spokesman that the soldiers' lives were in danger and they feared a lynching, a respected military analyst understatedly opined, is hardly complimentary to the men of the elite naval units. 97. The images of a cowering and inept fighting force could not have comforted the domestic population either. Would it grow jittery about the IDF's ability after so many fiascos to fend off a seemingly endless list of ever more potent enemies? It's one thing for people to think you're crazy, an Israeli general rude, but it's bad when they think you're incompetent and crazy, and that's the way we look. 98. A 2010 poll of the Arab world, which showed that only 12% of the Arab public believed Israel was very powerful while fully 44% believed it was weaker than it looks, couldn't have allayed Israeli anxieties. 99. Each disastrous mission upped the stakes of the next throw of the dice. It appeared as if Israel would sooner rather than later have to launch a yet more spectacular mission to compensate for the long string of failures. An Israeli general declared after Cast Lead that the IDF would continue to apply the so-called Dahiyah doctrine of directing massive force against civilian infrastructure in the future. 100. The essence of Israeli strategic doctrine, the IDF Deputy Chief of Staff elaborated, was that each new round of fighting brings worse results than the last to Israel's enemies. 101. Lebanon loomed at the time as Israel's next target. 102. But Hezbollah had amassed a deterrence capacity of its own. Israel was unwilling to risk the massive civilian casualties that would ensue in the event of an attack. At the end of the day, defenseless Gaza would continue to be Israel's preferred punching bag. The 9 passengers killed aboard the Mavi Marmara were the first casualties of the Goldstone report's interment. If it had not been effectively vetoed, Palestinian human rights lawyer Rajai Sourani observed, if the international community had fulfilled its obligation to enforce international humanitarian law, and if the rule of law were respected, it is almost certain that the unjustifiable bloodshed in the Mediterranean could have been prevented. 103. However, although Israel managed to clear the Goldstone hurdle, it now had to contend with the new international outcry after the commando raid. Not for the first time, it decided to appoint a commission of inquiry to investigate the incident. The expectation was that by blending judicial gravitas with craven subservience to the state, such an investigation would placate international opinion or, at any rate, those portions of it that counted. 104. The commission did not disappoint. 8. Whitewash I. The Turkle Report. In June 2010, Israel established an independent public commission to investigate the maritime incident of May 31, 2010. In January 2011, the commission, chaired by former Israeli Supreme Court Justice Jacob Turkle, released its findings. 1. The Turkle Report, running to nearly 300 pages, exonerated Israel of culpability for the carnage aboard the Mavi Marmara, and, instead, pinned blame on a cotter of passengers who had allegedly plotted and armed themselves to kill the Israeli commandos. The report divided into two principal sections, a legal analysis of the Israeli blockade, and a factual reconstruction of the events that climaxed in the violence. It began, however, by recounting the historical context of the Israeli blockade. These passages of the report provided instructive insight into its objectivity. The report stated that in October 2000 violent incidents broke out in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, which were given the name the Second Intifada. In these, suicide attacks were restarted in cities in Israeli territory. To its capsule description of the Second Intifada omitted mention that Israel had used massive, indiscriminate, and lethal firepower to quell largely nonviolent demonstrations, and that Palestinians endured 5 months of bloodletting before they resorted to suicide attacks. 3. The report began by highlighting that since the beginning of 2001, thousands of mortars and rockets of various kinds have been fired in ever-growing numbers from the Gaza Strip. 4. But this depiction ignored that Israel directed far more lethal firepower at Gaza during the same period. 5. Although the report did concede that human rights and humanitarian organizations, as well as a leading Israeli jurist, had concluded that Gaza remained occupied after Israel's 2005 disengagement, it nevertheless sustained the contrary position of the Israeli government. 6. The report asserted that the June 2008 ceasefire between Israel and Hamas collapsed in December 2008, when the rocket and mortar attacks against Israel recommenced. 7. In fact, as Amnesty International observed at the time, the lull broke down after Israeli forces killed 6 Palestinian militants in airstrikes and other attacks on November 4, 2008. 8. The report thus skewed the critical historical context wholly in Israel's favor. The Turkle Report upheld the legality of the Israeli blockade of Gaza on dual grounds. 1. The people of Gaza didn't experience starvation and their physical survival wasn't at risk, and, 2. Whatever hardship Gaza's civilian population did endure was the collateral and proportional damage of a blockade targeting Hamas's military capabilities. 1. If Gazans weren't starving and their essential needs were met, then the blockade was legal. The Turkle Report juxtaposed the consensus opinion of human rights and humanitarian organizations that Israel's siege of Gaza had caused a humanitarian crisis. 9. With Israel's denial of such a crisis. 10. It resolved these two very different perceptions of reality. 11. By concluding, for example, that even if 60% of Gazans did experience food insecurity, 12. Still Israel met its legal obligations inasmuch as the people weren't dying of starvation but were merely hungry. The report approvingly quoted Israeli officials to the effect that no one has ever stated that the population of the Gaza Strip is starving. It went on to defend the siege's legality on the grounds that food insecurity does not equate to starvation. 13. Prima facie, it would be odd if current international law, which accords so many safeguards to civilians in times of war and under occupation, sanctioned a just shy of genocidal policy. 14. Indeed, seemingly cognizant that such a legal standard was too lax, not to mention cruel, coming from an esteemed former Supreme Court justice. 15. The report simultaneously purported that even if the law kicked in not just for starvation but also for the less exigent condition of hunger, and even if the siege did induce hunger, still Israel wasn't deliberately inducing hunger, and if it wasn't a willful policy, Israel wasn't legally culpable. The Commission found no evidence that Israel is trying to deprive the population of the Gaza Strip of food. 16. But if the foreseeable and inevitable effect of barring foodstuffs from entering Gaza was to cause hunger, it is hard to make out how the punitive outcome was mere happenstance and not Israel's intention. 17. Or, Put otherwise, for want of trying to induce hunger, Israel was awfully good at it. Just as it exonerated Israel of denying Gazans food, so the Turkel report exonerated Israel of denying Gazans other objects essential for the survival of the civilian population. It acknowledged that Israel blocked entry of construction materials but rationalized this policy on the grounds that, according to intelligence information, Hamas might use them for military purposes. The report made short shrift of the possibility that the motive behind this ban was to punish the people of Gaza. It is clear that the restrictions were not imposed in order to prevent the use of these materials by the civilian population. 18:1 searched in vain, however, for proof of this confident assertion. What's more, the report contended both that Israel denied entry of essential objects, such as construction materials, but only on security grounds, and that there was no evidence Israel denied entry of such essential objects. 19 The report further stated that no evidence was presented that Israel prevents the passage of medical supplies apart from those included in the list of materials whose entry into the Gaza Strip is prohibited for security reasons. 20 Yet that Israeli list included vital medical supplies, according to the World Health Organization, such as X-ray machines, electronic imaging scanners, laboratory equipment, and basic items, such as elevators for hospitals. 21 If Israel was depriving Gazans of vital medical supplies, then it was denying them objects essential to their survival. The report also inconsistently alleged both that Israel had denied entry of essential objects on security grounds, and that Israel allowed entry of many of these same objects apparently without jeopardizing its security after the flotilla attack evoked international outrage. 22 The report, finally, never attended to the obvious question. Why did so many respected human rights and humanitarian organizations sound the alarm of a humanitarian crisis in Gaza if none existed? The upshot was, the Turkel report alleged that Israel's blockade did not breach humanitarian law on the bizarre ground that Gazans weren't literally starving to death, that if the legal threshold was causing hunger, then Israel didn't deliberately cause hunger even if hunger was the inevitable and predictable result of its blockade, that Israel did prevent entry of essential construction materials and that it categorically did not prevent entry of essential construction materials, and that Israel did not prevent entry of vital medical supplies even if it did prevent entry of vital medical supplies. If the report managed to prove the blockade was legal, it was, alas, at the price of sacrificing logic, consistency, and fact. 2. If the harm to Gaza's civilian population was proportional and collateral, then the blockade was legal. The Turkel report applied a proportionality test to the blockade. 23 It found that if Gazans did endure hardship as a result of the Israeli siege, it constituted collateral damage proportional to the security objective of degrading Hamas's military capabilities. Although it occasionally suggested that the blockade was more than just a security measure. 24 The report was emphatic that it did not target the civilian population. In one of its various formulations, the report depicted the siege as having two goals, a security goal of preventing the entry of weapons, ammunition, and military supplies into the Gaza Strip, and a broader strategic goal of indirect economic warfare, whose purpose is to restrict the Hamas's economic ability as the body in control of the Gaza Strip to take military action against Israel. 25 The report further found that Israel was not guilty of inflicting collective punishment because there is nothing in the evidence that suggests that Israel is intentionally placing restrictions on goods for the sole or primary purpose of denying them to the population of Gaza, emphasis in original. 26 But if the intent of the Israeli siege was to degrade Hamas's military capacity, not to harm Gaza's civilian population, surely it was cause for wonder why Israel severely restricted entry of goods not considered essential for the basic subsistence of the population, and why it allowed passage of only a humanitarian minimum of civilian goods. 27 It was also cause for puzzlement why Israeli officials kept repeating privately that they intended to keep the Gazan economy on the brink of collapse without quite pushing it over the edge. 28 In other words, why was the blockade calibrated so as to keep Gaza's civilian population teetering on the precipice, if the civilian population was not being targeted. Although tediously repetitive and replete with minutiae on arcane points of law, the report was notably silent on exactly what items Israel interdicted to thwart Hamas's offensive capabilities. It omitted that the seemingly endless list of verboten items included sage, coriander, ginger, jam, halva, vinegar, nutmeg, chocolate, fruit preserves, seeds and nuts, biscuits, potato chips, musical instruments, notebooks, writing implements, toys, chicks, and goats. 29 The purpose of the economic warfare in the Gaza Strip, the report asseverated, was to undermine the Hamas's ability to attack Israel and its citizens. The non-security related restrictions on the passage of goods such as the restrictions upon certain food products are a part of this strategy. 30 Who could doubt the offensive potential of chocolate, chips, and chicks? 31. Neither the facts nor the legal reasoning presented in the Turkel report refuted the consensus opinion that Gaza was experiencing a humanitarian crisis, that the Israeli siege was causing the humanitarian crisis, that Israel was deliberately causing this humanitarian crisis, that the Israeli siege consequently constituted an illegal form of collective punishment, and that the use of force against the humanitarian flotilla, insofar as it was designed to prolong the illegal siege, was also illegal. The second half of the Turkel report reconstructed the events that climaxed in the killing of 9 passengers aboard the Mavi Marmara by Israeli commandos. 32 The report cleared Israel of legal culpability for the violence and deaths and, instead, pinned responsibility on a cadre of passengers who allegedly plotted and armed themselves in advance to kill Israelis. It also determined that the lethal use of force by the Israeli commandos constituted justifiable self-defense. The Turkel report's major conclusions diametrically opposed those of an eminent UN fact-finding mission. 33 Without access to the evidence on which each side based its conclusions, a third party would be hard-pressed to definitively decide between them. Nonetheless, on the basis of their internal coherence and judged against uncontested facts, it is possible to render a judgment on which of the findings are more persuasive. On a preliminary point, the sources on which the Turkel report leaned prompt skepticism. The government resolution mandating the Turkel Commission excused IDF Israel Defense Forces soldiers from testifying before it. 34 The report accordingly had to depend on soldiers' statements that were only documented in writing and submitted to the Commission. 35 The report deemed the commando testimonies credible and trustworthy because the soldiers gave detailed information, used natural language, and did not appear to have coordinated their versions. 36 It puzzled what evidentiary value should be attached to the written submission's natural language. Did it enhance the commandos' credibility that they reflexively called everyone who crossed their paths on the Mavi Marmara a terrorist? 37 It was also unclear how the Commission could determine whether or not the commandos coordinated beforehand their written submissions. The report stated that the soldiers' accounts were examined meticulously, cross-referenced against each other. 38 Was it so far-fetched that the soldiers also examined meticulously, cross-referenced each other's statements before submitting them? It was not even clear that prescribed protocol barred such prior coordination. Indeed, the soldiers could infer prior to giving testimony that they would not suffer judicial penalties for perjury, or even undergo rigorous interrogation. The soldiers were not put on notice that their rights were implicated when giving their statements, and they did not undergo cross-examination. 39 In general, the Commission invested enormous faith in the testimony of Israeli civilian and military officials, even as respected Israeli commentators had ridiculed their record of truth telling. 40 Except for the oral testimony of 2 Israeli Palestinians, sketchy and mostly unsigned statements extracted by Israeli jailers and military intelligence from the flotilla detainees before their release, and a book publication by one of the Turks on board the Mavi Marmara. 41 The Turkel report did not benefit from the input of the passengers and crew. Upon their release, former captives asserted that the statements and signatures were given under extreme physical and emotional duress, while the secretly filmed footage of their interrogations had been distorted by editing. 42 The report alleged that due to the non-cooperation of other witnesses, it was compelled to rely mainly on testimonies and reports of Israeli parties. 43 Amnesty reported that although the commission invited flotilla participants to testify, it appeared to make only half-hearted attempts to secure their testimony. 44 The report did not explain, however, why unsworn testimonies of Israeli commandos constituted credible evidence, whereas eyewitness testimonies of numerous passengers, accessible in the public domain, did not. 45 On a cognate point, although the UN fact-finding mission failed to secure the cooperation of the Israeli government, it did make extensive use of the available public testimony before the Turkel Commission. Whereas the Turkel report made no effort to utilize the extensive eyewitness testimony collected by the International Fact-Finding Mission. 46 The juxtaposition suggested two very different judicial temperaments at play, of which only one appeared to be seeking truth. Let us now examine the major points of contention between the UN fact-finding mission and the Turkel report. Which party initiated the violence? The UN fact-finding mission concluded that as Israeli speedboats approached the Mavi Marmara, they were firing non-lethal weaponry onto the ship, including smoke and stun grenades, tear gas and paintballs and possibly plastic bullets, and that minutes after this initial Israeli assault was repelled by passengers, Israeli helicopters moved in, opening fire with live ammunition onto the top deck prior to the descent of the soldiers. 47 The Turkel report presented an altogether different picture. It did acknowledge that the Israeli rules of engagement allowed for use of force required to fulfill the mission, i.e., stopping the vessels, albeit it must be minimal and might be considered only as a last resort. It also acknowledged that operational orders allowed that before the stage of taking control of the vessels, the force commander was permitted to employ various measures to stop the vessels, including firing skunk bombs, forcing the vessels to change their course or stop by means of firing warning shots into the air and white lighting, blinding by using a large projector. At the very least, then, Israeli operational planning did not outright prohibit initiating force. But on the basis of closed-door testimony of the Chief of Staff, the report concluded that in practice, no use was made of these measures. 48 The report found that Israeli commandos in speedboats approached the Mavi Marmara peacefully and resorted to paintball guns and stun grenades only after they encountered resistance. 49 Besides Israeli testimonies, the report cited video recordings. It is impossible sight unseen to evaluate the video evidence, although it can't but be wondered why Israel didn't make it available after release of the UN fact-finding mission's conclusions. If Israel had in its possession compelling evidence that refuted the UN mission, why would it keep this proof, the release of which couldn't pose a security threat, under wraps? The report recorded the precise times when passengers resorted to force against the commandos in speedboats. 50 It did not, however, record the times when these commandos resorted to supposedly retaliatory force. In a typical non sequitur, the report, attempting to refute suggestions that the IHH Insani Yardim Vakfi activists were acting in self-defense, stated, in seeking to capture and board the ship, the Israeli forces had to respond to the violence offered first by the IHH. This is evident from the magnetic media that shows the extreme levels of violence used against the IDF soldiers. 51 But footage of passengers resorting to extreme levels of violence does not corroborate that they initiated the violence. The report also concluded that live ammunition was not fired from Israeli helicopters that subsequently moved in. It did acknowledge, however, that stun grenades were thrown down from the helicopters before the commandos hit the deck. It stated that the helicopters did not use live ammunition because the accurate use of firearms from a helicopter requires both specific equipment and specially trained personnel, with which the helicopters were not equipped. 52 But if, on the one hand, the purpose of the firepower had been like the stun grenades to terrorize the passengers and clear the deck before the commandos rappelled on board, then precision marksmanship wasn't even required, while, On the other hand, it perplexes that trained marksmen were in short supply among Israel's elite fighting unit. The decision to intercept the flotilla in the dead of night appeared to belie the Turkle report's sequencing of what unfolded. The report stated that if Israel launched its operation at 4:26 a.m., it was because during such an operation, there is a great advantage to operating under the cover of darkness, quoting the Israeli Chief of Staff, point 53. But it isn't self-evident why a commando raid in the dead of night would be to Israel's advantage. The report repeatedly emphasized that throughout the planning process Israeli authorities at all levels anticipated that the participants in the flotilla were all peaceful civilians, and they seem not to have believed that the use of force would be necessary. They had expected the commandos to meet at most, verbal resistance, pushing or punching, relatively minor civil disobedience, some pushing and limited physical contact. The report quoted the commandos themselves testifying, "We were expected to encounter activists who would try to hurt us emotionally by creating provocations on the level of curses, spitting. But we did not expect a difficult physical confrontation. We were expected to encounter peace activists, and therefore the prospect that we would have to use weapons or other means was nearly zero probability." 54. But if it didn't expect forceful resistance, why didn't Israel launch the operation in broad daylight, indeed bringing along journalists who could vouch for its nonviolent intentions? An operation launched in the blackness of night did make sense if Israel wanted to sow panic and confusion as a prelude to, and retrospectively to justify, a violent assault, as well as to obscure from potential witnesses its violent mode of attack. In the planning of such an operation, that is, an operation predicated on the use of violent force, there clearly was great advantage to operating under the cover of darkness. A premeditated decision to violently assault the Mavi Marmara would also account for the scope and nature of the planning. It would reconcile why Israel undertook intricate and ramified preparations that engaged the gamut of Israel's political, military, and intelligence apparatuses, including the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense, the senior political security echelon and persons with experience in these fields, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of Public Security, the Ministry of Justice, IDF officers and public relations personnel. 55. Why it decided that the command level would be very senior, including the commander of the Navy himself. 56. Why it imposed a communications blackout on the flotilla. 57. And why it deployed the elite Special Forces unit Shayatet 13, which was trained for lethal combat, instead of a routine police unit trained to quell civil resistance. The report stated that Special Forces trained teams are often used when a boarding is anticipated to be opposed, or non-compliant. 58. But, surely, apprehending passengers predisposed to curses, spitting didn't require deployment of Israel's elite fighting unit. It also stated that Special Forces were used because of the specialized training needed for fast roping onto the deck of a ship at night. 59. However, that still leaves unanswered the question why the assault was launched at night. It might be wondered why Israel was at pains to emphasize that it didn't anticipate violent resistance. Couldn't it just as easily have alleged that although committed to a peaceful resolution of the crisis, it did expect violence, which was why the operation was launched before daybreak and so much military-like planning went into it? The reason, however, was not hard to find. If the commandos had been primed for a violent confrontation, then what ensued aboard the Mavi Marmara truly was, as Israeli pundits rued, a disgraceful fiasco and national humiliation. 60. The only alibi Israel could fabricate to preserve the commandos' aura was that they were taken off guard by the violence. If the elite unit performed so poorly, it was because it hadn't prepared for armed resistance. Indeed, one of the Turkle report's more comical aspects was the commandos' tales of daring do, plainly designed to restore the IDF's heroic image and boost national morale. Soldier number 161 recalled that 10 people jumped onto me and began brutally beating me from every direction, using clubs, metal rods, and fists, that a number of attackers grabbed me by my legs and my torso and threw me over the side to the deck below, that I fractured my arm, and a mob of dozens of people attacked me and basically lynched me, including pulling off my helmet, strangling me, sticking fingers into my eyes to gouge them out of their sockets, pulling my limbs in every direction, striking me in an extremely harsh manner with clubs and metal rods, mostly on my head, that I took an extremely harsh blow directly to my head from a metal rod. A lot of blood began streaming down my face from the wounds to my head, that after his capture by passengers, the only thing the ship's medic did was to wipe the blood from my forehead. Although he had a very deep scalp wound and a fractured skull, it later allegedly required 14 stitches, and that despite excruciating blows and gushing blood, fractured arm and fractured skull, he managed to break free of one of the guards. I jabbed my elbow into his ribs and jumped into the water. As soon as I reached the water, I dove underneath, so that they would not be able to hit me from the ship. I took off my shirt while diving and swimming, and I intended to swim and dive rapidly in a zigzag to escape from the enemy on the ship. After my first dive, I rose to the water's surface and I saw a speedboat, which rescued him after he swam rapidly toward it, and then I picked up an M16 rifle. And I began shooting. Because I was concerned that the mob on the ship wanted to abduct soldier number 4 back into the ship, and I wanted to deter them. 62. Soldier number 3 recalled that I was struck with metal poles and rocks. I felt a very strong blow to the neck from behind, that people hit me with full force with poles and clubs, that a mob of people around me are hitting me with many blows, mainly towards my head, that I continue to take very strong blows to the abdomen, that I am fighting with all my strength until a certain stage when they manage to get me over the side of the boat. I am holding onto the side, with my hands, and hanging from the side. People from above me are hitting my hands and a second group of people is pulling me from below by grabbing my legs, that I am lying on the deck. There are many people above me. One of the people jumps on me and I feel a sharp pain in the lower abdomen. And I realize that I've been stabbed. During this stage I'm taking many blows, including from clubs, that after his capture by passengers, the only assistance he received from the ship's medic was a gauze pad. Although I am bleeding massively, that is, I am losing a lot of blood, and I can tell that part of my intestines are protruding. I also notice a deep cut in my left arm, from which I'm also losing a great quantity of blood. I also feel blood flowing from my nose into my mouth, that they tied my hands and feet with rope. They station a person above me who is holding a wooden pole. He beats me with the wooden pole, that as a result of the loss of blood, I started to become groggy, and that despite excruciating blows, fracturing his nose and tearing a tendon in his finger, and gushing blood, stab wounds, and protruding intestines, he managed to escape. I run to the side of the ship, jump into the water from a height of 12 meters, and start swimming toward our boat 63. Is it ungenerous to wonder whether these commandos had watched a few too many Rambo flicks? Did Islamic activists plot and arm themselves to murder Israelis? The Turkle report found that passengers aboard the Mavi Marmara, the hardcore group of which comprised about 40 IHH activists, 64 had plotted before embarkation to resist with force, 65 even to commit murder, and had sought out martyrdom. I have no doubt, an Israeli commander of the operation testified, that the terrorists on the vessel planned, organized, foresaw the events, and planned to kill a soldier 66. It is evident, the report concluded, that the IHH organized and planned for a violent confrontation with the Israeli military forces. The IHH had a pre-existing plan to violently oppose the Israeli boarding, and a number of IHH activists took part in hostilities from a planning and logistical perspective well before the arrival of the Israeli armed forces. 67. The report alleged that as against the overwhelming majority of relatively moderate 68 passengers, IHH activists boarded the Mavi Marmara separately and without any security checks, and thus were able to smuggle on an arsenal of weapons to execute their murderous plot. 69. Contrariwise, and for what it's worth, the Turkish government protested that not just once but twice all crew members and passengers were subjected to Stringent X-ray checks as well as customs and passport controls. All personal belongings and cargo were also thoroughly inspected and cleared. THE cargo contained no arms, munitions, or other material that would constitute a threat. 70. The report's inventory of the combat equipment apparently brought on board by the flotilla participants included 150 protective ceramic vests, 300 gas masks, communication devices, optical devices, several night vision goggles and a few binoculars, slingshots of various kinds, 200 knives, 20 axes, thousands of ball bearings and stones, disc saws, pepper sprays, and smoke flares. 71. This cache of combat equipment, concentration of weaponry, extensive equipment which was brought on board to implement the plot 72 appeared in a somewhat less sinister light when juxtaposed with the report's itemization that kitchens and the cafeterias on the ship contained a total of about 200 knives, and the ship's fire extinguishing equipment included about 20 axes. 73. It flabbergasts that the obvious correlations escaped, or did they, the Commission's notice. The report did not find that the evidence points conclusively to the fact that the IHH activists brought firearms aboard the Mavi Marmara. 74. But if they plotted a violent confrontation with one of the world's most formidable military powers, and if they could freely carry on board the weapons of their choosing, it perplexes why the most lethal implements they thought to bring along were slingshots and glass marbles. Truly, these shaheeds were Meshuggah. The report noted that just before the Israeli operation began, the Islamic extremists improvised weapons, such as iron rods and wooden clubs. 75. The Commission apparently never pondered the obvious question. If they were hell-bent on committing bloody murder well before the arrival of the Israeli armed forces, why didn't the Islamists bring on board firearms, and why did they wait until the last minute before producing makeshift weapons? The UN fact-finding mission found no evidence that any of the passengers used firearms at any stage. 76. But whereas the Turkle report found no proof that the passengers brought along firearms, it still concluded that members of the IHH activists used firearms against Israeli forces, 77, which they presumably seized from the commandos before wounding 2 of them. The report stated that it consulted medical documents regarding the injuries to the soldiers. 78. But it did not cite hospital records documenting the commandos' alleged bullet wounds. Instead, it cited a statement submitted by the IDF and the oral testimony of the Chief of Staff. 79. In the case of non-bullet wounds incurred by the commandos, the report did cite hospital records. 80. Since the report failed to cite hospital records attesting to the alleged bullet wounds, it is doubtful they existed, but even if they did, they could just as easily have been inflicted by other Israeli commandos. The report itself acknowledged that the melee on board the Mavi Marmara, especially during the initial stages on the roof, was a situation of considerable confusion. 81. In fact, one of the commandos allegedly hit by a bullet initially thought his wound resulted from the Israeli forces. 82. The report enumerated 3 grounds for its conclusion that passengers used firearms: physical evidence of gunshot wounds which didn't speak to the point of origin of the gunshots, statements of numerous soldiers which were as credible as their Rambo fantasies, and the fact that IHH activists had access to captured IDF weapons which proved nothing. 83. Still, why would the report conclude on the basis of such flimsy evidence that passengers used firearms against the commandos? The report itself provided the answer. While it contended that the commandos' resort to lethal force would have been justified even if the passengers did not shoot at them. 84. The report went on to say that the use of firearms by IHH activists is an important factor because it significantly heightened the risk posed to the soldiers and their perception of that risk, and establishing the level of threat that the Israeli soldiers believed they were facing is a factor in the assessment as to whether their response was proportionate. 85. If the report wanted to definitively conclude that the commandos' resort to lethal force was legally justifiable, it had to find evidence that the passengers used firearms against them. The predetermined exoneration dictated the evidentiary finding. The Turkle report quoted the harrowing accounts by the captured commandos of the Islamists' murderous ambitions. Soldier number 1 testified that the terrorist group wanted to attack me and kill me. Soldier number 3 testified that they were crazed and very eager to kill us. They tried to strangle me. And soldier number 4. The hate in their eyes was just burning. This attempt to strangle me was made several times. 86. The report also highlighted that the cadre of Islamic killers were very large and strong men, approximately ages 20, 40, very big and heavy. 87. And that some of those activists also expressed their wish to be shaheeds. 88. The obvious question was, why didn't this mob of burly homicidal shaheeds manage to kill any of the captured commandos? Quoting the commandos, the report's unfazed response was that the peaceniks on board, older men and women who showed restraint, nonviolent peace activists, came to the commandos' rescue. The terrorist group wanted to attack me and kill me, while the moderate group tried to protect me. There were two groups there, the one which tried to kill us and the ones who prevented the extreme group from killing us. 89. In other words, the crazed jihadists were stopped dead in their tracks by Grannies for Peace and the Birkenstock Brigade. Did the Israeli commandos use lethal force only as a last resort? The conduct of the Israeli military and other personnel towards the flotilla passengers was not only disproportionate to the occasion, the UN fact-finding mission concluded, but demonstrated levels of totally unnecessary and incredible violence. It betrayed an unacceptable level of brutality. 90. The Turkle report concluded that, on the contrary, the commandos exercised maximum restraint and used lethal force only as a last resort. It stated that during Israeli preparations for the interception, special attention was paid to the value of human life, and all of the persons involved evinced a high level of awareness of the need to carry out the operation without any injuries to the participants of the flotilla, that either the rules of engagement or operational orders, or both of them, stipulated that if force had to be used, it had to be exercised gradually and in proportion to the resistance met, and only after examining alternatives to prevent deterioration of the situation. The only case in which use of lethal weapons was permitted was in self-defense to remove a real and imminent danger to life. When the danger cannot be removed by less harmful means, there should be no use of force at a person who has surrendered or has ceased to constitute a threat. That the training and preparation of the soldiers leading up to the operation was very thorough, with a particular emphasis on the use of less lethal weapons. The default position was to use less lethal weapons until an opposing threat forced the use of the lethal options, that it was stated at an operational briefing. Opening fire should only take place in a life-threatening situation, to neutralize the person presenting the danger, but nonetheless, where possible, the benefit of doubt should be given, that even after shooting could be heard on the Mavi Marmara. The Shayatet 13 commander refused to give approval for shooting in order to prevent deaths among the participants of the flotilla, and that the IDF soldiers made considerable use of graduated force, that is, firing at the legs and feet of a person during the operation, with soldiers switching repeatedly between less lethal and lethal weapons, even after passengers had allegedly used firearms against them. 91. The Israeli commandos were so solicitous of the passengers' well-being, according to the report, that following the bloody confrontation, some IDF wounded only received treatment. After the treatment of wounded flotilla participants, the commander of the takeover force testified that he risked danger to my people aboard the vessel in order to evacuate the wounded passengers from the vessel, despite their lack of desire to be evacuated, in order to save their lives. 92. The report concluded that the IDF personnel acted professionally in the face of extensive and unanticipated violence and did not overreact. 93. The manner of death of the 9 passengers aboard the Mavi Marmara appeared to belie the Turkle report's rendition. The UN fact-finding mission found that the circumstances of the killing of at least 6 of the passengers were in a manner consistent with an extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary execution. 94. The report itself recounted the findings of an external examination by Israeli doctors, according to which all of the dead passengers suffered multiple bullet wounds and 5 were shot in the neck or head. For example, quoting the Israeli examination body, no 2 contained bullet wounds on the right side of the head, on the right side of the back of the neck, on the right cheek, underneath the chin, on the right side of the back, on the thigh. A bullet was palpated on the left side of the chest, while body No. 9 contained bullet wounds in the area of the right temple/back of the neck, bullet wound in the left nipple, bullet wound in the area of the scalp forehead on the left side, bullet wound on the face, nose, bullet wound on the left torso, bullet wound on the right side of the back, 2 bullet wounds in the left thigh, 2 bullet wounds as a result of the bullet passing through toes 4 and 5 on the left foot 95. The report did not attempt to square the gruesome facts of these passengers' deaths with its sublime finding that the commandos exercised maximum restraint. The closest it came was brief mention in another context, and not referring specifically to the dead passengers, that in some instances, numerous rounds were fired either by one soldier or by more than one soldier to stop an IHH activist who was a threat to the lives of themselves or other soldiers. 96. What's more, the report was curiously uncurious about the passengers' deaths, which were blandly dispatched in just 2 of the report's nearly 300 pages. 97. The report cited the chilling testimony of Israeli commandos on every scratch they incurred, yet it expended not a single word on how it came to pass that, despite taking every possible precaution and exercising every conceivable restraint, the commandos ended up killing 9 passengers, shooting nearly all of them multiple times. 98. Perhaps the Commission forgot to request specific information on their deaths. 99. Or the commandos forgot to mention the killings in their statements. Neither possibility speaks very highly to the report's credibility. The report stated that the Commission has examined each instance of the use of force reported by the IDF soldiers in their testimonies. But it didn't bother to mention whether any of these testimonies recounted the killings of the 9 passengers. 100. It also stated that the Commission examined 133 incidents in which force was used, which were described by over 40 soldiers, and also includes a few incidents that were depicted on the available relevant magnetic media and that did not correspond to the soldiers' testimonies. 101. But it didn't bother to mention whether the magnetic media captured the killings of any of the passengers. In addition, whereas the UN fact-finding mission requested the Turkish autopsy reports, the Turkle Commission apparently did not. 102. The bottom line was that although the killings of the 9 passengers aboard the Mavi Marmara sparked an international outcry, the report contained not a single syllable on how any of them died. The nearest it came was a vague allusion buried in a footnote, quoting a commando that he fired 2 to 3 rounds to the center of mass and below and 1 round to the head. The soldier testified that after firing the last round the IHH personnel fell and he ceased fire. 103. The report was so intent on demonizing the dead passengers, yet so unconcerned with how they came to die, that it took no notice of an odd paradox lodged in its conclusions. The Shaheeds plotted and armed themselves to kill Israelis, but didn't manage to kill even those in their custody, whereas the Israelis took every precaution and exercised every restraint not to kill anyone, but ended up killing 9 people. Lest it be thought that Israel was wholly unmoved by the passengers' ordeal, the report did duly record that a military court sentenced a corporal to 5 months in prison for stealing a laptop computer, 2 camera lenses, and a compass. 104. In the preface to the report, the members of the Turkle Commission, including a former Supreme Court Justice, a former Director General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a former president of a distinguished scientific institute, a respected professor of law, and a foreign observer who won the Nobel Peace Prize, stated that we took upon ourselves jointly and as individuals the difficult and agonizing task of ascertaining the truth. The U.S. Department of State praised the investigation that culminated in the report as credible and impartial and transparent, and the document itself as independent. 105. Regrettably, neither the factual information nor the legal analysis in the report cast light on what happened on the fateful night of May 31, 2010. The sole reflection stimulated by the report was, how could any self-respecting individual have signed off on such rubbish? But beyond this sordid spectacle of moral degradation looms, albeit inversely, an inspiring testament to the majesty of austere truth. Oh, what a tangled web we weave, Walter Scott observed, "When first we practice to deceive. If the Turkle Commission tied itself in 1,000 mortifying knots, that's because it set out not to find truth, but to vindicate Israel, whatever the cost." 9. Whitewash 2. The UN Panel Report. Israel's deadly assault on the Mavi Marmara refused to go away. Turkey wouldn't relent in its demand for accountability, and as a state of some standing in the international community, it appeared better poised than Gaza to gain satisfaction. The President of the UN Security Council issued a statement on June 1, 2010, the day after the incident, calling for a prompt, impartial, credible and transparent investigation, conforming to international standards. One, it was initially a standoff, as Israel opposed an international investigation, no doubt because a truly independent inquiry would perforce reach the damning conclusions of the UN Human Rights Council fact-finding mission. 2 But Ban Ki-moon, ever attuned to the signals emanating from the White House, came to Israel's rescue. He negotiated the creation of a panel of inquiry, hereafter, UN panel, with an eviscerated mandate. It was tasked not to conduct an impartial, credible, and transparent investigation, but merely to review reports of national investigations into the incident. 3 Leaving nothing to fortune, Ban appointed singularly corrupt and criminal Colombian ex-president Alvaro Uribe, who was also an outspoken proponent of closer military ties between Colombia and Israel, as vice chair of the panel. 4 A former Prime Minister of New Zealand was designated the chair. Israel then reversed itself, acquiescing in the Secretary-General's proposal as it proclaimed that it had nothing to hide. 5 It was predictable and predicted at the time that the panel would produce a whitewash. 6 Still, Israeli opposition leader Tzipi Livni deplored the creation of a UN panel because international intervention in military operations carried out by Israel is unacceptable. Israel is investigating the events of the flotilla itself, and that is enough. 7 Indeed, who could doubt that Israel's killing of foreign nationals in international waters was an internal Israeli affair? The report of the Secretary-General's panel of inquiry on the May 31, 2010 flotilla incident was released in July 2011. Basing itself on Israel's Turkle Report 8 and a reciprocal national report submitted by Turkey, the UN panel set forth the facts, circumstances, and context of the incident, and recommended ways of avoiding similar incidents in the future. 9 Although it did find that Israel's killing of the 9 passengers aboard the Mavi Marmara could not be justified, the panel vindicated Israel's central contention that the naval blockade of Gaza was legal. If the people of Gaza had not suffered enough, the Secretary-General now lent the UN's imprimatur to the prime instrument of their ongoing torture. The report itself was probably the most mendacious and debased document ever issued under the UN's aegis. The UN panel alleged that Israel had a right to impose a naval blockade on Gaza in order to defend itself against Hamas rocket and mortar attacks. The historical background sketched in by the panel was as skewed as that presented by Israel's own inquiry. 10 Israel has faced and continues to face a real threat to its security from militant groups in Gaza, the panel observed. Rockets, missiles, and mortar bombs have been launched from Gaza towards Israel. Since 2001, such attacks have caused more than 25 deaths and hundreds of injuries. 11 The panel devoted not a single syllable to Israeli attacks on Gaza. Since 2001, or during the same period, Israeli assaults killed some 4,500 Gazans, overwhelmingly civilians. 12 According to the panel, the purpose of these Hamas acts of violence, which have been repeatedly condemned by the international community, has been to do damage to the population of Israel. 13 But a study published in the Journal of the National Academy of Sciences found that Palestinian violence directed at Israel reveals a pattern of retaliation. 14 If the panel couldn't conceive that Palestinian violence might be reactive, that's because by its reckoning, the initial Israeli assaults didn't happen, only Gazans fired rockets, missiles. The panel was apparently unaware that Israel's attacks on Gaza also have been repeatedly condemned by the international community. The panel stated that it seems obvious enough that stopping these violent Hamas acts was a necessary step for Israel to take in order to protect its people and to defend itself. 15. If the panel had noticed Palestinian deaths, it would perhaps also have been obvious enough that Hamas had a right to impose a naval blockade on Israel in order to protect its people and to defend itself. Amnesty International pointed out that it is illegal under international law to transfer weapons to a consistent violator of human rights and that, accordingly, an immediate, comprehensive arms embargo should be imposed on both Hamas and Israel. 16. If the panel ignored this obvious enough fact, it's maybe because Vice Chair Urabi, in one of his periodic rants against human rights organizations, denounced the blindness and fanaticism of Amnesty. 17. The UN panel found that the Israeli naval blockade of Gaza constituted a legitimate security measure, and its implementation complied with the requirements of international law. 18. But the panel also repeatedly stressed that it was not asked to make determinations of the legal issues and was not asked to determine the legality or otherwise of the events. 19. If it nonetheless made such a legal determination, it could only have been to gratuitously validate Israel's throttling of Gaza. The panel stated that it will not add value for the United Nations by arguing endlessly about the applicable law. 20. Yet, it devoted the vast preponderance of its report, including a 25-page appendix, to a legal analysis of the blockade that vindicated Israel. The panel's exoneration of Israel was the sole legal verdict it delivered in the report. It found that Israel's land blockade of Gaza and its killing of 9 passengers aboard the Mavi Marmara were both unacceptable. But it did not determine that these constituted illegal, let alone criminal, acts. 21. The panel stated that it couldn't render definitive findings of fact or law because it couldn't compel witnesses to provide evidence and couldn't conduct criminal investigations. However, it went on to state that it can give its view. 22. But if it could give its view of the legality of the naval blockade absent these judicial powers, it could surely also have rendered an opinion on the legality of the land blockade and the killings of the 9 passengers. In other words, the one and only potentially consequential verdict the panel reached was favorable to Israel, whereas its unfavorable judgments of Israel amounted to little more than rhetorical slaps on the wrist. In contrast, Amnesty deemed the Israeli blockade a flagrant violation of international law. 23. While the UN Human Rights Council's fact-finding mission on the flotilla assault found that the circumstances of the killing of at least 6 of the passengers were in a manner consistent with an extra-legal, arbitrary, and summary execution. 24. The panel also did the law when it suited Israel's purposes. Thus, it referred to the uncertain legal status of Gaza under international law, although the legal consensus was that even after Israel's 2005 disengagement, Gaza remained occupied territory. 25. The argument contrived by the UN panel to justify the Israeli naval blockade comprised a sequence of interrelated propositions. 1. The Israeli naval blockade of Gaza was unrelated to the Israeli land blockade. 2. Israel confronted a novel security threat from Gaza's coastal waters when it imposed the naval blockade. 3. Israel imposed the naval blockade in response to the security threat. 4. The naval blockade was the only means Israel had at its disposal to meet the security threat, and 5. The Israeli naval blockade achieved its security objective without causing disproportionate harm to Gaza's civilian population. To pronounce the naval blockade legal, the panel had to sustain each and every one of these propositions. If even one were false, its defense of the blockade collapsed. The astonishing thing was, they were all false. Each proposition will be addressed in turn. Spurious proposition number 1, the Israeli naval blockade of Gaza was unrelated to the Israeli land blockade. The dual objective of Israel's blockade was to prevent weapons from reaching Gaza and to destabilize the Hamas regime by blocking passage of vital civilian goods. The land and naval prongs of the blockade constituted, in conception as well as execution, complementary halves of Israel's strategy, while the efficacy of each prong depended on the efficacy of the other. But the critical premise of the UN panel was that the Israeli naval blockade was distinct from the land blockade. It posited that whereas the land blockade subserved the dual objective, the naval blockade was a mere security measure and therefore legal. The panel contrived this bifurcation, it had no basis in reality. Indeed, the Israeli government itself denied such a distinction. The panel invented it in order to avoid passing legal judgment on Israel's collective punishment of Gaza's civilian population. It set as its mandate to assess only the legality of the allegedly separate and distinct naval blockade. But the panel simultaneously upheld Israel's right to inflict such collective punishment, by purporting that Israel was acting in self-defense against arms smuggling when it blocked the flotillas. Since the inception of its occupation in 1967, Israel had regulated passage of goods and persons along Gaza's land and coastal borders. After Hamas consolidated its control of Gaza in 2007, Israel imposed a yet more stringent blockade on it. 26 The motive behind the blockade was twofold: a. Security. Objective of preventing weapons from reaching Gaza, and a. Political. Objective of bringing Gaza's economy to the brink of collapse, as Israeli officials repeatedly put it in private, in order to punish Gazans for electing Hamas and to turn them against it. The list of items Israel barred from entering Gaza, such as chocolate, chips, and chicks, pointed up the irreducibly political aspect of the blockade. 27 The UN panel, citing Israel's Turkle report, did acknowledge that the Israeli blockade was designed to weaken the economy of Gaza. But it then immediately qualified: in order to undermine Hamas's ability to attack Israel. 28 One could only shiver at the potency of Hamas's military arsenal if Israel had allowed bonbons to enter Gaza. In fact, although Israel's Turkle report vindicated Israel on all key points regarding the flotilla assault, even it had to concede, albeit circumspectly, the dual objective of the naval blockade. Consider the testimony it cited by Tzipi Livni, who was foreign minister when the naval blockade was imposed, and the document it cited by Major General, Res. Amos Jalad, head of the Political, Military, and Policy Affairs Bureau at the Ministry of Defense, which delineated the purposes of the blockade. Tzipi Livni said that the imposition of the naval blockade was done in a wider context, as part of Israel's comprehensive strategy, which she referred to as a dual strategy, of delegitimizing Hamas, on the one hand, and strengthening the status of the Palestinian Authority vis-a-vis the Gaza Strip, on the other. According to her approach, the attempts to transfer humanitarian goods to the Gaza Strip by sea give legitimacy to the Hamas regime in the Gaza Strip. Livni also stated that it would be a mistake to examine the circumstances of imposing the naval blockade from a narrow security perspective only. The document by Jalad contains two considerations behind the blockade: one is to prevent any military strengthening of the Hamas, the other is to isolate and weaken Hamas. In this context, Major General, Res. Jalad stated that the significance of opening a maritime route to the Gaza Strip was that the Hamas's status would be strengthened significantly from economic and political viewpoints. He further stated that opening a maritime route to the Gaza Strip, particularly while it is under Hamas control, would be tantamount of a very significant achievement for Hamas. Major General, Res. Jalad concluded, in summary, the need to impose a naval blockade on the Gaza Strip arises from security and military considerations, and also to prevent any legitimization and economic and political strengthening of Hamas and strengthening it in the internal Palestinian arena, vis-a-vis the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. It would therefore appear, the Turkle report concluded, that even though the purpose of the naval blockade was fundamentally a security one in response to military needs, its imposition was also regarded by the decision-makers as legitimate within the concept of Israel's comprehensive dual strategy against the Hamas in the Gaza Strip. 29 The Turkle report also did not dispute that the naval blockade was integral to the global strategy of achieving the twin objectives. On the contrary, it was emphatic that the land and sea blockade must be treated as a seamless whole. Both the naval blockade and the land crossings policy were imposed and implemented because of the prolonged international armed conflict between Israel and the Hamas. On the strategic level, the naval blockade is regarded by the government as part of Israel's wider effort not to give legitimacy to the Hamas's rule over the Gaza Strip, to isolate it in the international arena, and to strengthen the Palestinian Authority. The Turkel report further pointed out that the naval blockade is also connected to the land crossings policy on a tactical level. Whenever cargo aboard vessels headed for Gaza was rerouted through the land crossings, it was subject to the land restrictions barring passage of critical goods such as iron and cement. It continued, in other words, as long as the land crossings are subject to Israeli control, there is prima facie a possibility that the opening of an additional route to the Gaza Strip, such as a maritime route that is not controlled by the State of Israel, will affect the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip. 30 Put simply, if the flotillas pried open a sea route to Gaza, essential civilian goods currently blocked by Israel at the land crossings could reach it. Therefore, the Turkel report concluded, it is possible that the enforcement of the naval blockade, in addition to the implementation of the land crossings policy, has a humanitarian impact on the population, at least in principle. The approach of the Israeli government created a connection regarding the humanitarian effect on the Gaza Strip between the naval blockade and the land crossings policy. 31 The long and short of it was that even the Turkel report, which Israel submitted to the panel and to which the panel otherwise reflexively deferred, depicted the naval blockade as no less critical than the land blockade to achieving Israel's political objective of bringing Gaza's economy to the brink of collapse. 32. If the Turkel report held that the land and naval blockades both in principle and as a tactical, practical, matter constituted a single, unified whole, it could defend the propriety of the Israeli naval blockade only by simultaneously defending the propriety of the land blockade and treating each in conjunction. 33 With the other, to separate them out, to pretend that the naval blockade differed in kind from the land blockade, would have been an exercise in casuistry. Given the Turkel Commission's approach that regarded the naval blockade and the land restrictions as interlinked, a pair of Israeli scholars observed, it could only justify the former by defending the legality of the latter. 34 In the event, the Turkel report found, if only by tortuous reasoning and factual elision, that the unified land-naval blockade passed legal muster. 35 The UN panel was consequently confronted with a dilemma. If it retraced the Turkel report's line of argument, it would have to pass judgment on Israel's blockade policy as a whole. But if it passed such a comprehensive judgment, the panel could vindicate Israel only by blatantly contradicting near-unanimous legal opinion, which declared the Israeli blockade of Gaza a form of collective punishment in flagrant violation of international law. 36 To meet the challenge of upholding the legality of the siege while not offending international opinion, the panel resolved on an altogether singular strategy. It artificially pried the land blockade from the naval blockade, relegated the land blockade to a secondary and side issue, and proceeded to home in on the naval blockade as if it were a thing apart. 37 It cannot be overstressed just how radical a surgical procedure the panel performed. For all its apologetics, not even the Turkel report conceived such a divorce. In his dissenting letter appended to the panel's final report, the Turkish representative justly took the panel to task because it fully associated itself with Israel's legal analysis justifying the blockade, whereas the Turkish report's assessment that the blockade was illegal found support among the vast majority of the international community. 38 He missed, however, the most telling point. In order to vindicate Israel, the panel ventured on a bizarre legal terrain that was alien even to Israel's own Turkel report. Once embarked on this path, the panel did not even recoil at flagrant distortion. It stated that several international organizations and institutions, including the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and the ICRC International Committee of the Red Cross, have declared that the land restrictions constitute collective punishments. 39 However, these organizations declared not just the land restrictions but the whole of Israel's border policy, the land and naval blockade illegal. It was the panel that cooked up the idea that the naval blockade existed apart from and independent of the land restrictions. Indeed, the Turkle report itself acknowledged that various human rights and humanitarian organizations conclude that the collapse of the economy of the Gaza Strip derives from the naval blockade imposed by Israel and its land crossings policy. 40. If the Gazan economy was imploding, it was not due just to land restrictions. The UN panel purported that the Israeli land blockade and naval blockade constituted two distinct concepts which require different treatment and analysis. It therefore treated the naval blockade as separate and distinct from the controls at the land crossings, which are not directly related to the naval blockade. 41. In order to sustain this anomalous contention, the panel pointed to the facts that, chronologically, imposition of the land blockade, in 2007, preceded imposition of the naval blockade, in 2009, that the intensity of the land blockade fluctuated over time whereas the naval blockade has not been altered since its imposition, and that the naval blockade was imposed primarily to enable Israel to exert control over ships attempting to reach Gaza with weapons and related goods. 42. The series of affirmations confused and conflated the strategic objectives of the Israeli blockade with the tactical modalities of its enforcement. Although Israel periodically adjusted its siege policies to accommodate new political contingencies, the dual security political objective stayed constant. The premise effectively underpinning the panel's legal analysis that as against the security and political functions of the land blockade, the purpose of the coastal blockade was exclusively to prevent weapons from reaching Gaza did not just contradict Israel's own testimony. It also overstepped the panel's terms of reference. The panel was mandated only to review the Israeli and Turkish national reports. But neither of these reports disputed the dual objective of the unified land naval blockade, neither alleged that the naval blockade differed in kind from the land blockade, neither alleged that the naval blockade was designed only to interdict weapons. The panel conjured a distinction to resolve a non-existent controversy. The bottom line was that the panel sought to sidestep the legality of laying economic siege to a civilian population, to avoid rendering judgment on whether Israel was legally within its right to block the passage of essential civilian goods as well as chocolate, chips, and chicks. If the panel upheld the legality of such a siege, it risked provoking an outcry from the human rights community, but if it declared the blockade illegal, it infringed on Israel's inalienable right to torment Gaza. That it couldn't do. It extricated itself from this impasse by artificially splitting the land from the naval blockade and focusing exclusively on the naval blockade, while pretending that the naval blockade did not interdict civilian goods, only weapons. To be sure, a legal assessment of, respectively, the land and naval blockades did require a differentiated analysis because the relevant bodies of law do not fully overlap. 43 But until the panel came along, it was never suggested, not even by Israel's Turkle report, that the broad purposes of the naval blockade fundamentally differed from those of the land blockade. Only the panel dared to purport that the naval blockade had no political dimension, that it didn't crucially figure in Israel's strategy of destabilizing Hamas by punishing Gaza's civilian population. The ultimate irony was that, sensu stricto, the naval blockade did serve only one of the two purposes, but it was not the military one. Its purpose was narrowly political. The panel was thus doubly wrong. The naval blockade was not distinct from the land blockade, and the purpose of the naval blockade was not primarily security. Spurious proposition number 2, Israel confronted a novel security threat from Gaza's coastal waters when it imposed the naval blockade. The fundamental principle of the freedom of navigation on the high seas, the UN panel observed, is subject to only certain limited exceptions under international law. 44 A state attempting to restrict this freedom accordingly bears a heavy legal burden of justification. It follows from these tenets that the greater the impediment a state places on freedom of navigation, the greater the legal onus it must bear. If a fundamental freedom is at stake, then infringements on it must be graduated. An extreme restriction would not be justified if a lesser restriction would intercept the perceived threat. In the instant case, if the visit and search of a vessel, where reasonable grounds existed for suspicion, was an effective means of preventing contraband 45 from reaching Gaza, then it couldn't be justified to impose the more stringent measure of a naval blockade that indiscriminately barred passage of all goods, military and non-military, and consequently inflicted harm on the civilian population. 46. For argument's sake, it will be set aside that not just the blockade but also Israel's visit and search procedure was illegal. 47. The UN panel purported that Israel confronted a novel security threat from Gaza's coastal waters that could be met only by a naval blockade. However, the evidence it adduced in support of this contention underwhelmed. It cited, on the basis of the THIRD report, 3. alleged instances of attempted weapons smuggling into Gaza from the sea, the last of which, in 2003, had occurred 6 years before Israel's imposition of the naval blockade. 48. It further alleged, citing the THIRD report, that after its 2005 Gaza disengagement, Israel had to establish a new legal basis if it still sought to prevent weapons from reaching Gaza. Even if this were true, it still wouldn't explain why the visit and search procedure proved effective from 2005 until mid-2008, when, according to the panel, echoing the THIRD report, its implementation abruptly posed practical difficulties. 49. It was not as if, nor did the THIRD report allege that, Israel was suddenly overwhelmed by a large number of weapons smuggling operations, such that visit and search had become too cumbersome a procedure. The panel, citing the THIRD report, also alleged that only a naval blockade provided a legal basis for preventing Hamas from smuggling weapons out of Gaza to launch attacks on Israel from the sea. 50. However, the panel cited no instances, none apparently existed, of Hamas attempting such a maneuver. It did cite Israeli concerns that Hamas might attempt such a maneuver in the unbounded future. But insofar as it had not been attempted in the past, and insofar as Israel apparently did not harbor any such fear before 2009, otherwise it would have imposed the naval blockade earlier, and insofar as Israel cited no evidentiary basis for its claim that such a maneuver might be attempted by Hamas at some point in the nebulous future, insofar, then, as Israel did not materially ground this alleged fear, it was a palpably flimsy justification for so restrictive a curb on freedom of navigation. The upshot was that the panel adduced zero evidence that Israel confronted a novel security threat from Gaza's coastal waters when it escalated its infringement on the freedom of navigation principle by imposing an indiscriminate naval blockade. Spurious proposition number 3, Israel imposed the naval blockade in response to the security threat. The UN panel alleged, on the basis of the THIRD report, that Israel imposed the naval blockade in order to prevent weapons, terrorists, and money from entering or exiting the Gaza Strip by sea. 51. But although Israel formally gestured to this threat, the panel did not present a persuasive case for crediting this official Israeli testimony. In its legal analysis of the naval blockade, the panel's point of departure was, if Israel says so, it must be true. The Israeli report to the panel makes it clear that the naval blockade was adopted for the purpose of defending its territory and population, and the panel accepts that was the case. It is evident that Israel had a military objective. The stated primary objective of the naval blockade was for security. It was to prevent weapons, ammunition, military supplies, and people from entering Gaza and to stop Hamas operatives sailing away from Gaza with vessels filled with explosives. 52. Still, the perplexity remains, if it wasn't to prevent weapons smuggling, why did Israel impose the naval blockade? In fact, the explanation was right there in the THIRD report. Beginning in mid-2008, the THIRD report observed, various flotillas whose stated destination was the Gaza Strip were organized. In view of the fact that the ships concerned were neutral, the IDF Israel Defense Forces had relatively limited options, which mainly included the power of visit and search, a power that can be used, inter alia, on condition that there are reasonable grounds for suspecting that a ship is subject to capture, that is, that it was carrying contraband. The quandary confronting Israel, however, was that the flotillas did not carry weapons, hence, it lacked a legal basis for blocking their passage into Gaza. Initially, Israel let a succession of vessels pass, without even bothering to search them, in the hope that the flotilla phenomenon would peter out. Between August and December 2008, Israel let 6 vessels pass into Gaza. 53, when the ships kept coming, Israel responded with escalating violence, but still they kept coming. It was in these circumstances, on January 3, 2009, the Turkle report continued, that the Minister of Defense ordered a naval blockade. The significance of imposing a naval blockade according to the rules of international law is that it allows a party to an armed conflict to prevent entry into the prohibited area of any vessel that attempts to breach the blockade, even without it being established that the vessel is assisting terrorist activity. 54 In testimony quoted by the Turkle report, which the panel once again prudently overlooked, Israel's military advocate general stated that the naval blockade was imposed specifically in order to prevent the humanitarian flotillas from reaching Gaza. The military advocate general testified before the commission that the IDF was compelled to find a suitable operational solution for the maritime zone, in view of the increase in the phenomenon of flotillas. A naval blockade was regarded as the best operational method of dealing with the phenomenon because other solutions, such as the use of the right of visit and search, were proved to be problematic and other sources of authority were regarded as weaker. The military advocate general apprised the chief of staff that he had spoken with the attorney general, who also expressed the position that the declaration of a naval blockade on the Gaza Strip gave the optimal legal operational solution to preventing the entry of foreign shipping vessels into the Gaza Strip, and gave the Navy all of the tools and powers required to prevent the passage of shipping vessels. The sources of authority that allow action to be taken against shipping vessels, in the absence of a declaration of a naval blockade, are weaker, and their practicability is doubtful. On December 30, 2008, the military advocate general once again contacted the chief of staff and said that in the early hours of the morning the Navy forces were required to contend with the yacht Dignity, one of the earlier humanitarian ships that left Cyprus for the Gaza Strip, and that the incident highlighted the legal difficulty of dealing with foreign civilian shipping vessels trying to reach the coast of the Gaza Strip. He once again asked the chief of staff to bring his recommendation of a naval blockade before the political echelon. On January 3, 2009, after the security establishment's legal advisor gave his opinion on the subject, the Minister of Defense signed an order to impose the blockade. 55. It was evidently not the type of vessel, civilian commercial versus military naval, that posed a complication for Israel. It already possessed the legal authority under visit and search to stop a civilian vessel and prevent passage of weapons, and the procedure had proven practicable. Indeed, Israel neither bothered to search humanitarian vessels headed for Gaza. It was presumably privy to the fact that they weren't stashing weapons, nor did it suddenly have to cope with a rash of arms smuggling. Further, if weapons were to be smuggled in, they almost certainly would be secreted in a civilian commercial vessel. The advent of the flotillas, then, did not alter the legal situation. Before, as well as after, Israel's principal legal preoccupation, officially, must have been civilian ships. The actual challenge facing Israel was that it lacked legal authority to bar humanitarian cargo unless it imposed a naval blockade. In the panel's disingenuously opaque language, the blockade was imposed not because of weapons smuggling but in reaction to certain incidents when vessels had reached Gaza via C-56. The certain incidents gestured to the determination of the flotilla passengers, come what may, to deliver essential humanitarian goods to Gaza's besieged population. What Israel dreaded was not arms transfers but the political defeat it would suffer if a maritime route were opened, allowing humanitarian vessels to reach Gaza, and that in the course of opening such a route, these flotillas would spotlight Israel's illegal, immoral, and inhuman siege. The irony was that the panel falsely separated out the land from the naval blockade in order to justify the naval blockade on security grounds, whereas even senior Israeli officials conceded that the naval blockade was imposed to meet not a security threat but the increase in the phenomenon of flotillas. The entry of foreign civilian vessels. Indeed, it was because Israel did not confront a security threat that it replaced visit and search with a naval blockade. If it had stuck to the former procedure, it could legally seize only contraband but would otherwise have to let vessels pass. 57 While if it imposed a naval blockade, it could legally interdict strictly humanitarian vessels from reaching Gaza. But, it might be argued, if a succession of humanitarian flotillas opened a maritime route to Gaza, wouldn't it eventually create a security threat to Israel, as vessels smuggling weapons could pass? Even if such a contingency were real, however, it still remained that the blockade was not imposed because of an actual security threat to Israel. It would be difficult to justify so restrictive a curb on the fundamental right to freedom of navigation on the basis of a threat that might but also might not materialize in a nebulous future. The imposition of a draconian blockade on the basis of a speculative future contingency would be yet more difficult to justify in the face of the humanitarian harm it entailed in the here and now. Spurious proposition number 4, the naval blockade was the only means Israel had at its disposal to meet this security threat. The purpose of the naval blockade was not to meet a security threat but to preempt the political fallout if the siege of Hamas-controlled Gaza were breached. Even if, for argument's sake, the claim were credited that, as a practical matter and setting aside the law, no country at war would permit a convoy of ships, even a declared humanitarian convoy that had been vetted beforehand, to pass freely into enemy territory under its control, Israel still had at its disposal another option. The UN panel itself alluded to it, if only in passing and in another context. At a briefing immediately after the May 31, 2010 incident, the panel reported, a senior United Nations official noted that the loss of life could have been avoided if Israel had responded to repeated calls to end its closure of Gaza. 58 If Israel wanted to put a stop to the humanitarian convoys headed for Gaza, then obviously all it needed to do was to lift the illegal economic blockade that was causing the humanitarian crisis in the first place. And yet so averse was the panel to dropping the charade that the naval blockade was designed to interdict weapons and thus exposing Israel to the charge of collective punishment that it completely ignored this option in its analysis of the blockade's legality. Spurious proposition number 5, the Israeli naval blockade achieved its security objective without causing disproportionate harm to Gaza's civilian population. Whereas the Turkel report defended the legality of the siege as a whole, the UN panel endeavored to preempt the scandal of such a broad legal writ by redefining the naval siege as a thing apart, the legality of which rose and fell on its own merits. Thus, according to the panel, even if the land blockade was designed to prevent humanitarian goods from reaching Gaza, it did not necessarily make the naval blockade illegal. The panel's audacious surgical procedure did not, however, salvage Israel's case. In fact, it rendered Israel's case yet more untenable. The panel contended that in the absence of significant port facilities in Gaza, the harm caused by the naval blockade to Gaza's civilian population was slight, and consequently not disproportionate to the military gain. 59 But if, as the evidence unambiguously showed, the Israeli naval blockade did not serve the purpose of self-defense against an armed attack but was imposed to achieve a political objective, then the proportionality test was wholly irrelevant. As the panel itself observed, the imposition of a blockade must have a lawful military objective. 60 Put otherwise, even if the humanitarian value of the maritime point of entry were minimal, the naval blockade would still cause proportionally greater harm because its military value was nil. It was not put in place to deter weapons smuggling or achieve any other legitimate military objective, while the visit and search procedure, which did not hinder the passage of humanitarian goods, could have neutralized the speculative threat of such smuggling. In addition, even if the naval blockade did subserve an actual military objective, it would still have been hasty to conclude that it did not cause disproportionate damage. The Turkel report itself cautioned against being too dismissive of Gaza's potential for maritime traffic, not least because it undercut Israel's rationale for imposing a blockade. If goods could just barely enter Gaza by sea, then weapons too could just barely enter, but in that case a naval blockade would be redundant and any justification for it unsustainable. The absence of a commercial port is not a decisive factor, since it is clear that it is possible to find other ways of transporting goods arriving by sea, such as by means of unloading the goods with the help of fishing boats. Moreover, the assumption that goods cannot be transported into the Gaza Strip in the absence of a commercial port inherently contradicts the main purpose of the blockade, i.e., preventing the passage of weapons to the Gaza Strip, since, according to the same logic, it would not be at all possible to transport weapons to the Gaza Strip by sea. 61 The furthest the Turkel report would venture was that in the absence of information and records, it is difficult to determine the effect of the naval blockade alone on the humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip. 62 It cannot but perplex how the panel ascertained that the potential harm of the naval blockade was slight, when even the egregiously apologetic Turkel report pleaded agnosticism. In fact, if a humanitarian crisis existed in Gaza, and if the maritime passageway was the last and only remaining point of entry to Gaza's besieged population, then the collateral damage of the naval blockade would have to be reckoned severe, while the likelihood of Israel passing a proportionality test would be drastically reduced. The panel rejected this calculation of proportionality, as it downplayed the humanitarian potential of a maritime passageway to Gaza. Smuggling weapons by sea is one thing, delivering bulky food and other goods to supply a population of approximately 1.5 million people is another. 63 But the reverse could just as easily be said. Smuggling bulky weapons by sea is one thing, delivering desperately needed medicines and other basic, portable goods to supply a population. 64 The upshot was that if the panel's proportionality test vindicated Israel, that's because it was based on false premises, while the blockade almost certainly couldn't have passed a proportionality test anchored squarely in the factual situation. Lest it be forgotten, the panel's spurious proportionality test did not just vindicate Israel, it also condemned Gaza's civilian population to a stringent blockade, not only from land but also from sea, as it suffered a humanitarian crisis. To be sure, however large a breach in the naval blockade, it could not have solved Gaza's humanitarian disaster. The overarching objective of the flotillas was, in fact, not to deliver humanitarian cargo but rather to shine a bright light on the illegality and inhumanity of the blockade. The panel found this last objective, if not legally then, still, morally culpable. The UN panel presented a sequence of interrelated propositions to legally justify Israel's naval blockade of Gaza. If any of these propositions proved to be false, the panel could not have sustained its defense of the siege. It turns out that each and every one of the propositions proves on close inspection to be spurious. The Israeli naval blockade was related to the Israeli land blockade. Israel did not confront a novel security threat from Gaza's coastal waters when it imposed the naval blockade. Israel did not impose the naval blockade in response to a security threat. The naval blockade was not the only means Israel had at its disposal to meet the alleged security threat, and the Israeli naval blockade could achieve its alleged security objective only by causing disproportionate harm to Gaza's civilian population. 65 It would be hard to exaggerate the sheer mendacity of the multiplex rationale contrived by the panel to justify the naval blockade. But the panel did not just shamelessly legitimize Israel's illegal, immoral, and inhuman siege. It also denounced the dangerous and reckless act of the flotilla passengers as they attempted to breach this blockade. 66 It went on to exhort states to actively intervene so as to prevent these irresponsible undertakings in the future. It is important that such events are not repeated. It is important that states make every effort to avoid a repetition of the incident. It is in the interests of the international community to actively discourage attempts to breach a lawfully imposed blockade. 67 The fate and future of the people of Gaza, the panel suggested, would be better served by and should be the exclusive preserve of states, not ordinary citizens. Consider, however, what transpired when the international community of states did control Gaza's fate and future. In 2007, Israel imposed a blockade on Gaza that as a form of collective punishment constituted a flagrant violation of international law. The international community did not lift a finger. Journeying to Gaza around this time, former High Commissioner for Human Rights Mary Robinson declared that Gaza's whole civilization has been destroyed. "I'm not exaggerating." The international community still did not lift a finger. In 2008, Israel tightened the blockade, bringing Gaza's infrastructure, in the words of an Israeli human rights organization, to the brink of collapse. The international community still did not lift a finger. The breakdown of an entire society is happening in front of us, Harvard political economist Sarah Roy publicly anguished, but there is little international response, beyond UN warnings which are ignored. In late 2008, Israel invaded Gaza and in the course of what Amnesty called 22 days of death and destruction massacred the civilian population and laid waste the civilian infrastructure. 68 In early 2009, the UN Security Council finally reacted to global outrage at Israel's crimes by passing a resolution, 1860, that expressed grave concern at the deepening humanitarian crisis in Gaza, and called for the unimpeded provision and distribution throughout Gaza of humanitarian assistance, including of food, fuel, and medical treatment. 69 But Israel persisted in its strangulating blockade, and the international community still did not lift a finger. It was only after the martyrdom of the Mavi Marmara passengers, as the panel itself effectively conceded 70, that the world's leaders suddenly experienced the epiphany that the Israeli blockade was unsustainable. 71 And some, albeit grossly insufficient, relief was granted to Gaza's desperate civilian population. But if the panel had its way, and the Freedom Flotilla had not committed a dangerous and reckless act that infringed on the prerogatives of states, Israel would have been left undisturbed and the people of Gaza left to languish and expire. The achievements of the flotilla may have ultimately proved marginal. 72 But in the kingdom of justice it could hardly be faulted. The passengers put their lives at risk, and several were martyred, so that the people of Gaza could breathe. What did the community of states do except saturate the atmosphere with continuous emissions of hot air? Whereas the UN panel did deem the deaths caused by Israeli commandos aboard the Mavi Marmara unacceptable, it strove hard to balance this criticism by also casting doubt on the passengers' motive. The Turkle report had alleged that the organizers of the Mavi Marmara were jihadis hell-bent on killing Israelis. It had some difficulty sustaining this charge, however, as the most lethal weapons smuggled on board by these alleged jihadis, according to the Turkle report itself, were slingshots and glass marbles, while it was hard to explain why these young, burly, fanatical men did not manage to kill anyone, not even the 3 commandos who were being held captive by them. 73 Just as the panel adopted a novel strategy to prove the legality of the blockade, so it also conjured a creative proof to vindicate the Turkle report's traducing of these alleged jihadis. The panel gravely observed that it seriously questions the true nature and objectives of the flotilla organizers. Why? Because it discovered that they intended not only to deliver humanitarian relief but also to generate publicity about the situation in Gaza. To clinch its indictment, the panel reproduced with a great flourish this document prepared by the organizers. Purposes of this journey are to create an awareness amongst world public and international organizations on the inhumane and unjust embargo on Palestine and to contribute to end this embargo which clearly violates human rights and delivering humanitarian relief to the Palestinians. 74. If this statement of intent weren't incriminating enough, the panel laid out yet more evidence of the sinister and nefarious plot. The number of journalists embarked on the ships gives further power to the conclusion that the flotilla's primary purpose was to generate publicity. 75 It must be a first, and surely marks a nadir, in the annals of the United Nations that a report bearing its imprimatur vilified the victims of a murderous assault because they sought to cast light on an ongoing crime against humanity. 76. Part 4. Operation Protective Edge. Figure 4. Gaza, August 2014. Copyright Reuters/Finbar O'Reilly. 10. Stall Juggernaut. On November 14, 2012, Israel launched Operation Pillar of Defense. It lasted only 8 days and inflicted much less death and destruction than Operation Cast Lead, 2008-9, or Operation Protective Edge, 2014. Its modus operandi and outcome pointed up constraints on Israel's freedom to launch deadly military operations. The official Israeli account followed a familiar storyline: it only reacted after stoically absorbing hundreds of Hamas rockets. Israel does not want war, Defense Minister Ehud Barak declaimed. But Hamas's incessant rounds of artillery rockets and mortars forced our hand into acting. The facts, however, suggested otherwise. From January 1 until November 11, 2012, 1 Israeli had been killed as a result of attacks from Gaza, whereas 78 Gazans had been killed by Israeli strikes. 2 If Israel's objective was to restore calm on its southern border, why did it trigger the new round of violence by assassinating Hamas military chief Ahmed Jabari, who was Israel's principal interlocutor in Gaza, or, as Haaretz's security analyst put it, the subcontractor, in charge of maintaining Israel's security in Gaza? 3 The precise timing of the assassination was yet more incriminating. Jabari was in the process of advancing a permanent ceasefire agreement when Israel liquidated him. 4 Although it was alleged that Hamas had been itching for a fight when Israel launched Pillar of Defense, in fact the Islamic government had mostly avoided armed confrontations with Israel. It did, however, recoil at becoming a clone of the Palestinian Authority, PA, by engaging in security cooperation with Israel. Hence, it could turn a blind eye, or joined in, if only to prevent an escalation, when Israeli provocations triggered retaliatory strikes by Hamas's militarized rivals. 5. The rationale behind Hamas's pursuit of a long-term ceasefire was straightforward. It had been on a roll prior to the outbreak of hostilities. Its ideological bedfellow, the Muslim Brotherhood, had won Egypt's first democratic election in June 2012. The Emir of Qatar had journeyed to Gaza in October 2012 carrying the promise of $400 million in aid, while Turkish Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan was scheduled to arrive soon. 6 In the meantime, Gaza had witnessed an enormous building boom. It boasted a stunning 23% GDP growth rate in 2011 alone, unemployment fell rapidly, and Saudi Arabia had promised to double its investment in Gaza. 7 On still another front, Gaza's Islamic University had pulled off a diplomatic coup of its own in October 2012, as it convened an academic conference attended by renowned linguist Noam Chomsky. 8 Hamas's star was slowly but surely on the rise, at the expense of the hapless PA. The very last thing it needed was an armed confrontation with Israel that undercut these hard-won, steadily accreting gains. A clutch of skeptical Israeli pundits speculated that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu launched Pillar of Defense to boost his prospects in the upcoming election. 9 As a general rule, however, Israeli leaders have not undertaken major military operations or jeopardized critical state interests for the sake of partisan electoral gain. 10 It was also purported that Israel's governing coalition felt compelled to appease popular indignation at the Hamas projectiles. But they had barely registered on Israel's political radar. Public opinion was focused on the Islamic Republic of Iran and sundry domestic issues. Why, then, did Israel attack? At one level, Israel was transparent in its motive. It kept repeating that it wanted to restore its deterrence capacity. The puzzle was the nature of the threat it hoped to quash, or exactly what it sought to deter. Israel's decision to launch Pillar of Defense emerged out of a succession of foreign policy setbacks. Netanyahu had endeavored to rally the international community around an attack on Iran. He ended up looking the fool, however, as he held up to the UN General Assembly in September 2012 a cartoonish depiction of the Iranian bomb 11. A couple of weeks later, Hezbollah boasted that a drone launched by it had penetrated Israeli airspace and passed over sensitive sites. 12 Meanwhile, Its terrorist twin upstart in Gaza was entrenching its own credibility as regional powers thumbed their collective nose at Israel on its doorstep. The ultimate outrage was that Hamas refused to carry on like a terrorist organization and, instead, acquitted itself as a responsible, legitimate, sovereign power. A long-term ceasefire would only enhance its bona fides. It was time to remind the natives who was in charge. Put otherwise, and in Israel's preferred metaphor, it was time to mow the lawn again in Gaza. At the heart of Operation Pillar of Defense, the crisis group shrewdly observed, lay an effort to demonstrate that Hamas's newfound confidence was altogether premature and that, the Islamist awakening notwithstanding, changes in the Middle East would not change much at all. 13 Still, Israel needed an alibi to justify yet another murderous Gaza invasion. When Israel needed a pretext to launch Cast Lead, it broke the ceasefire, by killing 6 militants, in order to provoke a retaliatory attack by Hamas. 14 4 years later, it killed the ceasefire maker to provoke Hamas. The actual operation, however, differed in kind from its precursor. Pillar of Defense was qualitatively less destructive than Cast Lead. The pundit class postulated that Israel had mastered the art of avoiding civilian casualties. The IDF used precision weaponry during the operation, while the lessons of Cast Lead / the Goldstone Report had been learned and internalized. 15 But 99% of its airstrikes during Cast Lead had hit targets accurately, while Israel's manifest objective had been to punish, humiliate, and terrorize Gaza's civilian population. Goldstone Report, Point 16 If Cast Lead had proved so murderous, it was not due to errors in planning or execution, and if Pillar of Defense proved less lethal, it was not because Israel was careful to avoid such errors. Indeed, when the constellation of political forces realigned in Israel's favor in 2014 as it unleashed Protective Edge, the IDF reflexively discarded all the lessons it had supposedly learned. Point 17 Israel's decision to ratchet down its violent force in 2012 traced back to the unique political matrix in which Pillar of Defense unfolded. First, Turkey and Egypt had made abundantly clear that they would not sit idly by if Israel launched a repeat performance of Cast Lead, and they explicitly drew a red line at an Israeli ground assault. Point 18 In an unprecedented display of solidarity, the Egyptian Prime Minister and Turkish Foreign Minister journeyed to Gaza amid the Israeli assault. Cairo also recalled its ambassador to Israel. Put on notice by these regional power brokers, the White House counseled Israel not to invade. Second, the prospect of a mega Goldstone 19 hung over Israel. After Cast Lead, Israeli officials had just barely managed to elude legal accountability. But if it committed yet another massacre, and if Cairo, where Hamas's progenitor currently held power, and Ankara, still smarting from the Mavi Marmara attack 20, pressed Gaza's case in the international arena, Israel might not again be so fortunate. Third, Gaza was swarming with foreign journalists. Israel had sealed Gaza off from the outside world in collaboration with Hosni Mubarak's Egypt before Cast Lead. In the initial phase of that operation, Israel had enjoyed a near-total monopoly on media coverage. But this time around, journalists could freely enter Gaza via Egypt. Israel didn't bother to block entry from its side, and credibly report Israeli atrocities in real time. On account of this trio of factors, Israel mostly targeted legitimate sites during Pillar of Defense. At the same time, the death and destruction inflicted by Israel, although on a diminished scale, received in-depth graphic news coverage. When Israel tested the limits of the laws of war, trouble loomed. After it flattened civilian governmental structures in Gaza, the headline on the New York Times website read, "Israel targets civilian buildings." A few hours later, it metamorphosed into government buildings, presumably after a complaint filed by Israel's minions. But the writing was on the wall, Israeli conduct was being scrutinized abroad, so it had better tread carefully. True, some 100 Gazan civilians were killed, including 35 children, and Israel did in fact commit multiple war crimes, 126 homes were completely destroyed, 21 but in the court of public opinion they could plausibly be chalked up to collateral damage. The precipitous escalation of attacks on civilians coincided with the start of diplomatic negotiations. 22 As the hostilities wound to a close, Israel reverted to its standard operating procedure of targeting or indiscriminately firing on civilians in order to extract the best possible terms in a final agreement. 4 times as many Gazan civilians were killed in the last 4 days as in the first 4 days of the assault. Israel also targeted journalists in the last 4 days to block transmission of these terror attacks and, preemptively, in the event talks broke down and the IDF had after all to embark on a murderous ground invasion. 23 Hamas, too, stood accused of committing war crimes, such as launching hundreds of rockets toward population centers in Israel. 4 Israeli civilians were killed. In addition, Human Rights Watch reported damage to civilian Israeli property, for example, a rocket tore the roof off a school. 24. The armed resistance Hamas put up during the 8-day Israeli assault was largely nominal. The lopsidedness of the war was suggested by Defense Minister Barak, as he boasted that Hamas only succeeded in hitting Israeli targets with a single ton of explosives, while targets in Gaza were hit with 1,000 tons. 25 On the other hand, although Israel celebrated its deployment of Iron Dome, 26 the anti-missile defense system did not save countless Israeli lives and perhaps did not save any lives. 27 Compare civilian casualties before and after Israel's anti-missile defense system became operative, see Table 3. The bottom line was, Iron Dome effectively made no difference. It was unlikely that in the main and allowing for the occasional aberration, Hamas used more sophisticated projectiles during Pillar of Defense. Through its army of informers and state-of-the-art aerial surveillance, Israel would have been privy to any large quantities of technically sophisticated Hamas weapons, and would have destroyed these stashes before or at the start of the attack. Israel announced on the first day of the operation that the IDF seriously damaged Hamas long-range missile capabilities, 40 km/25 mi range, and underground weapons storage facilities, and on the third day that the IDF has destroyed a significant portion of the Hamas Fajr 5 arsenal, many of them in underground launch sites. 28 It was also improbable that Netanyahu would have risked an attack just on the eve of an election if Hamas possessed weapons capable of inflicting heavy casualties. A handful of Hamas projectiles did reach deeper inside Israel than previously, but these lacked explosives. An Israeli official derisively dismissed them as pipes. Basically 29 If Israel hailed Iron Dome, it was because it sought to salvage something redemptive from its otherwise failed operation. Shortly after Pillar of Defense ended, MIT missile defense expert Theodore Postal voiced doubts. Initially, I drank the Kool-Aid on Iron Dome, he admitted. I'm skeptical now. I suspect it is not working as well as the Israelis are saying. A senior Israeli rocket scientist subsequently rated the claims made for Iron Dome exaggerated, at best. 30. The denouement of Pillar of Defense set in as Israel hit up against a tactical cul-de-sac. It had struck all Prepland military targets in Gaza and couldn't resort to sustained terror bombing, yet Hamas, adapting Hezbollah's strategy, kept up its projectile volleys into Israel. The psychological upshot was that Netanyahu wasn't able to declare victory, forcing on him the prospect of a ground invasion to stop the projectile attacks. However, he could avoid heavy combatant losses only if the IDF blasted everyone and everything in, and out of, sight as it cleared a path into Gaza. But in the novel political context of Pillar of Defense, powerful regional actors dead set against an Israeli invasion, the threat of a Goldstone Redux, a foreign press corps embedded not in the Israeli troops but among the people of Gaza. Israel recoiled at launching a murderous cast lead-style ground assault. The Israeli Prime Minister was caught between the proverbial rock and a hard place. He couldn't subdue Hamas without a ground invasion, but he couldn't unleash a ground invasion without incurring either a domestically unacceptable cost, that is, too many combatant casualties on the Israeli side, or a diplomatically unacceptable cost, that is, Too many civilian casualties on the Palestinian side. 31 It was possible to pinpoint the exact moment when Pillar of Defense collapsed. At a November 19 press conference, Hamas leader Khalid Mishal in effect told Netanyahu, "Go ahead, invade. If you wanted to launch it," he taunted, "you would have done it." 32 The Israeli Prime Minister panicked, his bluff had been called. What happened next was a repeat of Israel's 2006 assault on Lebanon. Unable to stop the Hezbollah rocket attacks, yet fearful of a full-blown ground invasion entailing hand-to-hand combat, Israel had called in U.S. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice to negotiate a ceasefire. This time around, U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton was hauled in to bail Israel out. Even a November 21 bomb attack on a Tel Aviv bus, injuring 28 civilians, which normally would have triggered a negotiating freeze and massive Israeli retaliation, did not shake Netanyahu from his resolve to end Pillar of Defense post-haste, before Hamas resumed its verbal digs. 33 The formal terms of the agreement ending Pillar of Defense 34 marked a stunning reversal for Israel. It called for a mutual ceasefire, not one, as Israel demanded, unilaterally imposed on Hamas. It also incorporated language implying that the siege of Gaza would be lifted, and notably omitted the precondition that Hamas must terminate its smuggling or manufacture of weapons. The reason why was not hard to find. Under international law, peoples resisting foreign occupation are not debarred from using armed force. 35 Egypt, which brokered the ceasefire, was not about to barter away Hamas's legal prerogative. 36 Israel undoubtedly anticipated that Washington would use its political muscle to extract better ceasefire terms from Cairo. Throughout the attack, the United States had lent Israel unstinting public support. 37 But President Obama, hoping to bring the new Egypt under the US swing, backed away from lording it over the Muslim Brotherhood and brought all his weight to bear on Israel. 38 If any doubt remained as to who won and who lost the latest round, it was quickly dispelled. Israel launched Pillar of Defense to restore Gaza's fear of it. But after the ceasefire and its terms were announced, Palestinians flooded the streets of Gaza in a celebratory mood as if at a wedding party. 39 In a CNN interview with Christiana Monpour, Hamas's Mishal cut the figure and exuded the confidence of a world leader. 40 Meanwhile, at the Israeli press conference announcing the ceasefire, the ruling triumvirate Netanyahu, Barak, and Foreign Minister Avigdor Lieberman resembled grade schoolers called down to the principal's office, counting the seconds until the humiliation was over. Loyal Israeli pundits tried to spin Pillar of Defense as a swift military success, an impressive success, or more cautiously successful, up to a point. 41 But only the willfully gullible would swallow it. Still, it could already be safely predicted back then that Israel wouldn't fulfill the terms of the final agreement to lift the siege of Gaza. 42 During Israeli cabinet deliberations on whether or not to accept the ceasefire, Defense Minister Barak cynically dismissed the fine print, scoffing, "A day after the ceasefire, no one will remember what is written in that draft." 43 The distance Egypt and Turkey would be willing to go in support of Gaza was also exaggerated. 44 Many Palestinians inferred from the resounding setback Israel suffered that only armed resistance could and would end the Israeli occupation. In fact, Hamas's resistance operated for the most part only at the level of perceptions. The projectiles heading toward Tel Aviv did unsettle the city's residents. There was precious little evidence, however, that Palestinians could ever muster sufficient military might to compel a full Israeli withdrawal from the occupied territories. But Gaza's steadfastness until the final hour of Operation Pillar of Defense did demonstrate the indomitable will of the people of Palestine. If this potential force could be harnessed in a campaign of mass civil resistance, and supporters of Palestinian rights abroad in tandem mobilized international public opinion, then Israel might be coerced into ending the occupation, while fewer Palestinian lives would be lost than in futile, armed resistance. 11. Israel has the right to defend itself. On July 8, 2014, Israel launched Operation Protective Edge. It marked the longest and most destructive of Israel's recent attacks on Gaza, Indeed, it was the most devastating round of hostilities in Gaza since the beginning of the Israeli occupation in 1967. One Operation Cast Lead, 2008-9, lasted 22 days, whereas Protective Edge lasted fully 51 days, it ended on August 26. Some 350 children were killed and 6,000 homes destroyed during Cast Lead, whereas fully 550 children were killed and 18,000 homes destroyed during Protective Edge. Israel left behind 600,000 tons of rubble in Cast Lead, whereas it left behind 2.5 million tons of rubble in Protective Edge. What's more, Protective Edge impacted an already paralyzed economy at a time when socio-economic conditions were at their lowest since 1967. This operation therefore had a more severe impact on socio-economic conditions compared to the previous two military operations in 2008 and 2012. But in contrast to Cast Lead and the 2006 Lebanon War, Protective Edge was not planned long in advance. The decision to attack resulted from contingent factors. 3 Israeli officialdom also thought twice during Protective Edge before making those brazen incriminating statements that got it in legal hot water in the past. On the morrow of Cast Lead, Foreign Minister Tzipi Livni publicly bragged about the criminal orders she issued, but she then found herself the target of criminal prosecution. 4 Sobered by this brush with the law, Livni sang a different tune as Minister of Justice after Protective Edge. When the fire stops, the legal fire directed at Israel, its leaders, its soldiers, and its commanders will begin. I intend to stand at the front lines in this battle, and will give each soldier and each commander in the IDF Israel Defense Forces a legal bulletproof vest. 5 Still, many of Israel's tactics provocations, massive force conform to a decades-old pattern. Protective Edge also ended on a familiar note. Israel was unable to claim decisive military victory, while Hamas was unable to extract concrete political gain. Protective Edge traced back to yet another reckless display of Hamas pragmatism. At the end of April 2014, the Islamic movement and its secular Palestinian rival Fatah formed a consensus government. The United States and the European Union did not suspend engagement but instead cautiously welcomed the Palestinian initiative, adopting a wait-and-see approach. 6 It was evidently payback time, as Israel had aborted the 2013-14 peace initiative of U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry. 7 If only through a back door, Hamas had won unprecedented legitimacy, but it also made an unprecedented concession. The United States and the European Union had long predicated diplomatic engagement with Palestinian leaders on a trio of preconditions: recognition of Israel, renunciation of violence, and recognition of past agreements. 8 Hamas did not object when Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, speaking on behalf of the new unity government, reiterated his support for the preconditions. As these developments unfolded, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu erupted in a rage. 9 The prospect of Palestinian unity was a red line for Netanyahu, and Israeli leaders in general, so he reflexively sought to sabotage it. 10 In the event that the Palestinian consensus held, he could no longer invoke standard Israeli alibis. Abbas represented only one Palestinian faction. Hamas was a terrorist organization bent on Israel's destruction to evade a settlement of the conflict. 11 The Prime Minister's ire was yet more aroused as the United States and the European Union had already ignored his premonition that Iran was intending to visit a second Holocaust on Israel. Instead, they had entered into diplomatic talks with Tehran to obtain an agreement on its nuclear weapons program. In June 2014, a gift dropped into Netanyahu's lap. A rogue Hamas cell abducted and killed 3 Israeli teenagers in the West Bank. Netanyahu was aware early on that the teenagers had been killed, not captured for a future prisoner swap, and that Hamas's leadership wasn't responsible. 12 The government had known almost from the beginning that the boys were dead. J.J. Goldberg, the former editor-in-chief of the Jewish Forward, observed. There was no doubt 13 but never one to pass up an exploitable moment. Netanyahu parlayed this macabre boon 14 to break up the Palestinian Unity government. Feigning a rescue mission, Israel launched Operation Brother's Keeper in mid-June. At least 5 West Bank Palestinians were killed, homes were demolished and businesses ransacked, and 700 Palestinians, mostly Hamas members, were arrested, including many who had been released in a 2011 prisoner exchange. 15 The rampage was patently tailored to elicit a violent response from Hamas, so as to prove it was a terrorist organization. Netanyahu could then, and in fact later did, rebuke Washington to never second-guess me again. 16 Hamas at first resisted the Israeli provocations, although other Gaza factions did fire projectiles. But in the ensuing tit-for-tat, Hamas entered the fray and the violence spun out of control. 17 Once hostilities broke out, Israel faced a now familiar dilemma. Short-range projectiles of the kind Hamas 18 possessed couldn't be disabled from the air, they had to be taken out at ground level. But a ground invasion would cost Netanyahu either too much domestically, if many Israeli soldiers were killed fighting Hamas street by street, or too much internationally, if Israeli soldiers immunized themselves from attack by indiscriminately targeting the civilian population and infrastructure as they advanced. 19 Unable to carve out a safe path through the thicket of political unknowns, Netanyahu initially held back from launching a ground invasion. But then two more gifts dropped into his lap. First, former British Prime Minister Tony Blair apparently contrived, while Egyptian strongman Abdel Fattah el-Sisi formally presented, a ceasefire deal, on July 14, according to which Hamas would stop firing projectiles into Israel and Israel would ease the blockade of Gaza when the security situation stabilizes. 21 The prior ceasefire agreements Hamas had entered into with Israel did not contain such a security caveat. 22 Insofar as Israel designated Hamas a terrorist organization, the security situation in Gaza could stabilize only when Hamas either was defeated or disarmed itself, in the absence of which the siege would continue. It surely didn't come as a shock when Hamas rejected these ceasefire terms. Whereas el-Sisi's proposal did not bring a halt to armed hostilities, it did hand Israel a credible pretext for a brutal ground invasion. What choice did it have? Israel could protest, in the face of Hamas's intransigence. Second, on July 17, a Malaysian airliner flying over Ukraine was downed. 23 The politically charged incident instantly displaced Gaza as the headline news story. Ever the consummate and cynical politician, Netanyahu seized on this golden opportunity. Shortly after the Tiananmen Square massacre in 1989, Netanyahu reportedly declared that Israel had committed a major blunder when it didn't expel 50, or 500 Palestinian insiders of the First Intifada while the media was riveted on China. 24 The downed Malaysian airliner was Netanyahu's Tiananmen moment. Freed up by the diversion to unleash a no-holds-barred attack, Netanyahu launched the ground invasion hours later, on the night of that very day. 25 The new regional constellation, as the Arab Spring degenerated into the Arab Winter, further emboldened him. Hamas was left out in the cold, without any states willing to go to bat for it and many rooting for its defeat. Fate had lined up Netanyahu's ducks, the perfect pretext, the perfect decoy, the perfect alignment of earthly bodies politic. He could finally settle scores with Hamas and, incidentally, exact sweet revenge for the humiliation he suffered in Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012. 26. As ground troops crossed into the Strip, Israel let loose with abandon its explosive arsenal. Gaza's civilian population and infrastructure, homes and businesses, schools and mosques, hospitals and ambulances, power stations and sewage plants, civilian shelters and civilians fleeing in panic came under relentless, indiscriminate, disproportionate, and deliberate attack. Israel reportedly fired 20,000 high-explosive artillery shells, 14,500 tank shells, 6,000 missiles, and 3,500 naval shells into the enclave. 27 This breakdown did not yet include bomb tonnage. Over 100 one-ton bombs were dropped on the Shuja'iyya neighborhood alone. More than 1,500 Gazan civilians were killed during protective etch. In Israel, 6 civilians were killed, 28 in a 2014 global ranking of the number of civilian casualties resulting from explosive weapons, Tiny Gaza placed third below Iraq and Syria, but ahead of Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Ukraine. 29 Large swaths of Gaza were reduced to rubble. Gaza's economy effectively collapsed, while recovery was expected to take decades. 30 The overwhelming violent force Israel unleashed was designed to limit IDF combat casualties by blasting everything and everyone within sight of the invading army, and to subvert Gaza's will to resist by terrorizing the civilian population and pulverizing the civilian infrastructure. But it also indexed the sadism and brutalized indifference permeating the ranks of the IDF. The Goldstone report had concluded that the Israeli objective in Cast Lead was to punish, humiliate, and terrorize a civilian population. 31 Protective Edge was a repeat Israeli performance but on a vastly greater scale. Peter Maurer, president of the International Committee of the Red Cross, observed after touring the ravaged strip, "I've never seen such massive destruction ever before," while the UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process observed, "No human being who visits can remain untouched by the terrible devastation that one sees." 32 It was a wild war of revenge. Haaretz. Journalists V. Bar-El recalled, that turned the entire Gaza population into an infrastructure to be destroyed. 33 In the 30 years that I have spent researching and writing about Gaza and her people, Sarah Roy of Harvard University reflected after Protective Edge, I can say without hesitation that I have never seen the kind of human, physical, and psychological destruction that I see there today. 34 Even UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon, who habitually took his cues from Washington, was moved, or felt compelled, to tell the UN General Assembly during the operation, "The massive death and destruction in Gaza have shocked and shamed the world," while a few months later he told a press conference after visiting Gaza, "The destruction I have seen coming here is beyond description." 35 Meanwhile, the consensus opinion inside Israel was that Protective Edge constituted a limited military operation. 36 To extenuate Gaza's civilian death toll, Israel, per usual, accused Hamas of using civilians as human shields. 37 But reputable human rights organizations and journalists, per usual, found no evidence to sustain Israel's allegation. 38 In a comprehensive defense of its conduct during Protective Edge, Israel professed that the IDF sought to achieve the goals set by the government of Israel while adhering to the law of armed conflict, and in certain respects, the IDF went beyond its legal obligations. 39 As if reading from the official Israeli script, an international high-level military group sponsored and selected by the Friends of Israel Initiative, and including perennial Israel pom-pom Colonel Richard Kemp proclaimed, the IDF not only met its obligations under the law of armed conflict, but often exceeded them. Indeed, it purported that the IDF showed significant restraint, and that a life-preserving ethos is propagated throughout its ranks. It even went so far as to express strong concerns that the actions and practices of the IDF to prevent collateral damage were so extensive that they would curtail the effectiveness of our own militaries, were they to become constraining norms of warfare enacted in customary law. 40 The credibility of these attestations, however, crashed up against the testimonies of Israeli soldiers who actually saw combat during Protective Edge. In contrast, the assessment of the high-level military group largely consisted of a stenographic transcription of what senior Israeli officials told it. The IDF eyewitness accounts were compiled by Breaking the Silence, an Israeli non-governmental organization comprising former Israeli soldiers. None of the hundreds of testimonies collected by this organization over more than a decade has ever been proven false, and all of them were approved for publication by the IDF censor. The politics of Breaking the Silence were not aberrantly leftist. It did not support the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, and opposed criminal prosecution of Israeli officers, while most of the soldier witnesses did not even appear contrite. 41 The criminal dimensions of Protective Edge could be gleaned from these IDF eyewitness accounts, see Table 4. Although Israel flinches at juxtapositions of its own conduct with that of the Nazis, one of the Breaking the Silence testimonies, number 83, breached this taboo. There's that famous photo that they always show on trips to Poland in which Israeli youths visit Holocaust memorial sites that shows Warsaw before the war and Warsaw after the Second World War. The photo shows the heart of Warsaw, and it's this classy European city, and then they show it at the end of the war. They show the exact same neighborhood, only it has just one house left standing, and the rest is just ruins. That's what it looked like. To avoid mind-numbing redundancy, Table 4 omits the succession of combatants who testified that the IDF's modus operandi during the operation was shoot to kill anything that moves. Often on explicit orders, but also because it was cool 42 if the high-level military group peremptorily dismissed all these combatant testimonies. It was because senior Israeli commanders as well as those leading the fight on the ground contradicted them. 43 Who could quarrel with such disinterested authority? The last testimony, number 111, in the Breaking the Silence collection, provided insight into the society that nurtured the most moral army in the world. You leave the Gaza Strip and the most obvious question is, did you kill anybody? An IDF infantry sergeant rude. Even if you meet the most left-wing girl in the world, eventually she'll start thinking, did you ever kill somebody, or not? And what can you do about it? Most people in our society consider that to be a badge of honor. So everyone wants to come out of there with that feeling of satisfaction. Israel fared both better and worse than it could have predicted going into the operation. On one side of the ledger, despite the murder and mayhem that Israel was daily inflicting on Gaza, the White House signaled it the green light to proceed. Human rights organizations reported from fairly early on that Israel was probably targeting or firing indiscriminately at civilians and civilian infrastructure. 44 But notwithstanding some behind-the-scenes friction, 45 the United States did not publicly pressure Israel to desist. On the contrary, President Barack Obama or his spokespersons dutifully invoked Israel's right to self-defense, while turning a blind eye to IDF atrocities and a deaf ear to Gaza's wails. 46 The inescapable fact was that Obama did not just facilitate this latest Israeli massacre in Gaza, he was its enabler-in-chief. It might be wondered why he supported the assault if he had earlier supported negotiations with the Hamas-Fatah unity government. The simple answer was that once Hamas projectiles started flying over Israel, and Israel's domestic lobby lined up wall-to-wall congressional support, 47 it would have required spine, which Obama conspicuously lacked, to defy it. Still, did realpolitik compel him to reaffirm Israel's right to defend itself day in and day out, even as human rights organizations documented Israeli atrocities? In addition, Israel hugely profited and Gaza hugely lost from a dramatic regional reconfiguration. Both Egypt and Saudi Arabia openly longed for Hamas's eviction from power. 48 While the Arab League in its sole meeting on Gaza backed el-Sisi's cynical ceasefire ultimatum. 49 Only Iran, Turkey, and Qatar among Middle Eastern powers opposed the Israeli onslaught. If Israel showed relative restraint during Operation Pillar of Defense, this was because of the red lines drawn by Egypt and Turkey in support of Hamas. 50 But after the July 2013 coup, Egypt turned on Hamas with a vengeance, while Turkey was preoccupied with and bogged down in Syria. Convulsed by its own internal conflicts and humanitarian crises, the so-called street across large swaths of the Arab world fell mute during protective etch. Arab despots accordingly paid no domestic price for egging on Israel. Meanwhile, the European Union also gave Israel a free pass as it dreaded militant Islam, which was spreading like wildfire under the ISIS banner, and to which Hamas was reflexively assimilated. The redemptive global exception was the Latin American bloc. In an exemplary display of selfless solidarity with beleaguered Gaza, the governments of Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, El Salvador, Peru, Uruguay, and Venezuela registered disgust at Israeli actions. 51 Nonetheless, amid the slaughter, Gaza was effectively on its own, alone and abandoned. On the opposite side of the ledger, Israel was taken off guard by the robust and ramified network of tunnels that Hamas had constructed. Adopting and adapting Hezbollah's strategy during the 2006 Lebanon war, Hamas used projectiles to lure Israel into a ground invasion. It then emerged from tunnels that withstood Israeli aerial bombardment and inflicted an exceptional number of combatant casualties. 52 Only 10 Israeli soldiers had been killed in cast lead, 4 by friendly fire, many Israeli soldiers had testified to not having even seen a Hamas fighter. 53 This time around, however, fully 62 Israeli soldiers were killed by militants. 54 In the face of this surprisingly stiff resistance, the IDF marked time once having crossed into Gaza, not venturing more than 2 to 3 kilometers beyond the border. 55 As it launched the ground invasion, Israel abruptly recalibrated its mission from destroying Hamas's rockets to destroying Hamas's cross-border terror tunnels. Yet, of the 32 tunnels Israel reportedly discovered and detonated, only 12 to 14 actually passed under the border. 56 It was cause for perplexity why Israel couldn't have sealed them from its side, just as Egypt after the July 2013 coup sealed some 1,500 commercial tunnels passing from Gaza into the Sinai. Later, when Egypt flooded the still extant tunnels, allegedly to preempt weapons smuggling, Israeli Energy Minister Yuval Steinitz praised it as a good solution. 57 Why was it a good solution for Egypt but not a good solution for Israel? Perhaps Israel couldn't on technical grounds duplicate Egypt's modus operandi. Still, the question was not even posed why Israel was ravaging Gaza to eliminate terror tunnels if it seemingly had less destructive options at hand. Once the IDF breached Gaza's border and met fierce resistance, it sought to destroy the tunnel network inside Gaza, so that Hamas couldn't inflict heavy casualties when Israel next set out to mow the lawn. If Israel asserted a right to destroy the tunnels, a prerogative endorsed by much of official public opinion around the world, it was declaring that Gaza had no right to defend itself against Israel's periodic massacres. Even were it true that Israel sought to destroy only the cross-border tunnels, it would still be hard to figure out why this was a legitimate preemptive goal. Inveterate Israel propagandist Colonel Richard Kemp compared these tunnels to no less than Auschwitz. The purpose of both of those things was to kill Jews. 58 Samantha Power, U.S. representative at the United Nations, scolded the Security Council for saying nothing of the resources diverted from helping Gaza's residents to dig tunnels into Israeli territory so that terrorists can attack Israelis in their homes. 59 But these cross-border catacombs were only used to conduct attacks directed at IDF positions in Israel in the vicinity of the Green Line, which are legitimate military targets. 60 Do the laws of war prescribe that planes, artillery shells, and tanks get to breach Gaza's border at Israel's will and whim, but Hamas tunnels targeting combatants must not transgress Israel's sacred space? Israel misrepresented not only the threat posed by Hamas terror tunnels. It also inflated the performance of its anti-missile defense system and the threat posed by Hamas rockets. Hamas reportedly fired 5,000 rockets and 2,000 mortar shells at Israel during the Operation. 61 To reconcile the vast discrepancy between the many thousands of projectiles Hamas unleashed, on the one hand, and the minimal death and destruction they inflicted, on the other, Israel motioned to its wondrous Iron Dome anti-missile defense system. A leading Israeli military correspondent posited that were it not for Iron Dome, the Israeli casualty count would have been infinitely higher, while an Israeli diplomat purported that Iron Dome prevented thousands of potential Israeli civilian casualties. 62 But this explanation does not persuade. Whereas Israel alleged that Iron Dome intercepted 740 rockets, the UN Department of Safety and Security put the number at closer to 240.63. However, the most skeptical reckoning came from one of the world's leading authorities on anti-missile defense, Theodore Postal of MIT. 64 Postal had previously debunked claims hyping the Patriot anti-missile defense system in the 1991 Gulf War. 65 He concluded that Iron Dome successfully intercepted 5% of incoming Hamas rockets, or, on the basis of Israel's raw data, an underwhelming 40 of them. 66 Even accepting, for argument's sake, the official Israeli tally of 740 successful interceptions, it still perplexed why the thousands of Hamas projectiles that Iron Dome did not intercept caused so little damage. Indeed, even before Israel first deployed Iron Dome, during Pillar of Defense in 2012, the material consequences of Hamas projectiles barely registered. Consider these figures. Whereas Hamas fired some 13,000 rockets and mortar shells at Israel between 2001 and 2012, a total of 23 Israeli civilians were killed, or 1 civilian killed per 500 projectiles fired. 67 In the course of Cast Lead, Israel's most violent confrontation with Gaza prior to Protective Edge and before Iron Dome was deployed, Hamas fired some 900 projectiles, yet a total of only 3 civilians were killed. 68 Even during Protective Edge, fully 2,800 Hamas projectiles, or 40% of the total number, landed in Israel's border region 69 where Iron Dome was not deployed, yet only 1 Israeli civilian was killed by a rocket. 70 Most Israelis in the border region remained in their home communities during the Operation 71 and most of the Hamas projectiles struck built-up areas there. 72 Postal ascribed the fewness of Israeli civilian casualties in Protective Edge primarily, but not exclusively, to Israel's early warning/shelter system. 73 Which had been significantly upgraded in recent years. 74 But that still couldn't fully account for the fewness of civilian casualties before Israel overhauled its civil defense system. What's yet more telling, it couldn't account for the minimal Israeli property damage during Protective Edge. The Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs website tracked on a daily basis the damage caused by Hamas rockets to civilian infrastructure. 75 Table 5 summarizes its entries. The official Israeli post-mortem on Protective Edge alleged that several residential communities on the border with the Gaza Strip were battered by rocket and mortar fire. 76 Yet, even allowing that a certain percentage landed in open areas, how could the thousands upon thousands of Hamas rockets have inflicted so little damage? How could only 1 Israeli house have been destroyed and 11 others hit or damaged by a mega barrage of rockets? 77 The obvious and most plausible answer was that the preponderance of these so-called rockets amounted to enhanced fireworks or bottle rockets. 78 The triad of media takeaways from Protective Edge, Hamas rockets, terror tunnels, and Iron Dome in actuality constituted metaprops in Israel's Hasbara propaganda campaign. Israel initially inflated the threat posed by Hamas's projectiles to justify its insane and crazy assault on Gaza's civilian population and infrastructure. However, the pretext backfired as the projectiles kept coming and Israel's tourism industry took a big hit. 79 When a Hamas projectile landed in the vicinity of Ben Gurion Airport, prompting international airlines to suspend flights destined for Israel, former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg obligingly flew over in order to reassure prospective travelers. 80 But if tranquility reigned in the Promised Land, then why was Israel pulverizing Gaza? Not missing a beat, Israel conjured a new rationale, quickly aped by credulous journalists: Hamas terror tunnels which have the sole purpose of annihilating our citizens and killing our children. Netanyahu. 81 This newly minted alibi also backfired, however, as Israeli evacuees recoiled at the prospect of returning to their border communities. It was then widely conceded in Israel that Hamas fighters infiltrating via tunnels targeted the IDF, not civilians. 82 In a retrospective marking the first anniversary of Protective Edge, a senior Israeli military correspondent flatly stated, these tunnels allowed Hamas to move commando forces under the border and into Israel without warning, to carry out attacks on soldiers. 83 Israel touted the technical wizardry of Iron Dome after Pillar of Defense in order to compensate for the operation's meager returns. 84 It hyped it again during Protective Edge in order to soothe the jittery nerves of both its indoctrinated domestic population and would-be tourists. Israel's flourishing arms trade also stood to reap rich dividends from the Iron Dome fanfare. But in its official post-mortem on Protective Edge, Israel reversed itself in order to rationalize the death and destruction it wreaked in Gaza. It downplayed Iron Dome's efficacy and instead magnified the vulnerability of Israel's home front. 85 Spewing forth one lie after another, Israel kept catching itself in the tangled web of its deceits. If its misrepresentations and contradictions went unnoticed, it was testament to the competence of Israeli Hasbara on the one hand, and the bias of Western media, on the other. When Israel hit civilians who took refuge in UN schools, leaving scores dead and hundreds wounded, It crossed a red line. 86. A UN Board of Inquiry later found that Israel had in its possession up-to-date GPS coordinates of all the UN shelters it targeted, and that it used indiscriminate weapons, such as artillery, in densely populated areas where these shelters were situated, as well as precision weapons, such as guided missiles. The board did not credit Israel's various justifications for these attacks. 87. As the international community reacted in shock. 88. The diplomatic dominoes began to fall in Israel's direction. Feeling the heat from inside the UN bureaucracy, Ban Ki-moon denounced on August 3 one of these atrocities as a moral outrage and criminal act. 89. Left isolated on the world stage, and unwilling to bear the onus of this latest string of Israeli atrocities, the White House joined on August 3 in the chorus of condemnation, while Israel's cheerleaders in the U.S. Congress fell silent. Once the United States declared that it was appalled by Israel's disgraceful lethal shelling in proximity of a UN shelter. 90. It sunk in on Israel that it was time to wind down the operation. On August 2, Netanyahu had nipped in the bud rumors of an impending Israeli troop withdrawal. We will take as much time as necessary, and will exert as much force as is needed. 91. But disabled by his chief enabler in the White House, Netanyahu announced on that same August 3 that Israeli troops were withdrawing. 92. To cover up for its failure to destroy Hamas's catacombs, Israel entered the discreet qualifier that it had detonated nearly all of Hamas's known tunnels. 93. The operation dragged on for another 3 weeks, however, as Israel sought to extract the best possible terms in the final diplomatic phase, and still harbored hopes of inflicting a decisive military defeat on Hamas by attrition. It resorted to indiscriminate aerial bombardments, killing and wounding many civilians, and assassinated senior Hamas military leaders. 94. After the beheading of an American journalist on 19 August 95, media attention shifted to ISIS, and the Gaza massacre entered the ho-hum, more of the same phase of the news cycle. Israel was able to resume the precision terror strikes with unprecedented abandon, flattening high-rise apartment buildings, as if playing a video game, and with barely a pretense that they constituted legitimate military objectives. 96. But the Hamas projectiles and mortar shells kept coming, causing Israeli civilian casualties to mount. On August 26, a ceasefire agreement went into effect. Its essential terms stipulated that Israel, and Egypt, would ease the blockade of Gaza, while the Palestinian Authority, PA, would administer the border crossings, coordinate the international reconstruction effort, and prevent weapons from entering Gaza. The agreement deferred to future talks other points of contention, such as a prisoner release and construction of an airport and seaport in Gaza. 97. At a news conference after the ceasefire was reached, Netanyahu boasted of Israel's great military and political achievement. 98. But Israel did not attain its avowed goals. Initially, Netanyahu hoped to fracture the Palestinian Unity government by provoking a violent reaction from Hamas and then demonizing it as a terrorist organization. But the Unity government held together, even as President Abbas probably longed for Israel to deliver Hamas a death blow. If Israel hoped to show that Hamas was an unreconstructed terrorist organization, it ended up persuading many more people that Israel was an unrepentant terrorist state. If Israel hoped to convince the United States and European Union not to negotiate with a unity government that included Hamas, it ended up itself negotiating with the unity government and indirectly with Hamas. Effectively, an influential Israeli columnist observed, Israel has recognized Hamas. 99. If the unity government ultimately yielded no fruit, it was because of factional infighting, not protective edge. 100. Once hostilities escalated, Netanyahu's avowed objective was to destroy Hamas rockets and terror tunnels. But both these aims proved beyond his reach. Hamas kept firing projectiles, killing 2 Israelis in the last hour before the ceasefire, while an unknown number of tunnels remained intact. Israel's larger goal of inflicting a comprehensive military and political defeat on Hamas also went unfulfilled. Although Israel had made any concessions contingent on Hamas's disarmament, the ceasefire agreement did not oblige the Islamic resistance to lay down its weapons, and only a vague promise was extracted from the PA to stem the flow of arms into Gaza. The ceasefire's terms didn't include any statement, not even a hint, regarding Israel's security demands, an Israeli diplomatic correspondent groused. There was nothing about the demilitarization of the Strip, the rearming, or the issue of the Tunnels 101. Although it was the regional powerhouse, Israel failed to impose its will on an isolated enemy operating in a besieged territory without advanced weaponry. 102. The chief beneficiary of this latest Gaza massacre was Lebanon. After its military fiasco, Israel would think twice before attacking Hezbollah, as it possessed a formidable arsenal of real, sophisticated rockets. 103. Reducing Iron Dome's potential efficacy quotient from single-digit percentages to near zero, it also possessed a tunnel network dug deep inside mountains. In a replay of the last act, last scene of Pillar of Defense, the Israeli Prime Minister, Defense Minister, and Chief of Staff cut sorry figures at the news conference proclaiming Israel's victory in Protective Edge. 104. Still, Netanyahu could exult in a pair of complementary triumphs. He satiated the bloodlust of Israeli society that he himself had whipped up. It could now savor the prospect of Gazans confronting, once the soot had settled, the massive death and destruction Israel had visited on them. The latest military operation, a comprehensive UN report found, has effectively eliminated what was left of the middle class, sending almost all of the population into destitution and dependence on international humanitarian aid. 105. Israel had, concomitantly, battered if not yet completely broken the spirits of the people of Gaza. The ever-escalating violence, the wreckage left in its wake, the futureless future had finally taken a toll. 9 months after Protective Edge, not a single totally destroyed home had been rebuilt. 106. Fully half of Gazans polled after Protective Edge expressed a desire to leave. In extreme but still indicative instances, they boarded rickety vessels to escape, hundreds drowned, crossed into Israel illegally in search of work or the comfort of a jail cell, and in unprecedented numbers committed suicide. 107. If Israel's tacit goal in its recent major operations had been to punish, humiliate, and terrorize Gaza's civilian population, Goldstone report, then this time around it could take pride in a job well done. It also put the lie to the bromide that violence doesn't work. It does, and did. Hamas also flourished the V sign for victory. 108. Indeed, its popularity among Palestinians surged after fighting Israel to a stalemate. 109. But the uptick proved ephemeral. When armed hostilities broke out, Hamas's primary goal was to end the blockade of Gaza. Whereas the original Egyptian ceasefire proposal stipulated that the siege would be lifted only after the security situation stabilizes in Gaza, the final ceasefire agreement omitted this precondition. However, it called only for the blockade to be eased, not lifted, and did not include an external enforcement mechanism, which Hamas had earlier demanded. 110. In effect, it reinstated the ceasefire terms ending Pillar of Defense, which Israel had back then proceeded to scrap. 111. Hamas settled for less than its bottom line because of Israel's relentless bombardment. Our demands were just, Hamas leader Khalid Mishal told a news conference, but in the end we had the Palestinian demands, on the one hand, and the pain of Gaza's civilian population, on the other. We agreed to the ceasefire, Mishal continued, in the knowledge that the siege will be lifted. 112. But it was already clear at the time. 113. That this was wishful thinking until and unless Hamas disarmed. 2 years after Protective Edge, Defense Minister Avigdor Lieberman still maintained that only if Hamas stops digging tunnels, rearming and firing rockets, we will lift the blockade. 114. As the Islamic movement wouldn't capitulate, the siege showed no signs of abating. The virtual ban on exports from Gaza has not been lifted, while at the volume of truck traffic Israel allowed, it would take 174 years to return Gaza to where it was in May 2014. 115. If Gazans flocked into the streets after the ceasefire was declared, it was to proclaim, firstly to themselves and then to the world, that however enormous the toll, however bottomless the sacrifice, the people of Palestine still lived. We were, we are, we will be. An official consensus crystallized during Protective Edge according to which Israel had the right to defend itself, even though it had initiated the armed hostilities, and Hamas would have to disarm, even though it had acted in self-defense. In July 2014, the European Union called on Hamas to immediately put an end to these acts and to renounce violence. All terrorist groups in Gaza must disarm. At the same time, it recognized Israel's legitimate right to defend itself against any attacks, with the throwaway caveat that the Israeli military operation must be proportionate and in line with international humanitarian law 116. This allocation of rights and obligations did not just contradict the circumstantial facts of the operation, it also contradicted the overarching legal framework of the occupation. Whereas international law prohibits an occupying power from using force to suppress a struggle for self-determination, it does not debar a people struggling for self-determination from using force. Israel consequently has no legal mandate to use force against the Palestinian self-determination struggle. 117 It might be argued that insofar as the self-determination struggle has been unfolding within the framework of a belligerent occupation, Israel has the legal right, as the occupying power, to enforce the occupation so long as it endures. 118 But the International Court of Justice, ICJ, ruled in 1971 that since South Africa had refused to carry out good faith negotiations to terminate its occupation of Namibia, the occupation had eventually become illegal. In light of the Namibia precedent, Israel's failure to carry out good faith negotiations based on international law has delegitimized its occupation as well. 119 If Israel can lay title to any right, it is in the exhortation of the United States at the time of the Namibia debate to withdraw its administration immediately and thus put an end to its occupation. Whereas it proclaims the right of self-defense against Hamas projectiles, Israel is in effect promulgating a right to use force to perpetuate the occupation. Were Israel to cease its violent repression, the occupation would end and, ideally, the projectile attacks would also stop as Palestinians went about the business of consolidating their own independent state. The right to self-defense could justly be invoked by Israel only if the attacks continued regardless. On the one hand, Israel cannot pretend to a right of self-defense if the exercise of this right traces back to the wrong of an illegal occupation/denial of self-determination. Ex injuria non oritur jus. 120. On the other hand, Israel would not need to invoke the right if it ceased inflicting the wrong. In 2016, the European Union issued a statement calling for all parties to produce a fundamental change to the situation in the Gaza Strip, including the end of the closure and a full opening of the crossing points, while addressing Israel's legitimate security concerns. 121 But Israel cannot lay claim to legitimate security concerns vis-a-vis Gaza so long as the force it deploys there is designed to entrench an illegitimate regime. The legally correct position was enunciated by the UN Human Rights Council Mission on Protective Edge, which called on Israel to lift, immediately and unconditionally, the blockade on Gaza. 122 The refrain that Israel has a right to defend itself is a red herring. The real question is, does Israel have the right to use force to perpetuate an illegal occupation? The answer is no. But, it might be contended, even granting that unlike Israel, Palestinians can legally resort to force, doesn't Hamas's use of indiscriminate projectiles and its targeting of Israeli civilians still constitute war crimes? The situation is more equivocal than is often acknowledged. First, what constitutes an indiscriminate weapon isn't clear, while the implicit standard isn't just. A class of weapons apparently passes legal muster if its probability of hitting a target is relatively high. This legal threshold is key to and correlates with cutting-edge technology. The couplets advanced/primitive and discriminate/indiscriminate overlap. A high-tech weapon can, whereas a low-tech weapon cannot, discriminate between targets. But then, only a people sufficiently endowed to purchase high-tech weaponry can defend itself against a high-tech aerial assault. If it lacks material resources, if compelled by circumstance to use rudimentary weapons, a people engaging in a war of self-defense or a struggle for self-determination cannot prevail except by breaching the laws of war. If it obeys the laws of war, it will almost certainly suffer defeat. If this be the law, it is a most peculiar law, for it negates a raison d'etre of law, the substitution of might by right, as it enshrines might, or the rich and powerful, above right. Second, it was asserted that even if the civilian population of one party to a conflict comes under relentless attack, it does not have the legal right to carry out belligerent reprisals, that is, to deliberately target civilians of the opposing party until that party desists from its initial illegal attacks. Regardless of who started this latest round, attacks targeting civilians violate basic humanitarian norms, Human Rights Watch stated right after Protective Edge began. All attacks, including reprisal attacks that target or indiscriminately harm civilians, are prohibited under the laws of war. Period 123. But was that true? In fact, international law does not, at any rate, not yet prohibit belligerent reprisals. 124. The United States and United Kingdom have even defended the right to deploy nuclear weapons in belligerent reprisals. 125. The people of Gaza surely, then, had the right to use makeshift projectiles to end an illegal, merciless 7-year-long Israeli blockade targeting a civilian population, and to end Israel's criminal bombardment of a civilian population. Indeed, in its landmark 1996 advisory opinion on the legality of nuclear weapons, the ICJ stated that international law was not settled on the right of a state to use nuclear weapons when its survival was in jeopardy. But if that elusive abstraction called a state might legally use nuclear weapons when its survival is at stake, then a people surely has the right to use makeshift projectiles when its survival is at stake. The political prudence of Hamas's strategy could be legitimately questioned. But the law is not unambiguously against it, while the scales of morality tilt in its favor. Israel has imposed a brutal siege on Gaza that halved its already developed GDP. As a result of the blockade and recurrent military assaults, Gaza's population has been denied a human standard of living, while some 95% of its water is unfit for human consumption. Innocent human beings, most of them young, Sarah Roy bewailed, are slowly being poisoned by the water they drink. They were not only consigned but also literally confined to a slow death. When a place becomes unlivable, people move, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency has observed. This is the case for environmental disasters such as droughts, or for conflicts, such as in Syria. Yet this last resort is denied to the people in Gaza. They cannot move beyond their 365 square kilometers territory. They cannot escape, neither the devastating poverty nor the fear of another conflict. Its highly educated youth do not have the option to travel, to seek education outside Gaza, or to find work anywhere else beyond the perimeter fence and the two tightly controlled border checkpoints in the north and south of the Gaza Strip. With the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza almost entirely closed except for a few days per year, and with Israel often denying exit even for severe humanitarian cases or staff of international organizations, the vast majority of the people have no chance of getting one of the highly sought-after permits. They can also not leave across the sea without the risk of being arrested or shot at by the Israeli or Egyptian navies, and they cannot climb over the heavily guarded perimeter fence between Israel and Gaza without the same risks. 126. The people of Palestine embraced Hamas as it launched belligerent reprisals against Israel. In the climacteric of their martyrdom, Gazans chose to die resisting rather than to live expiring under an inhuman blockade. 127. The resistance was mostly notional, as the rudimentary projectiles caused little damage. So the ultimate question is: do Palestinians have the right to symbolically resist slow death punctuated by periodic massacres, or is it incumbent upon them to lie down and die? 12. Betrayal I. Amnesty International. Although Operation Protective Edge, 2014, proved to be the most destructive of Israel's recent assaults on Gaza, it elicited a muted response from human rights organizations. It would be only a slight exaggeration to say that they sat it out. In the aftermath of Operation Cast Lead, 2008-9, as many as 300 human rights reports were issued. 1 Human Rights Watch, HRW, alone released 5 substantial studies. Point 2 But HRW just barely issued one report on protective edge. Point 3 The outlier appeared to be Amnesty International, which published a series of reports. Yet, far from being the exception that proved the rule, Amnesty actually constituted a variant of the rule. Instead of falling silent on Israeli crimes during protective edge, Amnesty whitewashed them. In particular, its comprehensive indictment of Hamas for unlawful and deadly, rocket and mortar attacks by Palestinian armed groups during the 2014 Gaza/Israel conflict. 5 amounted to an abdication of its professional mandate and a betrayal of the people of Gaza. A human rights assessment of protective edge necessarily begins with the civilian death and destruction it entailed. Table 6 summarizes the raw data. On both sides, Amnesty observed in unlawful and deadly, civilians once again bore the brunt of the third full-scale war in less than 6 years. Although arguably true, this assessment obscured the yawning gap separating the magnitude of suffering inflicted on Gazan as compared to Israeli civilians. 7 It would be hard to come up with a more palpable instance of a quantitative difference turning into a qualitative one than the single Israeli child versus the 550 Gazan children killed, and it doesn't diminish the sanctity of every human life to take note that if the death of one Israeli child was terrible, then on the same calculus the child deaths in Gaza were 550 times as terrible. An international medical fact-finding mission, assembled by the Israeli branch of Physicians for Human Rights and composed of eminent medical practitioners, concluded its report on protective edge with this caveat: while not wishing to devalue in any way the traumatic effects of the war on Israeli civilians, these pale in comparison with the consequences of the massive destruction wreaked on Gaza. 8 Even UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon, who disgraced his office with apologetics on Israel's behalf. 9 Carefully discriminated between Israel's lethal attacks on UN facilities during protective edge, which I deplore, and Hamas's misuse of UN facilities, about which I am dismayed. 10 One searched unlawful and deadly in vain for comparable acknowledgement or nuance by Amnesty. In keeping with its pretense to even-handedness, Amnesty conveyed the impression that Israel and Hamas were equally guilty of breaching the laws of war. During a crucial period when it could still inflect public policy, Amnesty issued a pair of reports documenting Israel's crimes and a pair of reports documenting Hamas's crimes, 4 altogether, while, amazingly, it devoted, all told, many more pages to indicting Hamas, 107, than Israel, 78. 11 It was not so wide of the mark in the past. In Operation Cast Lead, Israel bore the brunt of Amnesty's indictment, its space allocations, 60 pages to Israeli crimes versus 13 pages to Hamas crimes, were more, if still far from fully, commensurate with the relative death and destruction inflicted by each side. 12 The introduction to each of Amnesty's 4 reports on protective edge cautiously balanced the distribution of guilt. As if that weren't problematic enough, unlawful and deadly detailed the death of the single Israeli child killed by a Hamas attack across more than 2 pages. Were it truly committed to effecting as against effecting balance, shouldn't Amnesty have devoted 1,100 pages to the 550 children in Gaza who were killed? Amnesty even intimated that Hamas was the more manifestly culpable party to the conflict. Thus, unlawful and deadly conclusion unequivocally deplored Hamas's flagrant disregard for international humanitarian law, whereas one of Amnesty's reciprocal reports, Families Under the Rubble, Israeli Attacks on Inhabited Homes, gingerly concluded that the havoc wrought 18,000 Gazan homes were destroyed or rendered uninhabitable. 13 and 110,000 people were left homeless. Raises difficult questions for the Israeli government which they have so far failed to answer. 14 It is of course conceivable that Hamas committed as many war crimes as Israel, if not more, during protective edge, but prima facie that would be a most anomalous conclusion. In both absolute and relative terms, the scales of guilt appeared to tilt heavily to the Israeli side. Hamas killed 73 Israelis of whom only 8% were civilians, whereas Israel killed 2,200 Gazans, of whom fully 70% were civilians. The damage inflicted on Gaza's civilian infrastructure, $4 billion, exceeded by a factor of 70 the damage inflicted on Israel's infrastructure, $55 million, while the ratio of civilian dwellings destroyed by Israel versus Hamas stood at 18,000:1. The intriguing question is, how did Amnesty manage to turn this wildly imbalanced balance sheet into a balanced indictment of both parties to the conflict? To justify the massive violence it unleashed on Gaza, Israel harped on the arsenal of deadly rockets Hamas had allegedly amassed. Echoing Israeli Hasbara propaganda, unlawful and deadly, reported that as far back as 2001, Hamas had been stockpiling short-range rockets, that it then developed longer-range Qassam rockets, that in more recent years, armed groups in Gaza have produced, upgraded, or smuggled in thousands of BM-21 Grad rockets of different types, with ranges varying from 20 kilometers to 48 kilometers, and acquired or produced smaller numbers of medium and long-range rockets, including the Iranian Fajr 5 and locally produced M75, both with a range of 75 kilometers, and the locally produced J-80 rockets with a range of 80 km. The majority of Israel's 8.3 million people, and all 2.8 million Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, Amnesty ominously concluded, are now within range of at least some of the rockets held by Palestinian armed groups in the Gaza Strip. The circle of fear has widened. Although Amnesty didn't cite the basis for these data 15, they almost certainly emanated from official Israeli sources, and it is hard not to be skeptical of them. Israel's official post-mortem on Protective Edge alleged that on the eve of Operation Pillar of Defense, 2012, Hamas had stockpiled over 7,000 rockets and mortars, while on the eve of Protective Edge it had acquired more than 10,000 rockets and mortars. It also provided a precise breakdown of these projectiles: 6,700 rockets with a range of up to 20 km, 2,300 rockets with a range of up to 40 km, etc. 16. It is anyone's guess how Israel came by such detailed information and why, if possessing it, Israel didn't militarily preempt Hamas's use of this terrifying weaponry. If it could ascertain the quantity and quality of these projectiles, it must also have been privy to where Hamas stockpiled them, while Israel has never shied away from launching a preemptive attack to nip in the bud an existential threat, real or contrived. If it didn't launch such an attack, it was almost certainly because either Hamas didn't possess such an arsenal or, if it did, Israel was in the dark about it. In either case, Israel must have plucked its published data, on which Amnesty, and others, leaned, from thin air. If Hamas had indeed amassed a humongous arsenal of lethal weapons, the wonder would be that it inflicted so little death and destruction. Stealing another page from Israeli Hasbara. Amnesty ascribed this miracle to Israel's anti-missile batteries. Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system helped limit civilian casualties in many areas, and was used to protect civilian areas from projectiles launched from the Gaza Strip. In fact, it was perfectly obvious from public sources that Hamas's stockpile consisted of enhanced fireworks or bottle rockets, while Iron Dome saved few if any Israeli lives. 17 In its hyperbolic inventory of Hamas's arsenal, Amnesty also cited the Israeli allegation that it had intercepted a vessel carrying Iranian rockets bound for Gaza. It omitted the widely reported finding of a UN expert panel that the Iranian weapons were bound not for Gaza but the Sudan. 18 By adopting Israel's storyline of a lethal Hamas rocket arsenal, Amnesty became, wittingly or not, a purveyor of state propaganda. Its depiction of the Hamas catacombs was no less tendentious. Amnesty repeated the official Israeli allegation that the ground invasion was launched to destroy the tunnel system, particularly those with shafts discovered near residential areas located in Israel, and that Israeli troops repeatedly preempted Hamas infiltrators from targeting civilian communities. It ignored evidence from unimpeachable Israeli sources that Hamas fighters exiting the tunnels targeted Israeli soldiers, not civilians. 19 Even as Israel's official post-mortem on Protective Edge portentously reported that Hamas tunnels exited in or close to residential communities, 20 its actual breakdown, 2, showed that every instance of Hamas infiltration climaxed not in a headlong assault on civilians but instead in an armed engagement with Israeli combatants. 21 The upshot of Amnesty's reliance on official Israeli sources was that it magnified Hamas's and diminished Israel's criminal culpability. This distortion resulted in part from another of Amnesty's strategic balancing acts. Israel barred Amnesty, and other human rights organizations, from entering Gaza during 22 and after Protective Edge. Consequently, except for at most a couple of its field workers based in Gaza, Amnesty had to carry out its research from the outside. As a practical matter, this Israeli-imposed constraint repeatedly prevented Amnesty from assessing the veracity of official Israeli exculpations. How did Amnesty resolve this forensic challenge? It typically reported the allegation of an Israeli war crime, then the Israeli denial, and then neutrally proceeded to call for a proper on-the-ground investigation, an investigation that, as Amnesty knew full well, Israel would never allow. The reader was thus left in perfect and permanent limbo as to where the truth lay. When assessing allegations that Hamas violated international law during Protective Edge, Amnesty gestured to prior Hamas misconduct as corroborative evidence of its guilt. 23 Shouldn't Amnesty also have contextualized Israeli denials of guilt with the caveat that prior Israeli denials regularly proved on inspection to be flagrant falsehoods? Indeed, the UN Board of Inquiry investigation of Israeli attacks on UN facilities during Protective Edge repeatedly put the lie to Israel's pleas of innocence. 24 In its press release deploring Israel's refusal to grant it entry, Human Rights Watch pointedly observed, if Israel is confident in its claim that Hamas is responsible for civilian deaths in Gaza, it shouldn't be blocking human rights organizations from carrying out on-site investigations. Amnesty itself observed that governments who wish to hide their violations of human rights from the outside world have frequently banned Amnesty International from accessing the places in which they have been committed. 25 So if Israel blocked access to Gaza after Protective Edge, shouldn't Amnesty's working assumption have been that Israel's counterclaims would not withstand an on-site investigation? If a suspect denies eminently impartial investigators access to a crime scene, then the inexorable inference is that he or she has something to hide. True, to justify its refusal, Israel has repeatedly alleged that Amnesty is biased against it. But it would be odd indeed if Amnesty itself credited this accusation as compelling grounds for it to suspend judgment. The relevant principle at play is not whether Israel is innocent until proven guilty. It's whether Israel's plea of not guilty should carry probative weight even as it refuses to prove its innocence before a nonpartisan third party, in the face of credible charges based on a mass of incriminating evidence. Ultimately, Amnesty's neutrality incentivized Israeli non-cooperation. For if granting human rights groups entry into Gaza would enable them to document Israeli crimes, then prudent state policy would be to bar these organizations altogether and settle for an agnostic verdict. In the event, that's what Israel did, and that's the verdict Amnesty delivered. Finally, one egregious lacuna as Amnesty pretended to balance deserves special notice. It cited in abundance the junk claims of Israeli Hasbara. But not once did it report the pertinent findings of Gaza's respected human rights organizations, such as the Al-Mazan Center for Human Rights and the Palestinian Center for Human Rights. 26 The Methodology section of Unlawful and Deadly stated, Amnesty International studied relevant documentation produced by UN agencies, the Israeli military and Israeli governmental bodies, Israeli and Palestinian NGOs, Palestinian armed groups, and media reports, amongst other sources, and consulted with relevant experts and practitioners before writing the report. Amnesty International would like to thank the Israeli NGOs and other Israeli bodies that provided assistance to its researchers. 27 Whereas the report amply represented the claims of Israeli military and governmental bodies, it did not contain a single reference to any Palestinian NGO. Amnesty's problematic evidentiary standards in unlawful and deadly. Subtly shifted to Hamas a portion of culpability for Israel's most egregious crimes during Protective Edge. Consider these examples. Hospitals. Israel destroyed or damaged 17 hospitals and 56 primary healthcare centers during Protective Edge. 28. Unlawful and deadly. Pointed to Hamas's alleged misuse of 3 of these facilities. 1. Al-Wafa. Israel repeatedly attacked and then reduced to rubble Al-Wafa Hospital, the sole rehabilitation facility in Gaza. It wasn't the first time Israel targeted the hospital. During Cast Lead, Al-Wafa sustained direct hits from 8 tank shells, 2 missiles, and thousands of bullets, even as Israel publicly avowed that it did not target terrorists who launched attacks in the vicinity of a hospital. 29 This time around, Amnesty cited the Israeli allegation that Al-Wafa was a command center. It could have noted that command center was Israel's default alibi for targeting civilian objects during Protective Edge 30 and that in other contexts Amnesty itself treated this allegation as baseless. 31 Displaying an aerial photograph, the Israeli military alleged that Hamas fired a rocket from Al-Wafa's immediate vicinity. Amnesty found, however, that the image tweeted by the Israeli military does not match satellite images of the Al-Wafa hospital and appears to depict a different location. This finding seemed to dispose of Israel's pretext, except that, ever so even-handedly, Amnesty concluded that it has not been able to verify Israeli assertions that the hospital was used to launch rockets, and that the Israeli claim should be independently investigated. In other words, even if the single piece of evidence adduced by Israel was demonstrably false, it still remained an open question whether or not the alibi was true. On this evidentiary standard, Amnesty couldn't find that Israel had committed a war crime unless and until Israel acknowledged its commission. As it happened, Israel itself eventually dropped the rocket allegation. 32 Amnesty further noted that according to media reports an anti-tank missile was fired from Al-Wafa. The media reports cited by Amnesty turn out to be little more than an official Israeli press handout dutifully reprinted by the Jerusalem Post. 33 It's as instructive what Amnesty elected not to cite, if it adduced Israeli Hasbara as credible evidence. Shouldn't it also have cited Al-Wafa's director, who told Haaretz that Israeli claims were false and misleading, or the representative of the World Health Organization in Gaza, who forthrightly acknowledged the probable presence of a rocket launching site in the vicinity of Al-Wafa but contended that it was more than 200 meters away from the hospital. 34 Israeli forces contest having directly and intentionally targeted Al-Wafa hospital, claiming that they sought to neutralize rocket fire originating in the vicinity of the hospital. An International Federation for Human Rights, FIDH, delegation observed after entering Gaza and sifting through the evidence. However, various elements indicate that the hospital was in fact the target of a direct and intentional attack on the part of Israeli armed forces. 35 Opting instead to quell doubts of Israel's innocence, Amnesty reported, an internal investigation by the Israeli military into its attacks on Al-Wafa found that the attacks had been carried out in accordance with international law. Shouldn't it also have mentioned that all major human rights organizations, Amnesty included, have dismissed the results of Israeli internal investigations as worthless? 36. 2. Al-Shifa. On the basis of credible evidence that Hamas fired a rocket from behind Al-Shifa hospital, Amnesty called for an independent investigation. It then proceeded to call for an investigation of other reports and claims that Hamas leaders and security forces used facilities within the hospital for military purposes and interrogations during the hostilities. Israel leveled cognate allegations during Cast Lead, but the evidence it adduced in support of them was razor-thin. 37 This time around, Amnesty cited many sources of varying quality. 38 What it flagrantly did not do, however, was cite sources that disputed the allegation. It ignored the compelling and nuanced testimony of 2 respected Norwegian surgeons who volunteered in Al-Shifa during Protective Edge. Although able to roam freely at the hospital, they came across no indication that it was a command center for Hamas. 39 At this author's request, One of the world's leading academic specialists on Gaza, Sarah Roy of Harvard University, consulted a clutch of her own Gaza-based sources, whose personal and professional integrity she attested to. The consensus among them was that although rockets had been fired in the vicinity of Al-Shifa, but not from hospital grounds, it was highly improbable that Hamas made military use of the hospital building. 40 Amnesty either chose to ignore or didn't bother to solicit such contrary opinions from impeccable, easily accessible sources. It also reported the supposedly incriminating tidbit that a Palestinian journalist was interrogated by officers from Hamas internal security in an abandoned section of the hospital. Al-Shifa was filled to the brim with as many as 13,000 homeless people during protective etch. Because it enabled access to satellite news gathering equipment, the hospital also served as a hub for the media, political spokespeople, UN officials, human rights organizations, and other NGOs. It is cause for wonder why Amnesty would consider it sinister, or even noteworthy, if a besieged party fending off a murderous foreign invasion questioned, not physically abused or intimidated, just questioned. Someone in a facility packed with a throng of random people, some among them presumably spies, saboteurs, and provocateurs. 41 Was Gaza's governing body not even allowed to carry out routine security functions? In its report, strangling necks, abductions, torture and summary killings of Palestinians by Hamas forces during the 2014 Gaza-Israel conflict, Amnesty flatly stated, Hamas forces used the abandoned areas of Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza City, including the outpatients clinic area, to detain, interrogate, torture and otherwise ill-treat suspects. The evidence Amnesty adduced for the most incendiary of these asseverations, that is, Hamas systematically tortured suspects at Al-Shifa, underwhelmed. 42 How, incidentally, did this torture chamber escape the notice of swarms of journalists, UN officials, and NGOs ensconced at Al-Shifa until Amnesty's solitary field worker in Gaza came along to scoop all of them? Even Israel's official post-mortem on protective edge, although replete with the most egregious propaganda and falsehoods, didn't go beyond alleging that Hamas used Al-Shifa for security service interrogations. 43 Was Amnesty bending over backward to the point of coming out from under itself in order to demonstrate its nonpartisanship? 3. Shuhada al-Aqsa. Israel shelled Shuhada al-Aqsa hospital, killing at least 4 people and wounding dozens. Noting that Israel alleged it had targeted a cache of anti-tank missiles stored in the immediate vicinity of the hospital, Amnesty stated that it has not been able to confirm this incident and called for it to be independently investigated. Insofar as it obligingly reported Israel's pretext for this atrocity, shouldn't Amnesty also have cited the eyewitness account of a nurse at her station? She testified that after 4 Palestinians were killed in vehicles parked outside, the hospital was then hit 15 times in quick succession by tank strikes. Whereas in Amnesty's assessment Hamas and Israel might have been equally culpable of violating international law. 44 The medical fact-finding mission concluded, what is important here is that Al-Aqsa was attacked by the Israeli military while patients were admitted, health professionals were at work and civilians were seeking refuge from attacks in the surrounding area. 45. 4. Ambulances. Fully 45 ambulances were either damaged or destroyed as a result of direct Israeli attacks or collateral damage during protective etch. Amnesty reported that Israel released video footage which it claimed showed Palestinian fighters entering an ambulance. This 24-second video clip was the one and only piece of evidence Israel adduced to justify its repeated targeting of ambulances during protective edge. 46 In fact, the evidentiary value of the video could be precisely calculated at 0. It captured a pair of unarmed Hamas militants on an unknown date at an unknown place entering an ambulance belonging to the emergency medical unit of Hamas's armed wing, Al-Qassam Brigades. For all anyone could tell from the clip, they were participating in a routine medical rescue mission. It merits parenthetical notice that the health ministry had instructed ambulance crews not to allow any weapons on board, not even pistols. Since it referenced this vacuous video, Why didn't Amnesty also note that Israel repeatedly targeted Palestinian ambulances in prior operations? 47 That notwithstanding its high-tech surveillance technology, Israel adduced evidence justifying such a criminal attack on an ambulance in only one single incident, way back in 2002, and that in this sole instance Amnesty itself found the evidence dubious. 48 In fact, Amnesty, the medical fact-finding mission, and the FIDH delegation extensively documented premeditated and unprovoked attacks by Israel on Palestinian ambulances during Protective Edge. 49 Schools. Israel destroyed 22 schools and damaged 118 others during Protective Edge. 50 The Israeli military has stated that rockets or mortars were launched from within several schools in the Gaza Strip during the hostilities, Amnesty reported, and that at least 89 rockets and mortar shells were launched within 30 m of UN schools. After professing its inability to verify any of these specific claims, Amnesty recommended that they should be independently investigated. But why did unlawful and deadly cite only and ad nauseam Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Israel Defense Forces, IDF, press handouts? 51 Surely it could have cross-checked the official Israeli alibis by consulting Palestinian human rights groups, UN officials, and relevant NGOs based in Gaza. The UN Board of Inquiry investigated 7 Israeli attacks, many deadly, on UN schools, all but one of which had been converted into emergency shelters. The board found no evidence to sustain, but copious evidence, including security guard and other witness testimony, to refute boilerplate Israeli allegations that Hamas launched rockets from within or in the vicinity of those UN schools attacked by Israel. 52 Mosques. Israel destroyed 73 mosques and damaged 130 others during Protective Edge. Amnesty reported that according to Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, at least 83 rockets and mortars were launched from within 25 m of mosques during the hostilities, in some cases from directly within the mosque compounds. No other source was cited by Amnesty. It was not the first time Israel targeted mosques in Gaza. It destroyed 30 mosques and damaged 15 more during Cast Lead. Back then, the UN Human Rights Council mission headed by Richard Goldstone investigated an intentional Israeli missile attack on a mosque that killed at least 15 people attending prayers. It found no evidence that this mosque was used for the storage of weapons or any military activity by Palestinian armed groups. 53 If it quoted official Israeli justifications for the wholesale, indeed, Kristallnacht-like assault on Islamic houses of worship, shouldn't Amnesty at least have noted that in the past these justifications had proven to be spurious? 54 Power plant. Israel repeatedly attacked Gaza's only power plant during Protective Edge. The attacks exacerbated already severe electricity blackouts and devastated water, sanitation, and medical services. It was not the first time that Israel had attacked Gaza's only power plant. In 2006, Israel launched multiple missile strikes precisely targeting the plant's transformers. B'Tselem, Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, deemed the 2006 attack a war crime. 55 Amnesty stated that the attack on Gaza's power plant during Protective Edge could amount to a war crime. 56 But then hastened to enter this qualification. An Israeli brigadier general denied that Israel had targeted the power plant intentionally, but did not rule out the possibility that it was hit by mistake. If Amnesty quoted the brigadier general's predictable denial, shouldn't it also have taken note that Israel had intentionally targeted the very same power plant in the past? The power plant's location was well known, the FIDH delegation visiting Gaza after Protective Edge noted. Repeated strikes and the refusal by Israel to guarantee the security of the plant do not support the assertion that these strikes were accidental. 57 It is remarkable how out of step Amnesty was with human rights delegations that did manage to enter Gaza. Amnesty's biased rules of evidence also tainted its report on Israeli aerial attacks targeting civilian residences during Protective Edge. The report, Families Under the Rubble, did conclude that the 8 attacks Amnesty investigated were on various grounds unlawful and possibly war crimes. In particular, it found that the loss of civilian lives, injury to civilians and damage to civilian objects appear disproportionate, that is, out of proportion to the likely military advantage of carrying out the attack. Israel itself made no statement about who or what was being targeted, or even acknowledged that it carried out these particular attacks. But although Amnesty properly asserted that the onus is on Israel to provide information concerning the attacks and their intended targets, bizarrely, it took upon itself the burden of ferreting out pretexts that could justify them. The result hovered between satire and scandal, see Table 7. First, Amnesty repeatedly speculated, often on the flimsiest of grounds, that Israel targeted a home because a Hamas militant might have been hiding inside. Second, it didn't ask the obvious question, how would Israel even have been privy to the militants' alleged presence if most neighbors appeared to be in the dark? 58. Third, it detected in each and every attack a possible Gazan militant targeted by Israel. But even Israel's harshest critic would concede that one or another of the civilian homes might have been hit not intentionally but due to an operational mishap. Amnesty was so determined to provide Israel with alibis that it ended up going overboard, as its apologetics preempted even the plausible excuse of human error. 59. The thrust of Amnesty's report, Families Under the Rubble, conveyed the impression that Israel overwhelmingly targeted Hamas militants in its attacks on civilian homes. It exonerated Israel of the charge that would most appall in the court of public opinion, that the IDF was deliberately targeting civilians and civilian objects. By supplying Israel with pretexts for atrocities that were among the most heinous it committed during Protective Edge, Amnesty conveniently eased the burdens of Israeli Hasbara. It is much easier to rebut the nebulous, subjective, and relative charge of a disproportionate attack than the charge of a deliberate attack on the civilian population. Indeed, the official Israeli post-mortem on Protective Edge repeatedly invoked the numberless caveats attached to the proportionality principle, which in effect demonstrated the near impossibility of nailing down a conviction based on it. 60. But the bigger scandal is this: the impression left by Families Under the Rubble was flat out false, and Amnesty must have known it. In a state of inflamed madness, but also in a sober calculation of its pedagogical value, Israel inflicted a grotesque form of collective punishment as it indiscriminately or intentionally leveled a staggering number of Gazan dwellings. It initially targeted the hearths of Hamas militants. 61. Then, as the ground invasion got underway, embarked on a wild wrecking spree, and then, in Protective Edge's denouement, pulverized 4 multistory landmark edifices in Gaza. In its report, Nothing is Immune: Israel's Destruction of Landmark Buildings in Gaza, Amnesty acknowledged that the destruction of these landmark buildings was a form of collective punishment. But it also bracketed off Israel's climactic act as the exception to the rule. The attacks are of great significance because they are examples of what appears to have been deliberate destruction and targeting of civilian buildings and property on a large scale, carried out without military necessity. In fact, the vast preponderance of Israeli destruction throughout Protective Edge consisted of collective punishment on a lunatic scale and devoid of military purpose, let alone military necessity. If situated in the full scope of this systematic wreckage, Israel's specific targeting of Hamas militants occupying or deploying from civilian homes amounted at most to the equivalent of statistical error. Could Amnesty have possibly believed that a Hamas militant was secreted in all, or even most, of the 18,000 homes Israel destroyed in Gaza? The ghastly truth of what unfolded in Gaza was captured not in Amnesty's effective whitewash but instead in the Breaking the Silence collection of testimonies of IDF soldiers who served in Protective Edge, see Table 8, point 62. In its introduction to Families Under the Rubble, Amnesty exhorted Israel to learn the lessons of this and previous conflicts and change its military doctrine and tactics for fighting in densely populated areas such as Gaza so as to ensure strict compliance with international humanitarian law. But Israel had already learned the lessons of fighting in Gaza, its military doctrine had already incorporated these lessons, and the IDF brilliantly executed them in this last operation. It required exceptional mental discipline not to notice that ensuring strict compliance with international law wasn't an Israeli consideration, let alone a priority. On the contrary, the whole point of Protective Edge was to leave families under the rubble. 63. The pretense that not just Israel but Hamas as well committed massive, egregious violations of international law underpinned Amnesty's balanced indictment. Its accusation that Hamas was guilty of flagrant violations of international law, that is, war crimes, fell under two heads: 1. Hamas's use of inherently indiscriminate weapons, and 2. Its indiscriminate or deliberate targeting of Israeli civilians and civilian objects. In addition, Amnesty accused Hamas of violating the rule of international law that required it to take all feasible precautions in order to protect civilians in the combat zone. Each of these will be analyzed in turn. 64. Indiscriminate weapons. Amnesty asserted that all the rockets in Hamas's arsenal constituted unguided projectiles which cannot be accurately directed at specific targets. Furthermore, although acknowledging that Hamas did appear to have aimed some mortars at military objectives, Amnesty entered the critical caveat that mortars are still an imprecise weapon and must therefore never be used to target military objectives located amidst civilians or civilian objects. In a second iteration, the legal standard was set yet higher. Even in the hands of a highly experienced and trained operator, a mortar round can never be accurate enough to hit a specific point target. Hence, when mortars are used with the intent of striking military targets located in the vicinity of civilian concentrations, but strike civilians or civilian objects, they constitute indiscriminate attacks, emphasis added. Except for handheld weapons, such as pistols, anti-tank missiles, and IEDs, Amnesty effectively declared illegal the whole of Hamas's mostly archaic military arsenal. Indeed, according to Amnesty, international humanitarian law prohibits the use of weapons that are by nature indiscriminate. Using prohibited weapons is a war crime. Firing the rocket was a war crime, emphases added. Thus, in Amnesty's bookkeeping, each time Hamas fired a rocket or mortar shell, it committed a war crime, regardless of whether the weapon struck a civilian or civilian object. Insofar as Hamas fired 7,000 rockets and mortar shells at Israel, it would have, on Amnesty's reckoning, committed perhaps as many as 7,000 war crimes. 65. Even if only 6 civilians in Israel were killed and only one Israeli house was destroyed. Such a calculation might appear to go some distance toward vindicating Amnesty's balanced indictment, but only at the price of turning international law, or at any rate Amnesty's construal and application of it, into an object deserving of derision. If Hamas's mere use of these weapons constituted war crimes, it's also cause for wonder why Amnesty took the trouble to investigate the ensuing civilian death and destruction. One might think that after a bill of indictment already tallying thousands of war crimes, supplementary documentation of war crimes would be redundant, akin to beating a dead horse. But there's another anomaly as well. Amnesty alluded in passing to the fact that Israeli violations of international law during Protective Edge included attacks using munitions such as artillery, which cannot be precisely targeted, on very densely populated residential areas. In fact, had Amnesty bothered to pursue this line of inquiry, it would have discovered that Israel fired no less than 20,000 unguided high-explosive artillery shells into Gaza, an estimated 95% into or near populated civilian areas. The Israeli artillery shells were doubly indiscriminate, they couldn't be directed at, and their blast and fragmentation effects couldn't be limited to, a specific target. Thus, on the one hand, an attack with a 155 mm Doer howitzer was technically reckoned a hit if the shell landed within 46 meters of the target, a far cry from Amnesty's specific point target threshold, and, anyhow, as the Breaking the Silence testimonies confirmed, the artillery was frequently fired with abandon, while on the other hand, the expected casualty producing radius of each 155 mm artillery shell was about 300 meters. 66. The official Israeli post-mortem on Protective Edge purported that in the overwhelming majority of cases Israel fired high-explosive artillery shells into open areas devoid of civilian presence 67, but it also stated that rather than utilizing the less populated areas of the Gaza Strip where they operate during lulls in hostilities, Hamas had relocated its assets and operations to build up civilian areas in order to shield them from IDF attack 68. If this authoritative Israeli publication was to be believed, Israel must have deliberately fired the overwhelming majority of 20,000 high-explosive artillery shells into empty spaces devoid of military value. Meanwhile, to go by Amnesty's bookkeeping, wherein each use of an indiscriminate weapon constitutes a war crime, Israel committed nearly 3 times as many war crimes as Hamas just in its use of artillery shells, although one would never know it from Amnesty's reports. 69 It was symptomatic of Amnesty's extreme bias that whereas it meticulously inventoried Hamas's military arsenal, the reader was left utterly clueless about the quantity and quality of firepower Israel visited on Gaza. How many bombs, and how much tonnage, did Israel drop? How many missile attacks did Israel launch? How many tank and artillery shells did it expend? One searched Amnesty's reports on Protective Edge in vain for answers to these basic questions, even though these data were publicly accessible. 70 A juxtaposition of the arsenals each side deployed would have made mockery of Amnesty's pretensions to balance. If war connotes an armed conflict between more or less evenly matched belligerents, then what unfolded during Protective Edge did not remotely rise to this threshold. Hamas's oh-so-criminal primitive projectiles vanished to negative invisibility beside Israel's ever-so-legal high-tech killing machine. Indiscriminate and deliberate targeting of civilians and civilian objects. Amnesty did not criminally indict Hamas just for deploying indiscriminate weapons. It also, and as a discrete line in its ledger, criminally indicted Hamas for deploying these indiscriminate weapons in order to launch indiscriminate attacks and attacks targeting civilians. Put otherwise, Hamas stood charged with deploying indiscriminate weapons. And also, for deploying these weapons in order to launch intentionally indiscriminate and targeted attacks on civilians and civilian objects. Article 51 of the Additional Protocols to the Geneva Conventions prohibits indiscriminate attacks. It defines such attacks, inter alia, as those which are not directed at a specific military objective, or those which employ a method or means of combat which cannot be directed at a specific military objective. Thus, both these prohibitions are subsumed under the single rubric indiscriminate attacks. If an indiscriminate weapon is used, or if a weapon is fired indiscriminately, or if an indiscriminate weapon is fired indiscriminately, it constitutes one and the same war crime. Of an indiscriminate attack. 71 Amnesty, however, cleft it into separate and distinct crimes. It exhorted Hamas to end the use of inherently indiscriminate weapons such as unguided rockets, denounce attacks targeting civilians and indiscriminate attacks. The value of each Hamas projectile in Amnesty's bill of indictment accordingly doubled. Hamas committed a war crime each time it made use of an indiscriminate weapon and also each time it launched an attack either indiscriminate or targeting civilians with an indiscriminate weapon. That neat linguistic subtlety would have enabled Amnesty to boost its indictment of Hamas to as many as 14,000 war crimes, for those who were still counting, even if, still, only 6 civilians in Israel were killed and only 1 Israeli house was destroyed. Consider further Amnesty's criminal indictment of Hamas for targeting civilian areas. It reported that in many cases Hamas was, or declared it was, directing its projectiles towards Israeli civilians and civilian objects, that it directed them at specific Israeli communities. If Amnesty determined that Hamas breached the laws of war by deploying rockets that cannot be accurately targeted at specific targets, it's hard to make out how Amnesty could also charge Hamas with targeting civilian communities when it fired them. How does one target an inherently untargetable weapon? If Hamas publicly declared its intention to target a civilian community, it might be guilty of bluster, but not of a deliberate attack. It was, on Amnesty's own evidence, incapable of launching a deliberate attack. Still, it might be contended, weren't Hamas rockets sufficiently accurate to target a large civilian community, if not a specific object within it? But then it puzzles why so many Hamas rockets landed in vacant areas away from Israeli conurbations. Of the 5,000 Hamas rockets fired at Israel, well under 1,000 came within range of Iron Dome, which was deployed around Israel's major population centers. It's not very persuasive that Hamas was targeting empty space. If so many Hamas rockets landed in empty space, it's because they couldn't be targeted. What's more, Amnesty accused Hamas of deliberately targeting an Israeli civilian community not only when that was its declared intention but also when its declared target was a military object located in or around the community. These Hamas statements, most of which specified the time of each attack, the community, or in rarer cases, the military base targeted, and the munition used indicate that these attacks were directed at civilians or civilian objects, emphasis added. If, according to Amnesty, a Hamas press release served as proof of intent, it perplexes how it proved intent to target civilians even when it manifestly eschewed such an intent. 72 In one instance, Hamas verged on scoring a trifecta of war crimes as Amnesty indicted it for firing mortar shells at a kibbutz. The mortar was an imprecise weapon, and it was a direct attack on civilians or civilian objects. And even if the attack had targeted IDF troops or equipment in the vicinity of the kibbutz, the attack would still have been indiscriminate. The most extravagant entry in Amnesty's charge sheet, however, zeroed in on a rocket misfire that killed 13 Gazan civilians. Hamas was saddled with a foursome of war crimes. It was an indiscriminate attack using a prohibited weapon, which may well have been fired from a residential area within the Gaza Strip and may have been intended to strike civilians in Israel. Emphases added. It would unduly tax the forbearance of the reader to parse the incongruities of this ejaculation. For one, indiscriminate attack. Against whom? In any case, however many multipliers Amnesty applied to Hamas's war crimes, the sum total would still pale beside the horror Israel inflicted. Failure to take all feasible precautions. International humanitarian law obliges parties to a conflict to take all feasible precautions or precautions to the maximum feasible extent, in order to protect civilians and civilian objects under their control against the dangers resulting from military operations. One such precaution is to avoid locating military objectives within or near densely populated areas. The critical caveat, of course, is feasible. The inclusion of this adjectival qualifier in binding law reflected the concern of small and densely populated countries which would find it difficult to separate civilians and civilian objects from military objectives. These countries stressed the fact that the principle to avoid locating military objectives within or near densely populated areas was difficult to apply. The provision has generally been construed to mandate precautions which are practicable or practically possible taking into account all circumstances ruling at the time, including humanitarian and military considerations. 73 Therefore, to plausibly indict Hamas for violating the precautions provision, it was incumbent upon Amnesty to demonstrate at a minimum one of two things, either, 1, in each specific combat situation, Hamas had a feasible alternative taking into account all circumstances ruling at the time. But as Amnesty itself noted, Israeli authorities' denial of access to the Gaza Strip has made documenting and verifying specific violations by Hamas more difficult. Indeed, it would be difficult to assess from a remote venue whether, in the circumstances ruling at the time of each alleged breach of the precautions principle, Hamas did have another option, or, 2, even if general circumstances ruling at the time rendered it difficult to apply the precautions provision. Gaza is among the most densely populated places on earth. 74 Hamas still put civilians and civilian objects at gratuitous risk. How did Amnesty negotiate these evidentiary hurdles? It purported that there is substantial evidence that some of the military operations and conduct by Hamas violated their obligation to take all feasible precautions to avoid and minimize harm. It did not, however, adduce such evidence. Instead, it simply discarded the critical feasibility caveat. It will be recalled that in one incident after another, Amnesty conscientiously searched out, often to the point of absurdity, an alibi that effectively exonerated Israel of the charge of targeting civilians and civilian dwellings. In the case of Hamas, however, it did precisely the reverse. Instead of investigating whether or not, in each alleged violation of the precautions principle, Hamas had a feasible alternative, Amnesty found prima facie evidence of a violation of the precautions principle whenever and wherever it could be shown, however tenuously, that Hamas was fighting in proximity to civilians, see Table 9.75. But such a proof in and of itself proved nothing. Fighting in proximity to civilians is not the standard of illegality set by international law. In each particular incident, one would have to determine whether other practicable or practically possible options for resisting existed and what were the circumstances ruling at the time. In its previous report on Operation Cast Lead, Amnesty did take into account these factors and, as a result, a nuanced, genuinely balanced picture emerged. 76. But in its assessment of Hamas's military tactics during Protective Edge, Amnesty jettisoned its surgical kit in favor of a sledgehammer. It would be the wonder of wonders if Hamas wasn't resisting much of the time during Protective Edge in proximity to the civilian population it was. Gaza. After all. And in fact, Amnesty was not indifferent to this dilemma, yet the solution it proposed in unlawful and deadly cannot but bewilder. It should be noted that even though the overall population density in the Gaza Strip is very high, particularly in and around Gaza City, significant areas within the 365 square kilometers of territory are not residential, and conducting hostilities or launching munitions from these areas presents a lower risk of endangering Palestinian civilians. In laying out this, as it were, feasible alternative, Amnesty omitted the critical factual and legal context. Open areas are relatively scarce in Gaza. 77. Fighting in urban areas per se is not a violation of international humanitarian law. 78. A party to the conflict cannot be expected to arrange its armed forces and installations in such a way as to make them conspicuous to the benefit of the adversary. 79. But even setting aside these far from trivial considerations, Amnesty's feasible alternative would still invite ridicule. On the one hand, since 2005 Israel had maintained its occupation of Gaza largely by remote control. Modern technology now permits effective control from outside the occupied territory, and this is what Israel has established, distinguished international jurist John Dugard observes. Before Israel's physical withdrawal from Gaza in 2005, Palestinian acts of violent resistance were directed at Israeli forces within the territory. This was during the Second Intifada. Since then, Palestinian militants have been obliged to take their resistance to the occupation and the illegal siege of Gaza to Israel itself. The alternative is to do nothing, a course no occupied people in history has ever taken. It is unusual for an occupied people to take its resistance outside the occupied territory. But it is also unusual for an occupying power to maintain a brutal occupation from outside the territory. 80. On the other hand, Amnesty declared nearly all projectiles in Hamas's arsenal illegal. It follows that if Israel established its control of Gaza from afar, and if Hamas's projectiles were illegal, then Hamas couldn't be conducting hostilities or launching munitions to end the occupation and still pass legal muster. The long and short of Amnesty's counsel was this: in order to resist Israel's inhuman and illegal occupation 81 compounded by its illegal and inhuman blockade, and punctuated periodically by its large-scale massacres, Hamas militants should have gathered, en masse and unarmed, in an open field. Still, to facilitate and expedite matters, shouldn't they also have lined up like ducks? But there's more. Just as it applied a multiplier to indiscriminate attacks by Hamas, so Amnesty also verbally inflated Hamas's violations of the precautions provision. What began in unlawful and deadly, as some and certain cases in which Hamas breached this provision, morphed into far from isolated and not infrequent violations, until in the report's conclusion Hamas stood accused of routinely violating the precautions provision and a consistent failure to abide by it. Meanwhile, it was no less instructive what Amnesty elected to pass over in silence. In Ashkelon, Sderot, Beersheba, and other cities in the south of Israel, as well as elsewhere in the country, military bases and other installations are located in or around residential areas, including kibbutzim and villages, Amnesty breezily reported. During Operation Protective Edge, there were more Israeli military positions and activities than usual close to civilian areas in the south of Israel, and Israeli forces launched daily artillery and other attacks into Gaza from these areas along Gaza's perimeter. But according to the precautions provision, governments should endeavor to find places away from densely populated areas to site fixed military objectives, such as military bases, and as regards mobile objectives, care should be taken in particular during the conflict to avoid placing troops, equipment, or transports in densely populated areas. 82 Israel was far from lacking in empty spaces, it could also choose from a dazzling spectrum of weapons, which could be launched from virtually any terrain, altitude, and distance. Didn't Israel, then, flagrantly violate the precautions provision? Apparently not, according to Amnesty, which uttered not a word of criticism. The point at issue is not whether Hamas breached international law during Protective Edge. Some fighters probably did seek out the protection of civilian objects, such as dwellings and mosques, in Gaza 83, although by the time Israel blasted the 10,000th civilian edifice, it must have been brought home that they provided no deterrence. On the contrary, Israel would have relished the prospect of, so to speak, targeting two birds with one stone, a Hamas fighter and a civilian object. The pertinent question, however, is whether Hamas's violations were remotely on the same scale as the violations by Israel. The subtext of Amnesty's presentation, which carefully balanced the death and destruction inflicted as well as the criminal culpability of both parties, conveyed that it was. But the pretense that the pitiable spree of bottle rockets directed at Israel compared to the hecatomb visited on Gaza is materially ludicrous and morally a travesty. The question then becomes, how did Amnesty manage to prove the unprovable? It did so by acting less as a neutral arbiter, and more as the defense counsel for Israel. It made the best case for Israel by obscuring factual evidence that incriminated it, adducing speculative evidence that exonerated it, and applying a lax legal standard that gave Israel the benefit of a doubt when it didn't deserve it. It made the worst case for Hamas by obscuring factual evidence that vindicated it, adducing speculative evidence that incriminated it, and applying an over-the-top legal standard that inflated its criminal culpability and left it no other military option, if it wanted to stay within the law, save to lie down and die. If Amnesty sustained its case for a balanced verdict, that's because the case was rigged in advance. After the UN Human Rights Council issued its report on Operation Protective Edge 84, Amnesty International released another report of its own. Black Friday, Carnage in Rafah during 2014 Israel-Gaza conflict. Its belated publication 85 precluded it from having an impact on the critical UN report. Still, this fifth and final Amnesty installment was unusually ambitious, and on this ground alone merits close inspection. Black Friday homed in on Israel's resort to massive violence against the civilian population of Rafah between 1 and August 4, 2014. The assault occurred after an Israeli officer, Lieutenant Hader Golden, was reportedly captured alive by Hamas fighters. In conjunction with Forensic Architecture, a research team based at the University of London, Amnesty made use of sundry cutting-edge technologies to reconstruct with striking visual effect the sequence of events on the ground. This analysis, however, will focus only on Amnesty's written text. The packaging of Black Friday set it off from Amnesty's prior quartet of reports on Protective Edge. For the record, before it issued Black Friday, Amnesty had already read this author's analysis of its earlier publications. It is not known if and how this critique influenced Amnesty's presentation in its last report. 86. Amnesty no longer pretended to an elusive balance. In the background section of this report, the death and destruction in Gaza during Protective Edge fills 5 times as much space as the death and destruction in Israel. 87. A pair of incendiary subtitles. Carnage in Rafah during 2014 Israel/Gaza conflict. On the cover page, and Israel's mass killing of civilians in Rafah during 2014 Gaza conflict. On the table of contents page, likewise registered a palpable shift in tone. Moreover, Black Friday repeatedly gestured to the input of Gaza's major human rights organizations, naming in particular and conspicuously the Palestinian Center for Human Rights and Al-Mazan Center for Human Rights. 88. Nonetheless, the core of Black Friday, comprising a factual presentation and legal assessment of Israel's violations of international law, carried over the apologetic analytical framework of Amnesty's prior reports. If the offense grated more deeply this time around, it was because of the density of the crimes committed in Rafah. All the same, it should be noted straight away that whereas Amnesty conveyed the impression not least by the extraordinary investment it made in chronicling what happened that the bloodbath in Rafah marked a sharp departure from Protective Edge as a whole, in fact, as the breaking the silence testimonies confirmed, although the wanton destruction there might have been quantitatively worse. 89. It did not differ in kind from what unfolded elsewhere in Gaza. 90. The Israeli bombardment of Rafah commenced after a firefight in which Hamas apparently captured alive Lieutenant Hader Golden. Israeli political culture does not abide its combatants being held in captivity, but it also recoils at prisoner exchanges, which invariably entail the release of many Palestinians held in Israeli jails. To reconcile these conflicting impulses, Israel codified a macabre military doctrine, dubbed the Hannibal Directive, that effectively sanctioned the killing of its own combatants if they fell into enemy hands and could not be rescued, on the tacit principle that the death of captured soldiers is preferable to them being taken alive. It could hardly be doubted that the IDF intended not to rescue Golden but to kill him. It didn't launch a pinpoint commando raid. Instead, it turned the area which it believed to be the location of Lieutenant Golden into an inferno. 91. As an aside, it's hard to fathom the ethos of a nation that goes into deep mourning when one of its soldiers is held in captivity, yet prefers that he be killed rather than captured alive. In any event, when Golden was taken prisoner by Hamas on the morning of August 1 and his whereabouts could not be tracked, Israel unleashed maximum firepower in Rafah's densely populated civilian areas in order to kill him. Even after it became clear from forensic evidence that Golden was dead, however, the murderous assault continued, although at a somewhat diminished intensity, as an act of revenge and to administer a lesson. The assault on Rafah unfolded in the near absence of armed resistance. Hardly any return fire was reported, Amnesty found, and the IDF suffered no casualties. 92. As jets, drones, helicopters and artillery were raining fire at pedestrians and vehicles at the intersections, indiscriminately hitting cars, ambulances, motorbikes, and pedestrians, while civilians attempting to flee the inferno were hit by missiles and artillery. 93. More than 2,000 bombs, including 1-ton bombs, missiles, and artillery shells were fired on the first day, 1,000 shells within 3 hours of Golden's capture. By the end of the attack on August 4, at least 200 civilians had been killed and 2,600 homes completely or partially destroyed. In the lucid idiom of law, Israel committed a crime against humanity in Rafah, except that whereas the factual record just recapitulated was culled directly from Black Friday, Amnesty's legal assessment veered in an altogether different direction. It indicted Israel for 1. Indiscriminate attacks, that is, for recklessly hitting civilians or civilian objects as it targeted military objectives. 94. 2. Disproportionate attacks, that is, for causing excessive collateral damage to civilians or civilian objects as it targeted military objectives, 95 and 3a. Failure to take all feasible precautions. In order to minimize incidental harm to the civilian population in the course of military operations. 96 It was only in the rarest of instances that Amnesty indicted Israel, if gingerly, for targeting civilians and civilian objects, even as its own evidence attested that the murderous assault on Rafah unfolded in the near-total absence of a legitimate military objective. But, it might be contended, whereas Hamas returned hardly any fire, still, in the initial phase of the Rafah assault, liquidating Golden constituted a legitimate military objective. Couldn't that goal justify a portion, if not the full magnitude, of the firepower Israel unleashed? For an objective to qualify as legitimate, however, its achievement must confer a concrete and direct military advantage. 97 It would be a most bizarre linguistic usage to construe Israel's calculated killing of its own soldier as conferring on it a military advantage. The UN Human Rights Council report on Protective Edge dispatched the notion that abstract political and long-term strategic considerations, such as a potential prisoner swap in the future, could legitimately be factored into the calculus of military advantage. The advantage, it underscored, must be concrete and direct. 98 It follows that the inferno Israel created in Rafah in order to kill Golden could not be legally comprehended in the ambit of an indiscriminate attack, a disproportionate attack, or a failure to take all feasible precautions, each of which presupposes the existence of a legitimate military target. Inasmuch as Rafah's densely populated civilian neighborhoods were the object of saturation bombardment during the manhunt phase, and inasmuch as this bombardment occurred amid only scattered return fire, which wasn't even the object of the bombardment, the dispositive legal principle was the deliberate targeting of civilians and civilian objects. Still, it might also be contended, Israel's intention was to kill Golden, not to inflict death and destruction on Rafah's civilian population. But in law, the doer of an act must be taken to have intended its natural and foreseeable consequences. 99 The natural and foreseeable consequences of bombarding Rafah's civilian neighborhoods were massive death of civilians and massive destruction of civilian objects. Even if Israel's avowed goal was to kill Golden, the bombardment still constituted, as a matter of law, an intentional attack on civilians and civilian objects. Categorizing the Rafah massacre as a disproportionate attack, an indiscriminate attack, or a failure to take all feasible precautions, on account of Israel's intent to kill Golden, amounted to legitimizing the wholly illegitimate goal of launching an armed attack on a civilian population in order to preempt a future prisoner swap. It is true that to depict the Rafah inferno as an intentional attack on a civilian population, although correct as a matter of law, does not yet encapsulate the full reality of the manhunt phase. The correct formulation would then go something like: an intentional, targeted attack on a civilian population in pursuit of an illegitimate military objective. If the phrasing is ungainly, that's because the reality it endeavors to capture is so deviant. It's not every day that a state carries out a massacre in order to kill its own soldier in order to preempt a future prisoner exchange. But what difference does it make how Amnesty categorized and depicted the Rafah massacre if it still found that Israel committed war crimes? 100 The answer is this. Distilled to its essence, Protective Edge was designed, as the Goldstone report put it in the context of Operation Cast Lead, 2008-9, to punish, humiliate, and terrorize a civilian population. The other major atrocities during Protective Edge Shuja'iyya manifestly lacked a military rationale. 101 The Rafah massacre appeared to be different, as it purportedly traced back to a military objective. The fact that Amnesty's most ambitious report focused on the Israeli intention to kill Golden and its concomitant, the Hannibal directive that triggered the bloody manhunt, conveyed the distinct impression that Protective Edge was a military operation gone awry, wrong, even criminal, but still understandable in military terms. But in fact, not even the initial manhunt phase of the Rafah massacre, properly understood, could be regarded as a military operation. Even as Golden's death was confirmed, probably by the end of the third hour of the first day, 102, the Israeli military continued its attacks in Rafah, not in pursuit of a so-called military objective but to show them, settle accounts, and extract sick a price, amnesty, quoting Israeli soldiers. If, as Israeli officers maintain, there were no serious firefights, Amnesty ultra-cautiously speculated, the question arises as to whether the army's use of massive firepower was in fact intended to take revenge on Rafah 103. In other words, the Rafah assault emerged after the manhunt phase as a straight-up massacre. The premeditated carnage in Rafah and mass killing of civilians in Rafah comprised, in its parts, including the initial manhunt phase, and as a totality, an incontrovertible war crime, as Israel targeted civilians and civilian objects in the absence of a legitimate military objective, apart from desultory return fire, and also a crime against humanity, as it launched a widespread or systematic attack directed against a civilian population, Rome Statute, Article 7. But instead of stating the obvious, Amnesty chose to systematically occlude the terroristic essence of the Rafah massacre by churning out one Israeli alibi after another. It stated that after Golden was officially pronounced dead, the Israeli army continued the destruction of greenhouses and homes. Apparently as part of the search for Lieutenant Golden or his remains. 104. It did not adduce a smidgen of evidence in support of this speculation, while the report itself documented that Israel sought via its wanton destruction to exact revenge and administer a lesson. Indeed, did it forget that these IDF tactics constituted standard operating procedure across Gaza throughout Protective Edge, independent of Golden's fate? Amnesty then went on to observe, the military did not manage to retrieve the remains of Lieutenant Golden's body. Heavy bombing of tunnel areas reduced the likelihood of finding him. 105. But if heavy bombing reduced the likelihood of finding Golden's remains, then maybe retrieving his remains wasn't the bombing's objective, while taking revenge was. What's more, Amnesty parsed the Hannibal Directive, which underpinned the four-day assault, under the subhead shift in proportionality 106. But inasmuch as killing Golden wasn't a legitimate military objective, and neither revenge nor deter future capture attempts, Amnesty's phrases, could be construed as a legitimate military objective. Of what possible relevance was the proportionality principle, which presupposes such an objective? Black Friday. Further noted in this shift in proportionality section. Post-conflict briefings to soldiers and public statements of Israeli officers suggest that the high death toll and massive destruction were not seen as regrettable side effects but achievements or accomplishments that would keep Gaza quiet for 5 years. An intelligence corps soldier quoted senior army officers saying, 2,000 dead and 11,000 wounded, 500,000 refugees, decades worth of destruction. Harm to lots of senior Hamas members and to their homes, to their families. These were stated as accomplishments so that no one would doubt that what we did during this period was meaningful. Another Israeli soldier told Breaking the Silence that the aim in bombings was to deter them, scare them, wear them down psychologically. These statements indicate an intention to generate material damage as deterrent. If the professed purpose of the assault on Rafah was to achieve a high death toll and massive destruction in order to shatter the will of Gaza to resist, it wasn't a disproportionate attack but unambiguously a terror assault on the civilian population. Black Friday. Assembled 15 case studies in which civilians were killed during the 4-day assault on Rafah. These case studies, far from shedding light on Amnesty's perverse conclusions, bewilder and appall in their resort to legalistic gymnastics that evade and obscure the obvious. However tedious it might appear, in order to expose Amnesty's disingenuousness each case study must be individually examined, see Table 10. The Israeli massacre in Rafah constituted in its parts and as a totality an intentional attack on a civilian population in order to achieve a dual objective: 1. To kill a captured Israeli soldier so as to preempt a future prisoner swap, which wasn't a legitimate military objective, and, 2. A desire for revenge, to teach a lesson to or to punish the population of Rafah for the capture of Lieutenant Golden. Black Friday. Conclusion, which, a fortiori, wasn't a legitimate military objective. 107 Yet, Amnesty found that Israel directly targeted civilians and civilian objects in only 2 of the 15 cases it investigated. 108 In the report's comprehensive factual conclusion, the maximum Amnesty would allow was that in some cases there are indications that Israeli military forces directly fired at and killed civilians, including some who were fleeing. In some cases, they warned civilians to stay in their homes, which were then bombarded. 109 In the other 13 incidents, Amnesty neither reported return fire nor adduced credible evidence of a legitimate military target. Instead, it conjured wildly speculative scenarios that enabled it to invoke legal principles distinction between civilians and combatants, proportionality, precautions presupposing a military objective, or it invoked legal principles presupposing a military objective without even bothering to speculate on the objective. It might be argued that Amnesty entertains so many of Israel's premises, or premises favorable to Israel, in order to show that even if one were to accept those premises, Israel would still be legally culpable. The upshot, however, of such a preemptive strategy, if preemptive strategy it was that it winded up misrepresenting what happened and letting Israel off the hook on the more serious legal charges. The ghastly, here trending stories assembled in Amnesty's case studies leave little room for doubt that far from being a military operation, the inferno Israel created in Rafah was a terror assault on a defenseless people. And yet, in its report's comprehensive legal conclusion, the maximum Amnesty would allow was that to the extent that some of the violations committed by the Israeli army in Rafah may have been carried out as part of a widespread or systematic attack on the civilian population. In furtherance of a state policy, they may also constitute a crime against humanity. 110 However, the evidence collected in Black Friday points ineluctably to the conclusion that not just some instances may, but the whole of this murderous assault did constitute a crime against humanity. Although it invested considerable resources in Black Friday, Amnesty ultimately, and to its eternal shame, recoiled from its own factual findings and delivered up a legal whitewash. It cannot be seriously doubted that Amnesty International's reports on Operation Protective Edge lacked objectivity and professionalism. They betrayed a systematic bias against Hamas and in favor of Israel. They also registered a steep regression from the exacting standard Amnesty set in its reports spanning the past 2 decades on the Israel-Palestine conflict. Amnesty might be tempted to respond, if an acknowledged supporter of Palestinian human rights, such as this writer, criticizes its pro-Israel bias while Israel criticizes its pro-Palestinian bias, then it must be doing something right. But that's as if to say, if one gets attacked by the flat earthers at one extreme and the round earthers at the other, then it proves the oblong earthers must be telling the truth. The only valid criterion is what the facts themselves show. The imputed bias of the bearer of those facts is beside the point. Judging by this standard, and the mass of evidence assembled in this chapter of its dereliction of duty, Amnesty would have been hard-pressed to defend its performance after Protective Edge. When it did accept the challenge, what most impressed was the feebleness of Amnesty's reply. 111. There is a separate but still critical question. What happened? In the absence of a smoking gun, one can only speculate on the springs of Amnesty's abrupt change of course. It can probably better be understood if located in a broader political context. In recent years, Israel has been slowly but steadily losing the battle for public opinion in the West. 112 The proactive and principled stance of credible human rights organizations in exposing Israeli violations of Palestinian human rights has played a catalytic role in this historic shift. The high water mark was set after Operation Cast Lead, when scores of human rights reports meticulously documented Israeli crimes during the assault, and it appeared as if, finally, Israel might be held legally accountable for its crimes. Confronted by this grave, palpable threat, Israel and its powerful international lobby set out to reverse the tide by combating what was dubbed lawfare, that is, isolating Israel through the language of human rights. 113 A furious and ruthless campaign was mounted, replete with smears, slanders, and strong-arm tactics, targeting critics of Israel's human rights record. The most notorious casualty of this juggernaut was Richard Goldstone, a Jewish Zionist judge with impeccable professional credentials, was forced to deliver a humiliating, highly public mea culpa that damaged his career and tarnished his reputation for life. 114 Goldstone's fate served as a cautionary tale for the human rights community. None of Israel's critics was beyond its reach, none was safe from its retribution. In short order, respected jurists Christian Tomuscat 115 and William Shabbos 116 were devoured by the Israeli mob. If any doubts lingered after Goldstone's fall from grace, the handwriting was now on the wall. If you, or someone close to you, had skeletons in the closet, the prudent move was not to go too hard on Israel or, wiser still, to cross Israel off your agenda. Undeniably, other factors came into play. The human rights reports on Cast Lead ultimately died a slow death in the UN bureaucracy as the United States, Israel, and the Palestinian Authority colluded to kill them. 117 It appeared pointless to churn out more human rights reports if they too would be consigned to oblivion, not least by the victims themselves or at any rate by their official representatives. By the time Israel launched Protective Edge, public opinion had also grown inured to Israel's periodic massacres. Minutely documenting the carnage seemed less urgent, as fewer people any longer harbored doubt that Israel was capable of such brutality. In the meantime, as the Arab Spring metamorphosed into the Arab Winter, the ensuing regional upheaval and attendant human rights catastrophe dwarfed and marginalized the Palestine question. But the intimidation factor was almost certainly the overriding one in Amnesty's volte-face. Indeed, Israel lobby groups, such as NGO Monitor, had openly set their crosshairs on Amnesty. 118 Besides the flawed reports it issued on Protective Edge, a vote on anti-Semitism by Amnesty's UK branch registered the heat it was feeling. All the available evidence pointed to the conclusion that anti-Semitism was at most a marginal phenomenon in British life. According to survey results, well under 10% of the population held a negative opinion of Jews, whereas 60% held a negative opinion of Roma/Gypsies and 40% a negative opinion of Muslims. 119 The manifest purpose of the periodic campaigns bewailing a new anti-Semitism has been to stifle criticism of Israel's atrocious human rights record. 120 Yet Amnesty's UK board signed on to, while the membership narrowly defeated, 468 to 461, a 2015 resolution calling for an Amnesty UK campaign against resurgent anti-Semitism. 121 If Amnesty capitulated to political blackmail, it also reflected the fact that for the first time, it was forced to fend for itself in the jungle of Israel-Palestine politics. Up until Protective Edge, Amnesty, and Human Rights Watch, HRW, typically issued corroborative or complementary reports/position papers on potentially explosive issues. Each had the back of the other, each could count on the other for moral political support. Both organizations issued reports documenting Israel's pervasive practice of torture during the First Intifada, both issued statements supporting the right of Palestinian refugees to return to their homes in Israel, both documented Israeli war crimes during Operation Defensive Shield, 2002, both issued damning reports on Cast Lead. 122 But HRW basically sat on the sidelines after Protective Edge. It was missing in action. If Amnesty hadn't published 5 reports on Protective Edge, this chapter couldn't have documented its multitudinous transgressions. If this chapter was silent on HRW, that's because HRW was effectively silent on Protective Edge. 123 It will be left to moralists to decide which was worse, Amnesty's sin of commission or HRW's sin of omission. It would be hard to exaggerate the damage wreaked by Amnesty's reversal. Supporters of Palestinian human rights and a just and lasting peace have come to depend on amnesty as a credible corrective to Israeli hasbara and pro-Israel media bias. The abdication of its professional mandate could not but dismay and dishearten. Amnesty's worst sin, however, ran much deeper, its abandonment of a forsaken people suffering under an illegal and inhuman blockade punctuated by recurrent, ever-escalating massacres, its open invitation to Israel to commit new and worse massacres, in the sure knowledge that human rights organizations have been cowed into reticence. If only for the sake of the people of Gaza, one hopes that amnesty, as well as HRW, will yet find its way. Once Israel successfully browbeat the international human rights community into submission, the only remaining chink in its armor was domestic human rights organizations. Of these, breaking the silence most aroused Israel's wrath. 124 The soldier eyewitness testimonies it had compiled after each of Israel's massacres in Gaza were as unimpeachable as they were devastating. Israel consequently set out in a very public way to destroy breaking the silence. 125 In the United States, the slander campaign was spearheaded by former Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, who accused the group of doing tremendous damage to Israel because they are not telling the truth. 126 Should it neutralize breaking the silence, Israel will have cleared the last obstacle on its path to committing future massacres in Gaza. Henceforth, no one will be around to compellingly document its crimes for a Western audience. However reputable and reliable Palestinian human rights organizations might be, unfortunately and unfairly, they lack credibility among the broad public in the West. In the operations to come, Israel will be able to carry on as it pleases, emboldened in the knowledge that it can do so with guaranteed impunity. It's a new sequence of catastrophes waiting to happen. It wasn't just reputable human rights organizations that failed Gaza. The statements issued by UNICEF during Protective Edge by and large disingenuously balanced the operation's impact on Gazan and Israeli children. The escalating violence in Gaza and Israel threatens devastating harm for children on all sides. Children are bearing the brunt of the worsening violence in Gaza and Israel. Violence in Gaza claims even more young lives and its toll on children on both sides deepens. Another school in Gaza has come under fire. Children in Israel have lived with the threat of indiscriminate attacks. The deaths of children on all sides constitute further tragic evidence of the terrible impact the conflict is having on children and their families on all sides. 127 Then, despite the pleas of Save the Children, War Child, and even UNICEF, as well as a dozen Palestinian human rights organizations and B'Tselem, Israel was crossed off a 2015 UN list of grave violators of children's rights after top UN officials buckled under political pressure from Israel. 128 One by one, a phalanx of humanitarian institutions melted like butter after Protective Edge as Israel turned up the heat. In the midst of Protective Edge, venerable British medical journal, The Lancet, had published an open letter signed by a score of medical professionals that decried Israel's aggression and massacre in Gaza. The letter provoked a firestorm of protest, charge, and countercharge that was played out in the journal's pages over the next 4 months. Although he had to endure a barrage of ad hominems, Editor-in-Chief Richard Horton initially stood his ground as the journal ran an editorial describing Gaza as a prison, cataloging the carnage that attended Israel's assault, and defending the decision to publish the letter. But as Israel's far-flung network of apparatchiks escalated the smear campaign and threatened a boycott, Horton succumbed. What ensued was a strange echo of Paul on the road to Damascus combined with Mao's Cultural Revolution. In a Goldstone-style ritual of self-abasement, Horton embarked on a trip to Israel that was a turning point for me, a revelatory experience. He reached the epiphany that he had been badly misinformed. The Israeli reality as he now experienced it was an inspiring model of partnership between Jews and Arabs. A vision for a peaceful and productive future between peoples, and then delivered a public self-criticism pledging inter alia that he would never publish a letter like that again. He apparently uttered not a single word critical of Israel during his stay, or afterward. But he did additionally find time to attend a lecture by and personally converse with Israeli philosopher Asa Kasher, who wrote Israel's Code of Military Ethics and had earlier been deeply impressed with the courage of Israeli soldiers in caste lead. Horton proceeded to express immense respect for the point of view that Israeli combatants took extreme precautions to prevent civilian casualties and put themselves at personal risk to this end during Israel's latest operation. He went on to ponder, in that situation how would I behave? It's very easy from an armchair in London to be critical, and much more difficult when you're in a combat zone to live out your ideals. Isn't that every war criminal's defense? It's hard to decide whether this cringe-worthy profile in pusillanimity disgusts more in its unctuousness or its banality. 129 Shortly thereafter, Jacques de Mayo, International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, representative in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories, gave a speech in Jerusalem on humanitarian law. He not only didn't criticize Protective Edge but instead singled out Israel for praise. Humanitarian access in Israel and the O/T occupied territories is, in a comparative sense, outstandingly good. In fact, I can think of no other context where the ICRC operates, where the access for humanitarian organizations is as good as it is here. De Mayo sang this groveling paean to his host even as Israel repeatedly blocked access by humanitarian organizations, including the Red Cross, even as it mercilessly targeted first responders on rescue missions, and even as the Red Cross had itself firmly condemned this extremely alarming series of attacks against humanitarian workers, ambulances, and hospitals, during Israel's latest Operation. 130 It would not be the last time de Mayo plumbed the depths of moral depravity as he whitewashed Israeli crimes.